got a pulse, guess he'll be fine. One of you lot can hit revive. Check a man's head, see if I'm alright. I don't play kind. Victory's mine. I don't play kind. Victory's mine. I don't play kind. Victory's mine. You're wasting your time. There's no point in trying. Victory is mine. Mine. I don't play kind. Victory's mine. Head to head, combat, play to win, won that. Headshot, you saw that, no assist, on contact. I the man them down on sight, check a man's head, see if I'm alright. If he got a pulse, guess he'll be fine. One of you lot can hit revive. I the man them down on sight, check a man's head, see if I'm alright. But you waste your time, don't back down, must target. No fear, look in my eyes, don't like it, do something about it. Don't like it, do something about it. I don't play kind, victory's mine. Don't like it, do something about it. I don't play kind, victory's mine. I don't play kind, victory's mine. You're wasting your time.
કેમ છો અહેમદાબાદ? Hello and welcome to everyone who is here in the Eka Club right now in Ahmedabad. And जो लोग अपने घर से देख रहे हैं, अपने स्क्रीन में देख रहे हैं, एक बार जो देखने से पहले ये जो स्ट्रीम जो बढ़ रहा है उससे पहले एक बार उस लाइक बटन को टैप कर ही दो, बिकॉज वी आर लाइव एंड इंडिया के इतिहास का ये है सबसे बड़ा अब तक का लैन इवेंट अहमदाबाद. थैंक यू सो मच फॉर शोइंग योर लव, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर चीयरिंग फॉर योर फेवरेट टीम्स. एंड एक बार अहमदाबाद के एका क्लब से दुनिया भर के लोगों के मोबाइल स्क्रीन तक आपकी आवाज पहुंचनी चाहिए. तो कम ऑन अहमदाबाद, मेक सम नॉइज. तो यहां पर अगर आप ये स्ट्रीम देख रहे हैं और अगर आप एका क्लब के बहुत नजदीक हैं, अहमदाबाद में रहते हैं, तो आप आ जाइए, क्योंकि ये स्टेडियम आपको अकोमोडेट करने के लिए बहुत बड़ा है एंड ये इंडिया के इतिहास का सबसे बड़ा अब तक का लैन इवेंट है. एंड अगर कल की बात करें तो टीम एंटिटी, एक ऐसी टीम हु वन द BGIS इन 2021, उसके बाद दे डिड नॉट क्वालिफाई फॉर द फाइनल्स ऑफ एनी ऑफिशियल लैन इवेंट, लेकिन जिस तरह से उन्होंने कमबैक मारा, जिस तरह से उन्होंने अपने आप को बरकरार रखा टेबल टॉप पर, क्या वो अपने इसी मूव को, इसी गेमिंग स्ट्रैटेजीज को कर पाएंगे बरकरार, या सामने वाली 15 टीमों में से कोई करेगा पलटवार? ये आज देखने को मिलेगा. सो अहमदाबाद, यहां पर जितने लोग मौजूद हैं, आपकी फेवरेट टीम कल के बाद क्या चेंज हुई है, या इज इट स्टिल द सेम? इज इट स्टिल द सेम? ओके, तो एक बार बता दीजिए, एक बार अपने बैनर्स को दिखा दीजिए कैमरा की तरफ और बताइए कि आप किसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं. ओह, काफी ज्यादा प्यार, काफी ज्यादा सपोर्ट. इस समय इतिहास बनाने के लिए हमारी 16 टॉप टीम्स ऑफ द कंट्री आर रेडी, बट are you ready to watch them play some serious BGMI? Okay, so if you are ready, तो आज मैं आपको बता दूं कि we have some intense games lined up for you. We will be witnessing some amazing comebacks and ये जो चमचमाती ट्रॉफी है, आपके हिसाब से कौन ले जाएगा कल? अब सोल ने तो ये ट्रॉफी उठाई थी पिछले साल, लेकिन यहां पर कौन कौन ये मानता है कि सोल, जो हमारी डिफेंडिंग चैंपियंस है, वो फिर एक बार इस ट्रॉफी को ले जाएगी? क्या बात है, एकदम सोल से आप सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं अपनी फेवरेट टीम को. तो बहुत सारी चीजें आपके लिए लाइंड अप हैं. सो शुड वी वेस्ट एनी मोर टाइम और शुड वी स्टार्ट विद सम सीरियस BGMI एक्शन? BGMI, तो एक बार अपने फेवरेट गेम को एक बार चांट कर कर दुनिया भर तक बता दीजिए कि आपका फेवरेट गेम कौन सा है. On the count of 3, we all need to say BGMI. All right? 1, 2, 3. BG. All right. सही जवाब. आपका फेवरेट गेम आपका एकदम इंतजार कर रहा है. हमारी 16 टीम्स are ready. So, ladies and gentlemen, over to our amazing casters जो इस समय तैयार है to take you through the amazing games and take you through to the amazing stories behind the game. Back to you, casters.
As the curtains rise amid the sea of crowd for one penultimate time, ladies and gentlemen, there are going to be two sides of a coin. One team will be crowned champions tomorrow at the end of BMPS Grand Finals 2023. But for now, we are hoping some comeback storylines to come through once again. My name is Salty. I'm going to be a host and caster for the day, joining alongside by two amazing gentlemen. Of course, we've got I Super Johnny and Necro, and right off the get-go, amidst the sea of crowd, how are you guys feeling? How is the intensity in this arena?
Oh, I mean, it's day 2. We know it's all going to be about the comebacks today, and that is going to make things a little bit more exhilarating, especially for the audience, because we all know the people in the arena yesterday were just rooting for one team primarily. It was Team Soul, but the performance, unfortunately, was not what something people expected. But today is a day of hope.
Absolutely. Necro?
Well, I mean, of course, it's going to be Team Soul, man. You mentioned today is supposed to be the day of comebacks, and Team Soul right now is struggling so much. They definitely need all the power, all the positive energy as they can get, and so Team Soul is definitely having a lot of supporters right now in the crowd.
That is true.
Absolutely. I mean, the crowd is electrifying. We just went, visited. We had a beautiful session over there as well. And if you guys, if you are in Ahmedabad, do make sure that you come down to Eka Arena, because the atmosphere inside the stadium is something else which you should experience. This is the biggest esports event in the history of this entire country. So why not witness it by your own eyes? But ladies and gentlemen, let's just talk about the storylines that we have so far right now. You've got 3 teams without a chicken dinner at the very top. I'm specifically talking about Team Entity, Blind, and Team X-Park. And I want to know from you guys, do you think any of these teams were a surprise?
I mean, entities specifically are definitely a surprising entry into the top 3, especially considering they are on the first position, reigning supreme above everyone. No one expected that to happen, not even these lovely people that have joined us in the arena. You can see the signs, the amount of signs that are there in the support for Team Soul. But Entity, as we mentioned, qualifying on that 15th position for the Grand Finals. Yet, on day 1, they were so consistent. We talked about it. A few games, they were there in the top 3, and then as soon as the end of the day comes, they are there on the first position.
Absolutely. Necro?
I mean, exactly. Entity, as you mentioned, clearly struggling in the league stage. Now in the Grand Finals, just doing a fantastic one. I mean, none of us expected this. Entity, right now, as you mentioned, they're currently reigning supreme in the overall standings, but nothing can be said on behalf of that, because as I mentioned, today is day 2, and day 2 is supposed to be the day of comebacks.
Absolutely. Speaking of the day of comebacks, this amazing crowd, this sea of people that you witness right in front of us, they only won the comeback of one team, and that is the defending champions Team Soul, making a comeback inside of this tournament. Let's just talk about Team Soul for a matter of fact, right? They struggled making those rotations. They struggled in terms of getting those finishes on board as well, finding those placement points. But we're going to talk all about that, because for Team Soul, I think defending the title is not just about fame and acclaim. It's also about the big stakes that are in this competition, ladies and gentlemen. A whopping prize money is on the line. And why just talk about it? Let's just show them what is at stakes right now. A mammoth prize pool of 1 crore rupees, Johnny.
Exactly, and we talked about this. The champions walking away with the lion's share of 40 lakh rupees in the bag. And of course, the runner-up with 20 lakhs. It is going to be a disappointment to lose that extra 20 lakh. But more than that, losing the trophy is what is going to sting the worst.
Exactly. I mean, the champions, as you mentioned, getting 40 lakhs. Then the runner-ups getting 20 lakhs for themselves. And then, of course, the second runners, which is going to be the 3rd spot, they are going to be getting 10 lakhs. Listen, there's a lot of money on the line, ladies and gentlemen, and this can also be something that's going to add a special bit of factor, which is the pressure on these players too. Because speak of the players, you're also going to be having that special prize pool of MVP of the BMPS, which is going to be 3 lakhs, and then the best IGL getting 2 lakhs.
Absolutely. In terms of the best IGL, I think we do have that set. But as of now, ladies and gentlemen, how do you progress inside of this competition? How do you get those points by this points distribution? We have been explaining this to you for a while right now. You get those 50 15 points, 15 position points from acquiring that winner chicken dinner, and it keeps dwindling downwards, and every finish equals 1 point. And Necro, I want to come specifically to you regarding this. I think in the day of comebacks, the finish points are going to be the crown jewel of these teams, isn't it?
Of course, it has been. A lot of these teams are targeting those elimination points. And speaking about the elimination points, Insane is a prime example. On day 2, they will definitely go as aggressive as possible. But as we are talking about all that stuff, we also need to take a look at today's schedule.
And we do have the schedule in front of us. The 6 games that will be played. We start our day like every single day of the league stages on the map of Erangel. We move on to Miramar, Sanok game number 3. Match number 4, or technically match number 10 of the grand finals is Vacandi. Match 11 is Miramar again. And of course, in a complete circle, the circle of life, our day also ends on the map of Erangel. And it is going to be an exciting journey again. 6 matches to go. Today, a lot of these teams, I mean, at the end of the day, if you aren't in the top 5 or the top 6, the dream for the trophy is already going to fade away.
The dream for the trophy, of course, is going to fade away. And majority of the teams who are in the top 5 right now, they must have had a good night's sleep yesterday, but not for the teams who are on the second page. We were having this conversation about Team Soul. So I want to know from you, what is that one thing that Team Soul probably needs to change to make a comeback on this particular day?
I think the play style needs to be changed a little bit, because we know Team Soul, they like to play a very center-oriented play style, especially during the mid-game stages. And that was one of the reasons we saw them getting stuck in the midst of the cluster. It was a bullseye with them being the target, the prime target for the most number of points. And a lot of the other teams capitalize on that. So maybe if they try to take things a little bit slower, we can hope for a comeback today. But we all know, today, as Necro also said, you were also pointing this out, will be about aggression. And Team Soul, they also have a lot of firepower to work with. So it will be quite interesting to see what is the actual decision being taken by the IGL.
Absolutely. I have a different question for you, Necro. I think we were still talking about Team Soul, and individually, I think 2 players, they've definitely outshined the others. I'm talking about Goblin and New, as a matter of fact. This young, dynamic duo that we have. Very aggressive, very efficient. But do you think somewhere down the line, the rest of the 2 players, Akshat and Omega, is there a dip in form?
Now, look, of course there was, without a doubt. I'm not going to try to sugarcoat things. There was a dip in the performance, without a doubt, considering it was the day 1 as well. So I do not really like to judge a lot of things just on day 1, but I genuinely think so on day 2, things are going to be a little bit more polished up.
Yeah. For sure, right, polished up. But amidst all of this crowd, we just witnessed this beautiful crowd shot. There is another team that has a massive following out there. They are being loved. I'm talking specifically about Team X Park, right? Team X Park were phenomenal. Mainly Sarang just leading the team from the front. I mean, that man has been so consistent on those finish feeds. Now, I think for Team X Park, if they get that 1 chicken, do you think they have 1 step inside the podium finishes of the BMPS 2023?
For sure. I mean, this is not even a question. X-Park yesterday were just absolutely phenomenal. As you mentioned, Sarang keeping the team, getting those finish points consistently every single game, made sure that the team did not at any time drop outside the top 5. And if they hopefully get a chicken dinner today, that podium is going to be very easy for them to secure. And of course, I think even the first position is not too far away. X-Park isn't lagging that far behind.
Yeah, they certainly are. 3rd position. Necro, I want to come to you with Glitch X Reborn and a completely unexpected team. Nobody expected them to come inside of BMPS and perform this well. What do you have to say about this team and their performance so far?
I mean, you speak about the dark horses, and these guys are like the prime example of that. And now they're finally stepping things up. I'm loving it. We saw this team all the way back in BGS. Of course, the struggles were there, but now it feels like they have got that experience under the belt, and they're ready. They're packing a massive punch. I just want to see on day 2 how well they're going to be able to defend that position in the overall standings, because a lot of teams tend to crumble under that pressure.
Absolutely. The pressure, of course, just comes from this sea of people. Every single placard that you witness, it's all about SATUL Soul and all their creators.
Exactly. One thing I would like to point out over here, as we talked about crumbling under pressure, a team that has crumbled under pressure is Team Insane.
Yeah. They certainly have, right? Necro, and you were a very big follower or consistent good well-wisher for Team Insane throughout, and inside of the league stage as well. The 8 chicken dinners that they had, it seems like that performance has sort of dwindled so far. And speaking of dwindling, are we dwindling down to the buddy cams right now? Is this the buddy cam?
This is the buddy cam.
I think this is the buddy cam. There is definitely some good chemistry going down there, isn't it?
I mean, a lot of these people have really nice glasses. Those are definitely buddies.
Yeah, they certainly are having the time of their life, ladies and gentlemen. This is the experience that we provide inside of Eka Arena. you also have to join along the line. But again, continuing that conversation about Team Insane, Nectar, I want to know from you, what exactly must be going in Team Insane's head, and what should be their discussions in the drawing room right now, considering they've taken a massive fall?
Listen, the only reason why they've taken a massive fall is because they're playing a little bit too safe. I genuinely think so. They need to stick to what they like to do, which is aggression. And once they bring that aggression back inside the game, I genuinely think so. Winning those 4v4 fights, getting those elimination points is something that Insane has been loving to do. But so far, they haven't really been doing it on day one. So I think so on day two, things will be back on the norm.
You know, we always refer to day two as a day of comebacks, be it in BGIS, be it in INKR as well. We've always referred to this particular day as one dark horse is going to rise. And possibly this time it might not be a dark horse. This time it might be a dragon. Hydra Esports, at the end of the day, they definitely made it count, ladies and gentlemen. Let's just find out where exactly they are on the overall standings, because this is where the entire journey will get cleaned up. Hydra Esports making that massive climb. Have a look at this. They will be in the second page, but for now, Team Entry right at the very top, 75 points, Johnny. I mean, we are certainly surprised, aren't we?
Exactly, we are surprised, especially look at the difference between the first and the 8th position. Even Newman can switch things up and bring themselves up to the podium with just one chicken dinner to their name.
I mean, look, but Entity, they've got a big opponent that's chasing them down. That is in the name of Blind Esports. And we know what they're capable of. We know they can defend that spot too in the overall standings without any struggles. Team X Park right underneath them. Glitch X Reborn is right under them as well. But then Team Insane in the 5th spot. Even that team is supposed to be like a massive red flag for all the other teams. And then you've got 8-Bit CS. Another upcoming team, I would like to say, because in the past, these guys were not performing this well.
Yeah, especially considering, I mean, the consistency is clearly visible. Look at the amount of placement points they have, 37. And that is, I believe this, yes, it is the second highest in the top 8. And they have the least number of finishes, not even crossing the 20 finish marker within the top 8.
Absolutely. On the second page, of course, you do have those disappointments. Hydra and Revenant, for sure, they are closer to the competition as it actually compares to the top 8. But then look at that, the massive dip when it actually comes to Genix FM, 33 points. And then you've got the bottom 5. And I think for these teams, today is going to be a massive challenge.
Of course, the challenge is going to be massive, especially for the team sitting at the 16th position, Autobots. Yesterday wasn't great.
I mean, look, you're talking about them. I'm also still worried about Team Soul. They're currently on the 13th spot, still so far away, considering you've got Revenant and Hydra who's on the tail as well. It's going to be tough to surpass these guys.
We all know, I think, who the finger is being pointed to. I mean, our good buddy on the Hindi desk.
One thing is for sure, now that he's predicted Hydra, there's a chance they might just dip down.
Hey, come on, man. No cross-desk firing shots, all right. You guys are definitely taking some shots. But again, speaking of taking shots, I think this is also a very important point. Team Together Esports, a team who had such a brilliant run inside of week 1. We were discussing this yesterday as well. Now, all of a sudden, it seems like they've crumbled. I had a brief moment with Sevi Plays, and he mentioned that this team, they could not execute their plans on the first day of the tournament. Now, how do they make a comeback? 21 points already. They are trailing a massive 60-point difference till the number 1 spot. Do you think is a possibility?
I mean, the possibility is always going to be there, but my question is, what plans? To be honest, I mean, yesterday we did not see a lot of action from the side of Team Together Esports.
That is true.
The one thing that got them the top 8 inside of the league stages was one-of-a-kind rotation strategies, right? Avoiding conflict at every single zone entry. But this time around, that is what is being countered. Their rotations, they are getting picked off and they're losing too many players.
Exactly. But now that's a team that is a little bit too far away from making potentially that comeback happen, right? We need to speak about another team, which is Team Psych. Now, to be honest, I am quite impressed even by Team Psych. Now, you guys might say, oh no, they're not really doing that great in the overall standings, but genuinely, they definitely had some moments of brilliance, which they definitely tried to pull. Yeah, it's a whole other thing that it didn't really work out, but I feel like on day 2, they can, I mean, hopefully on day 1, they went back to their hotel rooms, researched a little bit more, and on day 2, they can try and bring on a better version of those strategies.
Absolutely. Now, speaking of strategies, one team, I think, definitely could not execute them. We saw Growing Strong, right, get that one chicken for themselves, but still, when it actually comes to consistency, they were never really there. The strategical aspect of it, having a particular approach towards those games, I think that was something missing which we witnessed inside of the league stages. Don't you think so?
Oh, of course. I mean, for a team like GS, it is very important to keep the fear and the egos to a certain extent aside of getting finishes every single game. We know it was quite easily executed by them, the strategy of just running into fights during the league stages, but that was also due to the fact that, as Necro keeps pointing out, during the league stages, every single map was unpredictable. You were playing different teams on different maps. Over here, it's a little bit more tactical. You're going to have to look at the bigger picture, play for points altogether.
Absolutely. Well, Necro, I'm going to hold you over there for a second because now we have to talk a little bit about these individual players who have outshined the competition. Godbot is still at the very top. This is the end of day one with 45 finishes, but he has been chased down. The difference has been cut down to just 3 with Fierce joining along the lines.
Exactly. Well, as you mentioned, Fierce is, of course, there from Revenue Esports, which, of course, the performance drop-off has been there for a while. S-Power from the side of Blind Esports, this man has stepped things up massively once again. Goblin from Team Soul is there on the run, but Team Soul is on a big struggling phase, so Goblin needs to do something. Dark Lord from Team Insane. Team Insane's in the top 5, so I don't think so. It's a massive problem anyways.
Yeah, but I think expectations from Team Insane based on what they did during the league stages were to see them dominate right from the bat. And I think that is what we can expect from their side today as well. Of course, the top 5 leaderboard, the players are going to be focused on getting that first position away from Godbot now, since the difference is a little bit more manageable. Because a little bit of a backstory, when we ended the league stages, the difference between Godbot and the player on the second position was 8 eliminations. But GS, their strategy is not working out, means the players are also catching up.
Absolutely. I mean, a lot of stress will be on these individual players, of course. I just also had a brief moment with Goblin where he said that he does not really care about those individual accolades. He wants his team to win. But I think for his team to win, these are the heroics which he needs to pull off. Get that #1 position, get those important finish points. Now look at this. Important guests all over the world. They've just joined us, and they certainly are enjoying the BGMI action. It is such a good sight to see that BGMI, it has connected so many different parts of the world together, be it sports, be it gaming. It has connected a lot of different cultures together as well, stitched partnerships. And well, these are the folks from over the Hindi desk. They're having a blast, aren't they?
Yeah, our boys always look fly, I mean that for sure. Look at that suit on Sparrow.
I kind of like the leather jacket on Anki, to be honest, but he looks way too serious right now. I wonder what are they discussing about.
Maisie's just way built. He's built like a tank. The man is built like a tank. But let's bring it back. Let's bring our conversation back to the amazing tournament that's happening. Of course, the people that have joined us, as we said yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to experience the exclusive entertainment that happens in the Eka Arena, all you have to do is drop by and say hi. You can meet us as well. We're right next to the crowds. In fact, we enjoy ourselves when we get the time.
We definitely do, right? The noise from the crowd, it's absolutely crazy. Now, again, guys, we have definitely talked about the teams right now, right? Let's just talk about a little bit of what to expect from day 2, right? We have, obviously, it is a day of comebacks, but in terms of mentality, right, yesterday we saw teams take a rather passive approach in the initial circuits. Today, do you expect some drop collisions to happen? Do you expect some initial battles to brew out?
I don't think so. I mean, personally, I don't think it's going to happen today. Maybe tomorrow we're going to see a lot of drop clashes, especially from the teams that are between that 14th to 16th position. Bottom 3, bottom 4 teams are going to try and see if they can ruin the day for the top teams. But today, it's all going to be about the safer approach of the game. It will be about survival.
I mean, I would say completely opposite. I would say today's going to be the aggression.
This is exactly what I wanted.
Points. Exactly, man. I mean, come on. The teams that are currently on the 16th to the 14th spot, they've got no other option. They need to go aggressive because, listen, they've only got 12 games in their hands. First 3 games, understandable. If they want to play slow, it's completely okay. But then the rest 3 games, if things are not working out, then they need to go aggressive.
Yeah,
no other options.
Last 3 games for sure. I mean, the aggression will be brought in because at that point, half of the finals is already over. You're done with 9 matches. You just have 9 more remaining. And for the rest of the 50%, you will need to go all in order to survive. Otherwise, it is over.
Yeah, it certainly is going to be over. And of course, we did speak to a lot of players, a lot of coaches, and they still believe, right? Especially for the teams on the second page, there's still a chance. I just had a brief moment with Mavi as well, and he said that nobody is secure to actually be at the very top right now. One chicken that might actually change everything. And speaking of the chicken dinner, ladies and gentlemen, the 16 teams who are going to be competing for the first game, we do have them on screen. Ladies and gentlemen, let's just have that tradition on the desk. Let's just do the predictions, man.
Listen, man, I'm going to go first over here, and for the first game, I'm going to go with Team Insane.
I mean, no surprises there. Johnny?
I'm going to go with Blind. I think Blind right out the gate are going to try and emulate the same thing they did yesterday. Game number 1, make sure you have a good start. Because at least by the end of the game 6, even if you get gassed out, you get tired, you get exhausted, you have done the work in the games prior. And that will keep you afloat for a while.
Exactly. I think keeping afloat for a while will be Blind's intention, like we discussed, right? The top 3 teams, of course. The big chicken dinner is still pending. 4 Team Entity, 4 Team Blind, 4 Team X-Park. But there is also another team that I think I will go for. At least you guys didn't ask me my prediction. I'm going to go with Gladiators because I think in day 2, this team has a different side altogether. And as we talk about these teams, we do have the intensity of these players on their faces. I mean, look at these cams. Apart from Gamla Boy, I think he seems to be a little too chill.
Yeah, Gamla Boy is just wondering, like, when will the game begin? Just let me in, let me play. The players from the 8-bit were just looking at the crowd. It was a death stare, basically, for some reason. I don't know. And you can clearly tell the difference about between the players about who has been there before, who has been in a situation like this before, been in front of the crowd, and the players that are experiencing this for the first time. Because for a team like Team Insane, we keep talking about them, right? We need to consider that the team also lacks a lot of LAN experience, and it will cause them to panic in certain high-intense situations.
Absolutely. We didn't really speak about Newman Gaming in our pre-show, but Necro, I want to know from you, Savita was absolutely brilliant yesterday. Do you think those smiles are going to come to fruition today as well?
Of course, without a doubt. And they also got 7 free points, right? Because they unfortunately disconnected from the first game.
They weren't free,
yeah, I mean, so that was like a whole different thing. But Newman Gaming getting those points, that's also going to be adding a little bit more tally in the overall standings.
True.
And now if the first game is going to be a good kickstart for them, then everything should be in a good way.
Absolutely. Well, we do have 8-bit CS. 8-bit CS started the day off with that big chicken yesterday. Will that history be repeated, ladies and gentlemen? We'll only find out when the big bird takes it to the skies. But as of now, it's just a moment's wait as these players, they patiently have logged into their devices, into the game. They are in the lobby already. The fans are waiting as well. But I want to know from you guys, are we excited? Are we ready for the games to begin?
Oh, for sure. I mean, I can't wait for the action to begin. It is going to be an exciting game 1 for sure. And I think even the players, especially since the last team we talked about is Newman, Newman will be the ones who are just absolutely, I wouldn't even say a little bit concerned about this match number 1 because I'm pretty sure Newman was hoping they would get a little bit more than 7 extra points for that game 1, and today they will try to make sure that they recover at least something, a little bit extra. If they get the win, that's the best case scenario for them.
Absolutely. There's another team we have to talk about, Necro, Revenant Esports. What are your thoughts about this team so far? These players, they look very serious, especially Fierce and Apollo.
Exactly. I mean, you said that they're looking serious. I had a talk with Fierce, and that man was laughing.
He's chill.
He was chill. He was super chill. I don't think Revenant Esports is serious at all. I think so. They just believe in their capabilities of actually making it at the top. And speaking about that, then you've also got Growing Strong, another team who is currently just down in the slumbers, not doing too great, consistency lacking, everything's lacking.
I think GS might be one of those squad that might get nervous in front of the crowd, considering it is the second time that they've been in a situation like this. But hey, let's see how things are going to go down as we also drop down into game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. The map of Erangel on our screens, the big bird already in the sky, and Necro, from where this flight path is starting, it looks like we're going to have a very fun game.
Yeah, well, I mean, the plane flight path starting all the way from Zarki towards down south, which is going to be Fairapir or Sosnovka military base. But now this plane flight path is going to be causing a lot of issues for a lot of the teams. Speak of that, you've also got Revenant Esports because they like to drop inside Milta. Now they're going to have such a long pathway to go to.
Well, let's see, though, how things work out for them. And it will be interesting to see if we actually get to see early drop clashes in this map as well. As we talked about the flight path leaning towards the western half of the map, teams on the eastern side struggling, always the same story. But it is going to be the northwestern part, or at least the northwestern quadrant in its entirety of Erangel. That will be a massive point of concern for a lot of these names. You see the players from Team Together Esports starting from Zarki, Autobots taking control of that northern Georgiapol city, and yet they are not alone. You have Insane in hospital and Newman also dropping towards that Everest Hill region. There can be a lot of early fights if we have the circle anywhere towards the southeastern quadrant, and I think that is exactly what we want, Necro, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, pretty much. That's what we want. And speaking of things that we won, I mean, we also won a potential drop collision because that can add so much more surprising factor. The astonishing factor is something we all love to see inside games. Team X Park quite close to one of the players of the opposition. Even Gladiator Esports is really close to that opposition. But now speak of the opponents. You've got Revenue Esports against Team X Park Spray God. Man's isolated all by himself in that compound, but somewhere else. Team X Park is now currently in a big world of trouble.
Oh.
Sensei finds one, going for the second one too. An instant chase against that man, but he's bobbing and weaving, moving around the corner. Finally, the connection's found.
Not how X-Pac was hoping they would start their day, but Revenant, of course, on fire right off the bat, 2 eliminations secure. And even in the early stages, we noticed Puka going for that split drop close to the military island. Now X-Pac down to their last 2 players.
Yeah.
Spraygod and Puka are the only survivors for the lineup. It will be a struggle. Spraygod running in with a shotgun, finds the trade, and even Revenant take a hit in this fight.
They indeed do. Team X Park getting that little bit of a revenge can definitely be a big sigh of relief for them. Entity Gaming too, Samraj trying to chip away some more damage against the opponents. Even Entity Gaming, they want a little bit of a piece of this cake, huh?
Yeah.
They tried their best to go for the third party, but Revenue Esports too quick, too slimy.
Well, I mean, a little bit. At least the first 2 points, they are going to make them happy, or at least keep them happy for a short while. In the meanwhile, though, I was wondering what is going to happen to the players from Gladiators and Psych. Both the squads still waiting in that military island. X-Pac in the meanwhile, I think there's only one intention right now and only one call. Pukar and Spraygod, they regroup and they're going to go along their merry way, play for survival, try to survive for as long as possible inside the match. But blind, they find the number of Godbot from the side of GS.
Growing strong once again, a bad start. Godbot taken down. And I guess the confirmation without any issue should be there. And yes, that's what's going to happen. It's a shooting squad.
Yeah,
Gangsters moving inside a McLaren together.
Oh man, Blind, they tried to do the same thing yesterday, but Growing Strong were a little bit luckier. Oh, I think they're a little bit of a split approach, getting another vehicle for themselves. X-Pac in the meanwhile, are they being hunted right now? They are! Entity is trying to chase them down.
I love it. This is what you love, and I mentioned this too. We're going to see a lot of early action, and this is exactly what's happening. Day 2 is something all these teams really want to name it on themselves.
Yeah, but didn't you also say that the early aggression was going to be from the teams at the bottom? These are the teams at the top that are fighting among themselves.
Well, I mean, aggression is aggression, right?
We will take it. We will take it, no matter what. Yeah.
Especially, I'm a person who loves aggression in games.
It's not just you. Did you forget? We're on the same page now.
Yeah, but you've seen me play. The way I aggress is no one else.
Yeah, because you are going to be at a completely different location of the map.
Oh, and speak about a completely different location of the map. You've got Team Insane towards Hospital. Man, whenever I say this team's name, I just get reminded of the greatness. I just get reminded of the amount of power these guys pack.
For sure. The only team to cross the 300-point marker during the league stages. They had the highest number of eliminations as well. And of course, a thing that we keep mentioning again and again, the most number of chicken dinners in this BMPS. Till now, they have 8 chicken dinners to their name already. The team next in line, I believe, is going to be there with 5 or 4 chicken dinners to their name. But it won't be easy to challenge Insane anyways. And even in this game, I am expecting Insane to be a part of early aggression one way or the other, considering they have 3 more teams up towards the northwestern quadrant. But we have Gladiators on our screen, and they are still at their home, which is the military base.
And this is how things kicked off, ladies and gentlemen. Sensei was the one who got those 2 free elimination points. I do not even know what was going on with the players of X-Park, but then this shot from Spraygod, just a bop to the head. Get the confirmation instantly. And Godbot being taken down from Growing Strong is supposed to be like that player who's the shining armor for the side of Growing Strong, but now that he's been taken down, problems are going to keep on continuing.
The problems are going to go more and more with every single minute that goes by. In the meanwhile, Glitch Reborn, we were talking about them during our pre-show. And this team has just been absolutely incredible. I was a little bit concerned about Grit Reborn. They were just phenomenal during the BGIS 2023, but in the BMPS league stages, there was a struggle in the opening week. Week 2 and week 3, amazing recovery from Glitch Reborn. But again, a team that lacks experience of playing on LAN, and especially in front of a massive crowd. They could have gotten nervous, could have panicked, but no, they've managed to hold on to their composure and right now sit within the top 5.
I mean, composure. What's going on with Team X-Park? How can they even maintain their composure with just 2 players this early inside the game, and you do not even have that good of a loot? Level 1 armor, level 1 helmet.
Yeah.
Like, oh my god, this couldn't get any worse. And no meds too.
But we've seen them pull this off. We've seen them make it to the top 3, to the top 4 of every single game, even with players low. And X-Park, I mean, the amount of experience this team has, that will definitely help them out quite a lot. But let's see. I do agree with you. Considering they do not have any loot on them, or at least decent loot on them, this game can be a massive challenge.
I mean, you're saying challenge, and then instantly Autobots pops up.
Yeah.
For them, it's a challenge too. I think so. They're currently at the last position in the overall standings. Challenge is an understatement. These guys need to have a performance of their life.
Oh, for sure.
One single misstep, Autobots instantly kicked out. Not exactly kicked out. They will still be playing the 3rd day, but still, at that point, you were pretty much going to be losing all the hopes and dreams of winning the championship. So,
at that point, you can't even look toward the trophy. You know that you won't be able to lift it at the end of the tournament. And I was having a conversation with Mr. Spray a little while earlier on the day, asking him how the plan was, what the plan was exactly to make a comeback today. And yesterday it was the nerves apparently that got the team in a very uncomfortable position. The players not really able to maintain the composure, maintain their calm during the matches. But today they are a little bit warmed up. Yesterday was just a big blunder apparently. Today they are planning take the lead, break inside the top 8. It's not going to be easy for sure, but Team Soul right now, ladies and gentlemen, a team that definitely gets the fans riled up every single time they are a part of any of these fights. And it looks like with vultures lurking in the close vicinity, it is time for Team Soul to pick up their weapons and start fighting.
They've already picked up the weapons. We're just waiting for them to take the shots, and that's what they do finally. Just see a buggy being abandoned on top of the hill. Trying to get rid of those tires, making sure that the opponent won't have anything to make it out alive from that situation, if there is anyone. Team Soul, definitely a team that needs to play everything really cautiously. They need to think every step they take 1,000 times. One single bad step, even for Team Soul, they can't slip down even more because currently they're on the latter half of the board and even doing quite bad. So yeah, Team Soul, no chances can be taken.
No chances can be taken, and definitely being outside of the top 10 for a team like Team Soul, it stings a lot more than usual because you know you have some of the best players in the country. We're talking about the best. We know Blind in terms of firepower is absolutely unbeatable, and they bring their wrath into the faces of the players of Newman. But whoa, an uncomfortable collision and an exit, and Manya knocks himself out. Blind, the aggression is stopped because of their own mistake.
Can we even call it a rookie mistake? Because it's literally happening from some of the best teams.
I mean, it is a rookie mistake, though.
Yeah, it is, but man, it doesn't feel right, huh? You're speaking about Blind Esports.
That is true.
Yeah.
It feels awkward.
Newman Gaming is another one of those teams that has got the red flag, but at least they're doing quite okay compared to all the other teams in the overall standing. So Newman Gaming, the wind is sort of in their sails. But all the other teams that are doing fantastic, I'm talking about the top 5, including Team Insane, all they need to do is just play for the placement. Now, I understand Team Insane is not really one of those teams that likes to play for the placement, but at this point in time, it's day 2. I would say day 2 is pretty much defending your spot in the top 5.
That is true. I mean, that is the priority. You do not leave the top 5. You keep the difference between you and the leaders, the team sitting on the first position, as minimum as possible, right? If it is under 10 points, that is the best case scenario at the end of the day. If you are on the first position, then day number 3, the target will be on your backs for sure. But staying in the top 5 will be a priority. But it seems like X-Spark might just take a drop after this match since they find themselves up against the Gladiators.
Always this happens to X-Spark, huh?
Yeah.
That's Brigad now is getting approached from the back. DBS up close and personal, but it's not going to matter. Delta PG's DBS finds the connection before his opponent. And Gladiator Esports, once again, just marching through their opponents without even any issues. And Pucar has got no other option than to back away. We talked about Pucar's greatness, Johnny. But this time that greatness isn't really able to outshine the opponents. Pucar being all by himself, he needs to show that survival instinct.
Well, let's see how strong the survival instincts are going to be in the IGL himself. And will he be able to get at least a few extra placement points for his team in this matchup? In the meanwhile, though, Team Together Esports, it seems like they have an inkling of information about where the players of Glitch Reborn are going to pop from. But Glitch, they are keeping themselves in the back lines, keeping themselves protected.
Well, Sebi plays, gets knocked out, Johnny. All the struggling teams, for them the struggles are continuing.
Yeah.
I don't understand what exactly is going wrong here. Sparky from Growing Strong. Inside the house, getting so much information to play with. And Newman Gaming now finally, they've closed on up. Team Together Esports getting charged on by these lions that are currently surrounding this entire compound. Kronal and Psychoth are the 2 men that are currently alive inside the warehouse. But for how long? That's the real question. Rolex gets instantly confirmed. Newman Gaming, all they need to do is just keep on charging up, and that might just be an end to the journey of Team Together Esports inside this game, and that's what now Newman Gaming are trying to do, getting real up close and personal slowly and steadily.
Newman, they need to be careful because look at the radar. There are more teams lurking around this museum, and it's not going to be easy for them to escape, but Savita charging forward has Krunal right in front, and Krunal taking a lot of damage from the entirety of Newman. An easy squad wipe. They just have one player who was knocked out, but it should be an easy recovery. Now the concern switches, Necro. You see the players from Growing Strong rotating, circling them like vultures, but the collapse, it's not going to be as easy as it looks.
Honestly speaking, that's not a good idea from Growing Strong before now. Hydra and Autobots right next to each other. Hydra out in the open. I'm not sure how good of a strategy this is going to be, but this nade being tossed, it was definitely quite deadly. Finally, a man caught out in the open. Rico, what a beautiful spray that was. Autobots, they need moments like these to come back to life. And maybe Rico might just be the one to bring and swing that team back to life. Autobots, first ever elimination put on the board for them inside this game. That should be a confidence uplifter.
Yeah, it can be the momentum bringer for the team, especially considering it was the key players from the side of Autobots who were struggling. But whoa, Duora! He was challenged by Servi, and Duora drops the challenger to the floor. But now Hydra, they have the advantage they were looking for in this fight.
It's the DBS. You can't just move up like that. The shotgun meta is something that really punishes you for being the overconfident one. Autobots Rico, this nade is beautiful, and it's going to pull up right to his face. Rico, nicely done, gets rid of the competition, up and above, and now needs to move back a little bit more, regroup up with the team. Overheating moments are something that really causes your team an elimination, so might as well try to play as safe as possible in these moments too.
Completely agreed. I mean, the resets between fights are important, and that is, I believe, something that the Autobots are going to be looking for right now. In the meanwhile, we have Team Soul. Look at the radar. They are looking to join the party with Blind also waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. A 3 versus 2 situation between Autobots and Hydra. But over here, what is going on? Revenant against the players of Glitch Reborn.
The dust is now starting to settle, huh?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. We still have a lot of teams remaining for this 4th stage, especially considering the circle is taking us to Milta.
Yeah. I don't know where it's just a calm aura. Revenue Esports, Glitch X Reborn right next to each other. Next circle shift's going to be hitting the deck soon enough.
Oh.
And it's actually going to be shifting a little bit to the right side, but 50% of the circle is also in the water line, so that means there's not a lot of playing area.
But this is just wonderful, right? It's going to force the teams to stay close to each other, and that means only one thing, ladies and gentlemen. It means a lot of fighting between all of these squads. But look at this, so Mega from the side of Soul, he's looking to push for a little bit of control of the circle, looking to help his teammates get back in, but it seems like they might just run into a sandwich.
Oh, even Syke trying to follow the footsteps. This can be so deadly for them. But Syke is actually going to cross on over, but as soon as I say the first man goes down, even the second one follows it up. Orzi, too, gets knocked out, but Sadi's on a run. This man is brilliant. Striker 2 is trying his best to make it across, and he actually does too. So many bullets. He took it on his vehicle. Striker now ejects out. At least he managed to cross on over to the opposite side. But for how long he's going to be able to keep himself alive?
Oh, GenX FM, they have so many opportunities to just rack up finish numbers one after the other. Just staying close to the squad house next to the Novorapnoi bridge. But still, the accuracy not really working out. Striker under heavy fire from both ends. Shots landed upon him from the players of 8-Bit CS and the side of GenX FM. But 8-Bit CS, I believe, have a better line of fire for that finish point.
They lost out on Ronak, I guess, a while ago.
Yeah.
We didn't really catch that. But yeah, yesterday 8-Bit, they started things off in a really heated note. They were the one who won that game, actually.
True.
If they replicate the same thing once again, then 8-Bit, man, these guys will be having such a massive catapult in the overall standings.
Oh, for sure.
Probably somewhere in the top 3, without a doubt. Before now, Newman Gaming, 3 players in the same building.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, you do not even have any option. If you get one hard cover to play with, you just stick with that.
I mean, it was so close. Manya, that nade was just almost perfect. Had they secured the knock, Blind could have potentially pushed towards the players of Newman, stolen their compound away from them, using the fact that Knuckle has an off angle to work with. But Team Insane against the players of 8-Bit CS, and the push comes to shove. It is a 3v4 between the two squads, and it is going to be Juicy who's going to be pinned down first and foremost.
This is not a good push from Insane at all. 8-Bit, they're spread out, and that's why Insane, they found themselves in a massive sandwich situation. It's a 1-on-2 situation, considering Insane they had the man advantage. There's still a chance they can't shut down 8-Bit. One last man to kill in the name of Leo YT. For how long he can try and keep on toying with the food, that's my question. His teammates are already taken care of, and Leo YT now is finally starting to back out. But then GenX FM, they make a clash happen once again. A third party against Team Insane. Hirsch is still alive, up close and personal. Jazzy's also alive in the back lines. Hirsch pulls out the shotgun. He's not able to find that connection. Team Insane, a big blunder. But GenX FM, they know when to take that opportunity.
I mean, it was a valiant effort from Jazzy and Harsh to try and survive in that fight. And Jazzy kicked things off with a brilliant knock that he was able to secure, even dropped Moksha extremely low, but still not being able to handle that 2v4. We can't really take anything away from the lads of Team Insane. But what? Leo! He was trying to escape, using the opportunity, the distraction of GenX FM to save his life, but it was all just a prank. Wishu, the man who stayed behind, was able to wrap things up with 8-Bit CS as well. And out of nowhere, GenX FM, look at that, 6 eliminations on the board already.
GenX FM, they've got control of that area, of that ridge. But unfortunately for them, that ridge is outside of the circle. Gladiator Esports, a clash against Growing Strong. Growing Strong, this man's definitely chipped out so much damage. Faith, he needs to get out of these containers, but he gets caught in midair. Gladiators, finally, they're marching up inside the compound, stepping on top of the competition like it does not mean anything. And just like that, they're like an unstoppable force of nature, but the DBS up close and personal is causing so much problem. Justin was getting shot from somewhere else, but it's completely okay. They're safe for now, but they've gotten rid of the opponents.
They are phenomenal. That push, it seemed like they did not care who was up against them, but neither does Blind apparently, because the push towards the players of Newman was quite risky. But Blind, they still make it work. They haven't lost a single player yet. Manya was knocked out again, but it should be an easy revive for Blind to secure. 10 teams remaining, 29 players still alive in this match. And so far, some of the top contenders have been eliminated from the board, including X-Pac and Team Insane, of course. Autobots, they are going to hit the deck as well, but Team Seoul, it feels like, are going to run into a little bit of a scuffle, and look at their position on the map. As we talked about them, their play style still sticking to it. The center is all theirs and theirs alone.
Genix FM is slowly and steadily trying to creep and crawl their way back in. They have got a solid Ritz to play with, and they're actually in a decent spot too, Johnny. I highly doubt they'd need a move. The only thing I would want Genix FM to do is spread themselves out as much as possible. Maybe go on to the left side of the road. A 2-2 split in these moments can be perfect for your team. But once again, can also bring in that extra bit of a risk factor.
Yeah.
Maybe you would not want to deal with it just for now, but Team Seoul, speaking about dealing with stuff, and Team Seoul, they need to deal with the entirety of Gladiator Esports. It was such a massive blunder. Destro is barely alive on a sliver of HP. But now this nade being tossed in. It's going to stay right next to Destro maybe, but he's still alive somehow.
Just a pixel, a magic pixel that keeps Destro in the fight. He needs to push on that first aid and go for a revive on Delta, but this nade, it should be a finish secured by the player, the last surviving man from the side of Psych. Well, the second last surviving man, Striker. He's looking to strike the players of Gladiators, but I think it's too much pressure that he's trying to build for an individual. He needs to back off, considering Genix FM, they are still right behind him.
Too many utilities to deal with. Team Seoul, they've got the hard cover. Team Seoul has so much advantage to wrap up elimination points. They're in a phenomenal position right now.
They're the only team with any cover right now in the game.
Yeah. There's one more team in the back which has a cover. But let's see. It's all going to come down to the circle shift, Johnny. Wherever it shifts, it's going to be deciding that team's fate. And look at that. One single man from Hydra is all the way in the back behind the boat.
Yeah. What will he be able to do? In the meanwhile, though, Genix FM kicking things off against Striker. And Striker is going to be struck down. The split approach from the players of Psych. They are still trying to go for placement points in this game. But Genix FM, it seems like the aggression, the fearlessness that was known from these Marathas has been finally brought into the action. But now it is time for them to face off against the Gladiators themselves.
I don't know what Genix FM had yesterday or today for breakfast, but these guys are playing so nice.
Yeah.
They know what opportunity they need to take an advantage of. But for now, Gladiator Esports, they're a big thorn in the way for Genix FM. And if Genix FM, they want to come through victorious, they need to get rid of Gladiator Esports right here, right now. They need to find the first opening. That's going to give so many opportunities. But Genix FM, they're just not able to find that string that they want to open up. This Molotov being tossed behind the buggy, that might just flush out the player. But Justin finding another knockout against Genix FM. This is just so bad for them. Another man gets knocked out. Genix FM, they're getting dismantled. Gladiator Esports, with just utilities, they're managing to shut down the entirety of Genix FM.
It was the man in the backlines. It was the secret survivor from Hydra, Starboy himself, who showed up, took down two players from the side of Genix FM. He got finished up, but he had opened the floodgates for Gladiator Esports to go through, and boy did they. The players from Genix FM down to the last man. The revive has been brought back in, but Team Seoul, they see this as an opportunity to secure the points for themselves. The grenade overshoots, and Genix FM, they will be so grateful for their stars right now. Two players still alive.
Oh no, I'm not sure if this is a good idea, Johnny. Unless if this nade finds the connection. Almost did. Chipped away so much damage. Another nade tossed in that same little ridge, and it's actually going to find the connection. Moke's taken down. Goblin giving the fans what they want, and the entire arena starts chanting his name. Goblin, once again, the man is back from the dead.
We saw him rise up the ranks of the MVP of BMPS list as well. Looking to see if he can take that first position away from Godbot. And that two-pointer was just phenomenal. A slam dunk into the faces of Genix FM, but switching focus, ladies and gentlemen, Entity Gaming still in the top 5. The team sitting at the top of the leaderboard looks to reign supreme even in this game. All 4 players still alive.
Neo, even this man, even this name is to be feared. And look at this half angle Goblin is creating for the information. Imagine if there's someone on the right side, which there is not. Luckily for Goblin,
you won't see this coming.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Exactly. So he's playing with a lot of risk factor involved. Hopefully Team Seoul does not lose out on even that one single player.
Did I see that right? Was Goblin just playing till now with just a level 1 helmet?
Maybe his helmet was broken. And he picked up a level 1 helmet from the house.
Maybe, I mean, that actually can be a possibility, but also there was an airdrop right there, so hopefully they get the upgrades that they are looking for. But look at this setup. You have Gladiators on the shoreline, Glitch Reborn still surviving with 2 players, Blind with a nice compound to work with, the Squad House in control of Entity Gaming, and Team Soul. They have the most map control, and they also have the perfect setup to actually force these other teams to fight amongst themselves, pour into that open area in the center, and then maybe try and execute as many players as possible.
Soul is the only team currently in the top 5 who's on the latter half of the board.
Yes.
And that's a big point to be noticed. Blind Esports and Entity, this fight's going to be the battle of the century. The nade was tossed in. Wait, what? Ronnie just moves in. I guess it was not really a nade, it was something else, but for now, Entity Gaming, they're really here to get rid of the players of Glitch X Reborn, and that's what's going to happen. Duke taken out of the game. Ronnie tosses in that nade! Combo up wipe found. Blind Esports farming some chance for themselves too. Samraj in the front lines, Entity now in a big world of trouble. Gladiator Esports, they need to leave this compound, they need to leave this cover, but they get taken down by the blue zone.
Oh, and we're down to the podium of this match. Entity in a massive world of pain. 2 players knocked out. Somers in the backline, trying to stop the players from Blind from pushing in towards the players of Entity. The escape that they want isn't really going to be there. But Blind, how much utility do they have remaining? They don't care if they have utility or not. Look at Manya. Doesn't even have ammo in the shotgun left, and yet he's already towards the broken wall, looking to force the players of Entity Gaming to stay in the blue zone.
But while all of this is happening, Johnny Soul is taking control of the majority of the zone.
Yes!
Beautiful stuff from Team Soul. Showcasing that 200 IQ. Not really being too overeager to be a part of this fight. And Entity Gaming, they've been finished off because of the blue zone. Too much damage to be withstand. And now it's a 4-on-4 situation between Blind Esports versus Team Soul.
This is brilliant.
Let the better team win.
This was brilliant.
Blunder!
Goes for the airdrop, falls back thinking there's no one there, but Knuckle finds the pick. Team Soul, they've lost a key player now. The MVP gone, but they still have more firepower. Neo and Akshan in the backlines, and Omega is still there, but 4v3 Blind, they have a massive advantage to work with.
We mentioned this Goblin is always playing with that risk factor,
yeah.
And finally now that bites him in the back. Oh, this is tough. Team Soul in a man disadvantage, and they also lost all the control they gained just because of that one single pick. And Blind Esports, with all the advantage they can ask for, Neo on top of the house needs to eject out. Imagine if he got taken down on that fall.
It could have happened, it could have happened. Blind, they've covered every single flank. They have the outer sides towards the right and the left of these buildings under their control. The player advantage playing a key difference maker between how these teams move and progress towards each other in this final 4v3, ladies and gentlemen. But Team Soul, they have one thing working for them that Blind doesn't. They still have a few smokes and Molotovs left upon them, but now everything has been committed. This is it. This is the final battle for the chicken dinner. A comeback for Team Soul, or the first position in the overall rankings for Blind.
For now, just feel the intensity. Because both these teams, the adrenaline's going to be through the roof. The heartbeat's going to be pumping high. And Team Soul, with 3 players, trying to make a miracle happen, which can be really tough to ask for, but Team Soul, they've got no other option because the wall of death is now starting to close in. Team Soul, they might choke to their own death. Blind Esports, they've closed on up. They're farming so much damage against Soul, and finally the first knockout is found. Manya is the one to shut down another guy from Soul. Another one follows up. Akshan shut down. Manya, the MVP of that final fight.
Of course, I mean, what was that? Every single fight, the flanks were just flawless. And Manya proving why he is called one of the biggest brain players inside of BGMI, and why Blind is the team not to be messed with. An impressive win. I believe 13 finishes on the board and 15 points for the chicken dinner. This is the Blind we wanted to see in game 1. This is the Blind we got.
I mean, this was always coming, right? The comeback that we expected. And it's not just about Blind as well. You've got to give it to Team Soul for proving it once again. The gap definitely is going to get reduced to some bit, isn't it?
For sure. I mean, we're talking about there being the missing link, right, between the teams that were on on the second page where there was a massive difference between the points.
Yeah.
And now Team Soul, they might have just taken that leap and moved a little bit closer to the top 8.
Yeah,
Exactly. I mean, you got to give it to the proactivity
Yeah.
of Team Soul, right? Being so proactive, taking that control as fast as possible. We saw this too. There was a 3-1 split. Omega was all by himself towards that compound, and then the rest of his team made it through.
But in the last fight, there was just one minor mistake made. It was Goblin running for that airdrop. And even though the commitment was pretty accurate, but he should have stayed there, or actually could have actually stayed there. It was a little bit of a miscalculation. They assumed that the flanks were going to be empty. They weren't.
They certainly weren't. And to be honest, Blind, the way they kind of played, right, controlled aggression once again. This is something which they said, this is what they're going to do. Take every single game at once, in spite of the lead right now that they have. I'm pretty sure Blind are moving up to that #1 spot. But what about the rest of the teams? What about Entity? What about X-Park? And especially, what about the teams who are right at the bottom of the top 8?
I mean, there's one team we would like to give massive props to, and I think Necro will agree with me. Gen X FM.
Of course.
The fearless Marathas. I mean, they lived up to their tag this day, and specifically in this game. Yesterday, we were talking about them. Felt a little bit more afraid, felt a little bit more concerned about running into fights. Today, they were just completely free, and I enjoyed the action they delivered.
That is true. I mean, you mentioned about the fearless Marathas, and then we also saw one man from Hydra who was all the way in the back just playing for the position points, right? The only cover he had were the boats. But now let's move forward and take a look at the IRL highlights. I mean, look at these players. The intensity off the bat was clearly visible. Even Growing Strong was one of those teams that tried their best, that tried their luck. Unfortunately, things just did not really go their way.
Absolutely, but with that being said, of course, Team Entity might just be sacrificing that #1 spot. Team Soul slowly and steadily moving forward. Do you think this is the start of a change? Do you think a revolution is coming across the way? Because you see the confidence with which these players are moving. It seems like they've definitely made some changes.
I mean, do you want to take this first?
Entity got eliminated on the 3rd spot,
Yes.
so I highly doubt their position is going to be compromised on the 1st spot. But what do you guys think?
I think it is going to be compromised. I think there was a difference in the number of finishes between Entity and Blind, and I think that those number of finishes will be the key difference makers. And along with that 5-point difference between finishing on the 3rd position and the 1st position in terms of placement points. So Entity will get 10 for placement, Blind will get 15. That itself will be enough to push Blind to the 1st position. And the how many eliminations are there? 13 or 14 eliminations on the board. That will give them the safety cushion to work with. But if Blind want to stay on the 1st position, they will need to finish in the top 3 at least 2 more times today.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's just rewatch all of that action yet again. And it all started off between this clash of Titans, Revenant and Team X-Park. What do you have to say about this, gentlemen?
I mean, this was quite kind of awkward, to be honest, but there's one thing, Necro, you and I need to discuss. In the initial stages when Manya just exited abruptly, we just called him making a rookie mistake. I think we have to take that back.
Yeah, well, I guess we definitely need to take that back. It was a little bit of a sacrifice that was made to sort of make sure that his team is not going to be eliminated later on. So, yeah, maybe some rituals Blind Esports is trying to pull off. But, yeah, in general, jokes apart, we saw how things really kicked off. Things kicked off in quite a weird way, an interesting way, where Team X-Park got instantly wiped out. But then later on, you saw the pace being picked up even by the players of Hydra, where they were able to shut down a couple of more of their opponents in the front lines. Unfortunately, I feel so bad for Autobots still not getting anything done.
I mean, they did get a few eliminations out of the game. I don't think they'll have a lot of placement points, so I do agree with you on that. But still, Autobots, you have to agree. We love the confidence that was there in the fights, at least. I mean, at least they weren't afraid of running towards the opposition. They ran face first into the side of Hydra. And this push from Insane, Nick, you had a lot of questions about this.
Yeah, of course, because Insane had no clue how that terrain was being held by the opponents. Because Insane just straight up pushed in between while the opponents were spread out so well, and then Insane just got backstabbed so many times. Insane, I understand you guys know that your strong suit, it's your mechanics, but you cannot just make pushes like that. You cannot make those blind pushes happen.
And especially, I mean, considering that for Insane, the expectations are massive. People expect them to bounce back. People expect them to move forward in the rankings today, break into the top 3 one way or the other. It was the lack of information that was the key difference maker in the final few fights. But talking about the final fights here, we are the top 6 teams remaining. Gladiators getting eliminated as well within the top 6. But there's one team we missed out on, and we need to talk about them. Because while every single team we talked about up until now, be it Blind, be it Soul, be it Entity, be it Gladiators, have a lot of experience of being on land like this. And this other team, Glitch Reborn, We spoke about them. Lack of experience, right? What is that? Again in the top 4.
Glitch X Reborn, of course, making some miracles happen.
Yeah.
But I want to point out one more thing. Now, Entity, they lost their first spot, of course, in the overall standings. But still, as I mentioned, on day 2, all you need to do is defend your spot in the top 5.
That
and
is
Entity, clearly, the intentions are there. It's okay if they do not really win the game. They just want to stay there in the top 5.
Exactly. The goal is simple. Stay in the top 5, you're good.
Absolutely. I think majority of the teams in that top 5 position will be looking to get those average points, and Glitch X Reborn, they've done that. Entity Gaming, they've done that as well. But the only problem was Team X-Spark getting taken down in that early fight. Might actually come back to haunt them, isn't it? Once again, that lack in form from Spray God and the rest of others. You felt that was a bottleneck over there?
I mean, it was definitely a bottleneck. X-Spark wasn't really hoping to get eliminated on the 16th position for sure. But my thing is, like, who do we blame it on? Do we blame it on the players of Revenant or the players of X-Spark?
It was a big blunder in the drop itself. Now, we saw
both the squads, actually.
Maybe you can just blame the game itself because the plane flight path was completely on the left side and Team X-Spark got caught off guard.
Nice guy, Necro.
Hey, come on, guys. Come on, guys. A lot of banter on the desk, but a lot of banter on the ground as well, ladies and gentlemen, as we transition into the MVP, who other than the IGL himself, the man who leads from the front every single time, Manya. Gentlemen, what do you have to say about this guy?
There were 2 plays that he made in the very end, including the third one, including Knuckles' flank, because I'm pretty sure Mana is the one who called that spot as well, about the information of where the players of Seoul were. But still, those final 2 flanks and the finishes he got, swatting out players like flies from mid-air. The man has firepower and, of course, the intelligence to make sure that the entire team is on the same page.
And he's also got balls of steel to make that push happen all by himself against 2 players. He takes down one guy through the spam in the smoke and then pulls out the shotgun, pushes up close and personal. But then you take a look at the top 5 players. You've got Ronnie from Blind as well, S-Power as well from Blind Esports. Pretty much the top 5 is almost being filled up. But then you get Goblin as well from the side of Team Soul, and then another guy from Genix FM.
Well, speaking of Genix FM, in CDS, he has been pretty good. 3 finishes, 42.8% points contribution. But let's just transition into the point standings. And of course, right at the very top, you've got to have Blind Esports, 28 points and 13 finishes. They certainly are making it count.
Well, they are making it count, but look at this, 28 points as you mentioned, but the chase from Entity, is that going to be enough now? 12 points for Entity, at least they will be able to keep the difference in check. But look at this, Team Soul, 19 points. Now this is the leap everyone was hoping for, and Team Soul, they will definitely make it happen after this. Gladiators as well, a nice little game coming in with 14 points to their name, but apart from these 3 teams, is there anyone else who is challenging the podium? Glitch is 6 points. I don't think that's going to be enough. They're going to take a drop.
Massive improvement from Genix FM.
That is true.
Latter
Very
half
true,
of the board, still a chance they can make a massive bounce back. 5 more games to go, Johnny. Imagine they're getting the same amount of points the rest of the 5 games. Easily, Genix FM can cross over.
If they can get 11 to 12 points every single game, that is somewhere between 66 to 70 plus points from the matches that they played today. And that is such an amazing average to have. If Genix FM are able to pull this off, this will be one of the best comebacks any team could have hoped for on the second day of the tournament.
Exactly. I mean, you talk about comebacks. We had so many expectations from TTE. As soon as I took that name, I just went speechless for a while. I looked at the score, 0 points accumulated. Man. I mean, X-Park was the one who was getting hunted down, and still they managed to get 2 points somehow.
Yeah, that is true.
How is that even possible?
I mean, to be honest, Team X-Spark, they certainly are not moving up 2 points. Not exactly what they planned for. But Glitch X Reborn, just like you mentioned, are going to be taking a dip. But Genix FM, that form from the third week, that monumental rise that we have sort of witnessed is definitely showing in this grand finals. Form is definitely with them, ladies and gentlemen. But we are going to transition on the overall standings, understand where exactly the teams stand. And right at the very top, no surprises there. A massive lead, Johnny. 94.
Now that is a difference. That is a difference. Blind 94 points, Entity 77. Will Blind become the first team to cross the 100-point marker? Do you guys think that is going to happen in the next match?
No, look, that's not just a difference. That's a stark statement made from the side of Blind Esports. All the other teams, they need to step things up massively if they want to have a catch-up against Blind.
See, I understand. I mean, it is going to be quite exciting to see where the team eventually gets to, but I think Entity, they have what it takes. Because you know what the difference is? Blind is there because of the chicken dinner that they have, and Entity is still on the second with no chicken dinners. A win from Entity changes everything.
Oh, yeah. I mean, in general, as you mentioned, a win from Entity will definitely change everything. But then as you do move on forward towards the latter half of the board, you're going to find Hydra. Then you're also going to find Revenue Esports on the 10th spot. Revenue Esports being pushed down. Hydra climbs up.
But Seoul, they have cut down the difference. 46-49 on Hydra. I think one more game like this, Necro, they're going to be in the top 8.
Well, I think so. Seoul was on 12th.
And even Gen X FM. Gen X FM have done phenomenal in this match.
Yeah, of course. I think so. Seoul was on 12th spot before. So just one spot lead, that's not really something that's going to be saying a lot of stuff.
You know, guys,
it was about the points, actually, because the difference we talked about, mid-20s in the team sitting from the 12th to the 16th position. Yeah. And, of course, the team sitting from the 10th and above, they were there in the mid-40s. Team Seoul moving into those 40s. Even though it's the early 40s, I think it gets the balance at least in their favor. And now one more match like this, if they manage a top 3 finish with like 7 to 8 eliminations to their name, I think that will help them to break into the top 8. And that is what Team Seoul is hoping for in the next
Necro
match.
is smirking.
The upcoming game is Miramar. And
I like it when he smiles like this.
The upcoming game is Miramar, and Hydra is going to decimate. That's for sure. Hydra is not going to stop. They have been phenomenal on the map of Miramar, if you talk about the track record so far. So Hydra can pull off a big upset for Seoul. Seoul needs to play really consistent.
Absolutely. I think the major competitors right now for Team Seoul will be Hydra and Revenant, who are right next to them, right? Even Revenant, as a matter of fact, Revenant are also very technical when it actually comes to the map of Miramar. Any sort of improvement on these teams would rather mean that Team Seoul gets pushed downwards. And we've already seen that the teams at the very top, they are marching towards that trophy, of course. So again, since we are drawing the narrative for comeback, I think for Gen X FM and Team Seoul, their objective is simple, to try and eliminate their closest competitors.
I really hope I see both of these teams inside of the top 8, at least after Sanok. Yeah. That will make the rest of the day so much more fun. Gen X FM today in an incredible form. Seoul, they are playing like they have absolutely nothing left to lose. And this is going to increase the intensity within the top 8 by like multiple folds.
Johnny, at this point, we've seen all these teams so many of the times. We've seen all these players backstage as well. We've had a great conversation with everyone. It just feels bad that there can only be one champion, right? Yeah. I wish we had 16 trophies. We could give it to everyone.
Man, that is not the essence of competition, Negro. This is one of the reasons why we are still at the edge of our seat, ladies and gentlemen, to actually find that one champion who will stand atop amongst everyone else. And remember this, right? We started this journey with 96 professional teams coming into this competition, of course. Now, according to Necro's analogy, we possibly should have given them 96 trophies, right? What on earth were you saying?
Not 96.
Not everyone even made the land.
Yeah, like, listen, I would say 16, all these guys, they have been proving themselves time and time. So
that is one of the reasons why, Necro, everyone who comes into the grand finals takes away something from that one
Listen, I'm just messing
prize.
around. Why are you taking me serious?
I know, right?
You have a heart of gold, we all know that.
It's sometimes very fun to just pull each other's legs on the desk.
This is fake, but it's still gold.
Wow, ladies and gentlemen, wow, some beans been spilled on this desk, of course, but I'm pretty sure a lot more beans regarding where the tournament is heading will be spilled as we are going to progress more inside of this competition so far. But we do have something interesting which is going to come right next to you right about now. Over to you, Rohit.
अब देखिए कमाल के मैचेस तो यहाँ पर चल ही रहे हैं एंड दूसरा दिन है तो पलटवार भी हमें देखने को मिल रहे हैं एंड ऑफ कोर्स बहुत सारी कमाल की चीजें यहाँ पर लाइंड अप हैं तो अहमदाबाद एक बार यार आपके फेवरेट गेम के लिए थोड़ा सा प्यार दिखा दो यार प्यार ये सुनना चाहिए पूरे हिंदुस्तान में पूरी दुनिया में ये प्यार सुनाई देना चाहिए कम ऑन अहमदाबाद एंड इस गेम से जुड़े बहुत सारे गेमर्स हैं प्रोफेशनल गेमर्स हैं बहुत सारे कंटेंट क्रिएटर्स हैं जिनको भी आप प्यार देते हैं सो अभी हमारे साथ एक बहुत ही कमाल की ऐसी इंसान है who's going to join us on stage. So ladies and gentlemen, Ahmedabad, please make some noise, show some love, and let's welcome the one and only Kashvi! काशवी जिस तरह से आपको प्यार मिल रहा है मुझे लग रहा है कि थोड़े टाइम के लिए मैं साइड हो जाता हूं इफ यू वांट टू जस्ट हैव अ कन्वर्सेशन विद देम आई थिंक मेरी यहां पर जरूरत नहीं है कुछ कहना चाहती हैं आप
थैंक यू अहमदाबाद मतलब हम मेरी फेवरेट गेम का लैन इवेंट, सबसे इंडिया का सबसे बड़ा लैन इवेंट देखने आए हैं एंड अहमदाबाद की पब्लिक के आगे कोई कुछ बोल सकता है क्या?
जैसा कि आपने कहा काशवी, ये हिंदुस्तान के हिस्ट्री का अभी तक का सबसे बड़ा लैन इवेंट है, लेकिन जिस तरह से आपने ई स्पोर्ट्स को ग्रो होते हुए देखा है इन द पास्ट फ्यू इयर्स, हाउ डू यू सी कि आगे चलते हुए ये कितना और बड़ा हो सकता है?
आई थिंक एक दिन मैं मतलब ये सारे सीट्स फुल देखना चाहती हूँ, यहाँ पर भी,
वो तो शायद कल भी हो जाए,
एंड नरेंद्र मोदी स्टेडियम में भी.
अरे ऑफ कोर्स, द बिगेस्ट स्टेडियम इन द वर्ल्ड प्रोबब्ली, यस, वेरी वेरी सून. एंड काशवी, आई वाज रीडिंग दिस समवेयर, एक बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग सी डेटा आई है जहाँ पर ये पता चला है कि BGMI में 40% जो गेमर्स हैं वो दे आर वुमेन. तो आप कैसे देखती हैं द फ्यूचर ऑफ ई स्पोर्ट्स विद वुमेन? लाइक डू यू सी, हाउ लॉन्ग डू यू सी कि यहाँ पर जो हमारी जो टॉप टीम्स हैं यहाँ पर हमें फीमेल प्लेयर्स भी देखने को मिलेंगी?
क्राउड में कोई लड़कियां है क्या? सो मेरा एक सपना है कि यहीं पर आई वांट टू सी अ फ्यू गर्ल्स एटलीस्ट. आई एम वेटिंग फॉर दैट डे जब मैं एक लड़की को देखूं. आई थिंक आई बी हर बिगेस्ट फैन दैट डे. सो ये दिन जल्दी आने वाला है. ई स्पोर्ट्स इज अ प्लेस वेयर आई फील ऑल जेंडर्स कैन कम्पीट इक्वली. Yeah, so for sure, I'm sure we'll see that day very soon. Girls, better work really hard. I need to see you all on the stage.
Yes, very soon indeed. And देखिए, जनता का प्यार आपको मिल ही रहा है, लेकिन अब आपसे जानना चाहते हैं, which is your favorite team right now in the top 16?
Okay. Which is my favorite team, guys? Guys, मेरी 3 favorite team है.
नहीं, आपको एक ही बताना पड़ेगा.
मेरी 3 टीम है.
चले ठीक है, आप पहले 3 बताइए, फिर हम लोग एक एक करके 1 पे जाएंगे, ठीक है? नो?
There's Soul, 8-bit and TX मेरी घर की टीम है सारी गेम्स में.
ओके.
मतलब मैं इन तीनों को टॉप 3 पर देखना चाहती हूँ.
Okay, so
in whichever order.
All right. तो 3 टीम्स.
ट्रॉफी घर आनी चाहिए.
अच्छा, तो घर आनी चाहिए. अब वो आपकी टॉप जो भी टीम्स हैं, वो at the end of the day this trophy should come back home. So you're cheering for your favorite teams. And इस समय आपको क्या लगता है कि which is that emerging team जो आपको लग रहा है कि यार इन्होंने थोड़ा सा सरप्राइज किया, बिकॉज आप कल भी मैचेस देख रही थी, तो ऐसा कोई इमर्जिंग आपको टीम दिख रहा है कि दे हैव अ ब्राइट फ्यूचर?
I mean, all of the teams are playing very well. I'm happy to see TX is close to the trophy right now. Blind is playing great.
Okay.
So, I mean, Entity is also playing very well.
All right.
I hope Soul का last game में they came #2. I was hoping for a chicken, but I hope आगे गेम में अच्छा खेले.
देखिए, जनता आपसे यहाँ पर प्यार के साथ कुछ बात करना चाहती है, तो मैं चाहूंगा कि काशवी, over to you if you want to say something to our amazing audience out here who are supporting their favorite teams and players.
Thank you guys. Thank you Ahmedabad ki public. Thank you so much for coming out here today and keep supporting. Love you all.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Kashvi. जोरदार तालियां for the one and only Kashvi, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Kashvi. And अब चलते हैं without any delay. You keep supporting your favorite players. You keep supporting your favorite teams because BGMI action resumes again.
Well, some amazing words that were said on stage by Kashvi herself. An amazing creator that she also loves the game of BGMI, but she mentioned that one thing, that one professional player, that one girl gamer who is sometimes might be on stage just performing in front of the crowd. It definitely has happened to an extent, but I'm hoping that in the future, that the number of teams that we get to see from the girl gaming community, the female gaming community, that rises way much.
Yeah, of course. I mean, after rising, the hopes have definitely gone quite high up.
Yeah.
I mean, with Team Rebel walking away with the win, that was absolutely incredible. But that was in the past. We are in the Pro Series right now.
Yeah.
And hopefully in the future, as you mentioned, we get to see a lot more involvement from the female gaming community, and we see them on the stage. But as of now, I think the fight will be between Team Soul and Entity, at least for the next match.
It certainly will be, Necro. Now, for the map of Miramar, right, it will be very interesting. The tournament comes to a standstill where there are multiple teams chasing down. You've got Genix FM, you've got Team Soul starting to make that climb. You've got Team Blind who is extending that lead. But teams who are at the top, I'm talking about GlitchX, I'm talking about Team X-Park. Do you think there is signs that these teams might be running out of gas in this tournament at this point?
Look, you mentioned the teams at the top, man. One thing is for sure, Team Insane is struggling. Now, I was with them for a long time. I thought that maybe they still do have things underneath their belt, but I don't know what they've got. They definitely need to bring stuff back right now because the time's running away. They've already wasted one previous game of Erangel. Now the time's not going to be there anymore. Inside Miramar, Team Insane needs to step things up massively because for a lot of teams, Miramar is supposed to be their strongest suit. But ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Soon enough, the upcoming game of Miramar is going to be on the way as the plane's going to be hitting the skies. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be deeping dive.
Absolutely. Well, it is time that the flight goes up into the skies and the players, the 64 warriors, they are prepared to take that deep dive into the land of deserts, ladies and gentlemen. Team Blind, the winners of the map of Erangel. We kind of spot them first, but where are we heading tonight? My co-pilot is going to be Necro for now, but Necro, where are we heading? Where is our destination today?
Listen, the plane flat path starting all the way from Puerto Paraiso towards Montenegro. Now, this plane flat path is quite interesting, right? A little bit tilted down south, but still not that bad considering Team Soul. They're going to have an easy sailing towards Pecado, even Revenant, no issues towards Los Leones. El Pozo is going to be in reach too, so the major cities are easily acquirable.
Exactly, and I think the only alienated parts are going to be the northern regions, the Campo Militar region, Torre Armada, La Cabrera as a matter of fact, and I think majority of the teams who want to go to those locations will have to take those intermediate vehicles, and I think that is where the drop collision potential increases massively. We might get to see those scramble fights without a lot of inventory where teams are just scrambling for those vehicles left, right and center, but as of now, there's been a huge spread onto the southern side. Have a look at this, Revenant. They are moving towards Los Leones. You've got a massive split of Hydra already on that southern shoreline of Puerto Paraiso. And apart from that, I don't really see any sort of drop collision as of now, do we, Necro?
Oh, hold on. I mean, Revenant Esports and 8-Bit, that's a drop collision right there, Salty. Inside Los Leones, yeah, it is a whole different fact that the city is quite massive, so maybe the fight's not going to happen, but Hydra, once again, spreading themselves out down south. No issues over there. Growing Strong dropping all the way towards Valle del Mar. Now, that's an interesting switch-up we're seeing. Yesterday, Growing Strong, they dropped right underneath Los Leones.
Yeah, they did so. And it seems like one of the reasons why they did that is to escape that trifecta. I mean, 8-Bit and Reven, they've always been known to be inside of Los Leones. And to kind of increase their chances of surviving, potentially they might have switched their drop location. But with this switch-up, there might also be other problems. But let's just speak about the team that is on our screens right now, Team Soul. What a massive comeback it has been. Definitely the crowd is riled up. They are right behind them. And do you think that pressure that was on these players' shoulders, that is going to subside a little bit? Because now they have a little bit of a cushion to work with, don't they?
I would say no. The pressure is not going to be subsided for anyone just yet. Maybe for a Blind, yes, a little bit, considering they are currently leading the pack. But for all the other team, the pressure is going to be there because everyone is aiming for that championship spot, which is the first spot. So the pressure is going to be felt equally by all the other teams. But for the teams that are currently in the 16 to 14 spot, those teams will be feeling a different kind of pressure. But at that point, if you are currently somewhere in the bottom three, you just need to remember one thing. You just need to give it all you got.
I mean, giving it all you got, Team X-Park will also be looking to giving it all they got right at the center of the circle towards Hashi and the Del Patron. Now, this is one of those very optimistic locations when you actually talk about the circle specifically, because the flight path was a little skewed towards the south, Necro, but the circle is towards the north. It does include that massive region of La Cabrera, Crater Fields, El Pozo and Trailer Park as well. So majority of these teams might be looking to make that huge northern rotation right in the early stages. But as of now, again, we do also understand this circle means there is a huge advantage on Team Blind because they love to capture those crater fields, and once they have the high grounds, Necro, I think all the teams around them, they're going to struggle quite a lot.
Yeah, I mean, we've been speaking about a lot of the variety teams. We also need to talk about another thing, right? which is Team Psych. It's been a while. These guys haven't really been able to activate themselves, even in Wrangle, and now that things are switched on over towards Miramar, let's see how things are going to be like. Revenue Esports, 8-bit, the collision was definitely there. Entity Gaming, they're quite close to Mania from the side of Blind Esports. If Blind Esports, they lose out on Mania, this can be such a big heartbreaker for Blind, because they just won the previous game, and now they do not want to start things off with a handicap. But Mania, he finds the great escape.
He definitely does, and imagine this, Necro, the top two teams of the competition right now, Entity and Blind. And Team Entity, they had a massive opportunity at hand to take down the IGL of the biggest competitors. Could have been a massive advantage, but Mania always just calm and composed. In between three players from Team Entity, he managed to find that escape absolutely brilliantly. And now, of course, both the teams have subsided from this initial collision. But I think Team Blind, they are looking to kind of scout out as many locations as they possibly can, because from the map feed, we do find out that you've got Nakul, who is towards the La Cabrera region. He's the only one who is capturing the northern quadrant or the northern hemisphere of the circle. You've got S-Power also proceeding towards Crater Fields. You've got Ronnie as well as Mania scouting out nearby locations. And it seems like Team Blind, the kind of control that they have, they will be able to stop multiple rotations. Even Team Entity came very close by. Team X-Park is very close by as well. But Necro, let's just talk about this Team Gladiators. And I want to know your thoughts on what do you think this team can do on today, the day 2 of Grand Finals?
Do I really need to speak a lot? You're talking about Gladiator Esports. It was just the first game. Yeah, Gladiator Esports were not really able to pull off a lot, but I just genuinely have a trust. It's a different type of bond with Gladiator Esports, and at this point, not just me, a lot of the fans do believe in Gladiators. They've got Destra, one of the best IGLs you can ask for. Gladiator Esports, the entire lineup is stacked up. They've got what it takes easily, without a doubt, to make that comeback. It's not even a comeback. They're still on the first half of the board. They just need to make a climb in the top 5. That's it.
Well, a climb in the top 5 will come when this team gets that big chicken. I think that will result in them making a huge leap in that point standings. As of now, there is a big cheer for Team Hydra official. It seems like the fans, they do realize that Dragons are here to roar. And why not? I mean, Hydra, they have been kind of brilliant in the league stages. They've been decent in the grand final so far as well. And they certainly will be looking to capture this chicken dinner on the map of Miramar. But towards the southern shoreline, it seems like their rotation inside the circle, Necro, will be trouble, because look at the map. They've got multiple teams right on top of them. They've got Revenant Esports, 8-bit CS, Autobots and Gladiators holding down the edges of the circle. It will be very difficult for them to find that injection point from where they push through.
Team Together Esports. Woes keep on continuing. This is a team that is currently all the way in the bottom of the overall standings. The amount of pressure this team's going to be feeling, it's going to be incredible. But all you need to remember is you just got to give it your best shot. At this point in time, you're all the way at the bottom. You've got nothing to lose, so you might as well try to go all in, which Team Together Esports tried to do in the previous game, but it just did not work out. Maybe try and recalibrate things, maybe try and shuffle things a little bit here and there, and that can work out.
It certainly can, but look at something which is very interesting happening right now. Team Psych on a 2-2 split, 2 players in Tierra Bronca, 2 players towards Toriyamada as well. It seems like they have got Team TTE right in the grasp where they actually wanted. Every single player might just be surrounded from this split, but so far it doesn't seem like Team Psych. They're looking to strike as of now, but they definitely need to do that, isn't it, Necro? I mean, Team Psych, they have been lacking on the point standings, and the only way they can recover those lost points is by being aggressive, getting those squad fights in their favor early on, and then possibly taking that momentum forward, isn't it?
Taking the momentum forward, it sounds pretty easy to say, or it is pretty easy to say, but as a team, if you are struggling already, it's going to be tough. GlitchX Reborn, this team has been surprising all of us. This team is that astonishing factor. And so far, I love the way GlitchX Reborn is playing. Consistency is the way to go for this team. It doesn't seem like anytime soon the consistency or their morale is going to be breaking down. On the opposite side of things, though, you've got 8-Bit, where yesterday they started things off with a chicken dinner. Today they started things off with a bit of a struggle, but still they're in the first half of the board, so things are okay for them. A couple of shots taken against the opponents. In the name of Team Insane, it's going to be a tough fight to execute for Growing Strong.
Certainly so. I mean, certain shots being fired. Sparky just managing to land a couple of shots, but it seems like Team Insane should have an easy exit from this fight. Now, if they do want to try and keep Growing Strong, it seems like their formation is not really ideal. The escape was there. Sparky missing majority of the shots and Growing Strong. They certainly are pushing Team Insane backwards, Necro. Team Insane, their plans have been crushed, haven't they?
Not just theirs. I mean, for a lot of other teams, their plans have been crushed, but it's Team Insane that you're talking about.
Yeah.
And Team Insane knows a way out of every single situation is violence.
I mean, violence for sure, but this is one of those rare occasions where they do disengage. But now look at this, Team 8-Bit and CS, as well as Team Soul, they're very close to each other.
Yeah. The battle of Bloodline. Who can come out on top? Team Soul, 8-Bit. 8-Bit actually looking for to back away, but Team Soul, they've got control of this power grid area, and they're looking quite comfy. 8-Bit too. They're probably just going to put up tents, and they're just going to stay over here.
I mean, staying here is not really going to be a problem as long as Autobots do not arrive from their southern side. I mean, we do have the map feed, and it seems like Autobots, they slowly and steadily are approaching this location. And Team 8-Bit CS, they have nothing that is going to be covering their backs. At least Team Soul, they've got that hard cover for themselves, but even they have disengaged. And now finally, we do have Autobots coming into the picture of things. So I wonder if Team 8-Bit CS will be looking forward to holding this position for long, because this is in the middle of nowhere, Necro.
Indeed. And that's why 8-Bit's on a move. They do realize this terrain was quite exposed, so they need to find some sort of a hard cover to be in the good spot. And then, because of that, they were on a move. Insane once again up against the players of Growing Strong. Growing Strong is actually taking a lot of damage. Yadi out in the open. This can't be so bad. Prone's back in the nick of time, so that's why he's going to be safe for now. But still, the blue zone is chipping away a lot of damage, and even Faith is going to pull out a nade. Let's see whose nade's going to be finding the connection before. Faith's nade being tossed. He thought that maybe Yadi moved in a little bit on the left side, but no, that's not the case. Yadi just went back prone once again in that same spot.
Absolutely. I mean, very much towards Trailer Park, but in the middle of nowhere, honestly. I like the split coming in from Team Insane, but out in the middle of nowhere, Adi once again was on the receiving end of those shots. It seems like it's been a little scramble when it actually comes to the formations of both Team Insane and Growing Strong. And that is one of the reasons why both these teams will look to regroup. Growing Strong are already on the move. Meanwhile, Team Insane want to cut back chase from this location. They want to get the hell out of here.
And that's what they're doing. Growing Strong on a run. And as the zone chipping away a lot of damage, they're growing weak. Glitch X Reborn in an uncomfortable spot. Roman OG all by himself, but he did manage to retaliate. He found that knockout instantly. Roman OG's on a move too. Glitch X Reborn perfectly done. But once again, making it inside the circle has to be the first priority. You need to be that proactive team. And speak of the proactive teams, Blind Esports, Entity, Newman Gaming, and even Psych are the proactive ones.
It certainly is, but Necro, I think the circle taking a central shift just takes away a little bit of the edge that Blind Esports had, because they always favor that Crater Fields hills, right? The mountains from Crater Fields, which give them that massive high ground advantage. But now there is barely any opportunity that Blind Esports will be able to kind of get that location for themselves. But still, look at the 2-2 split that is coming in from their side. I kind of like it, the amount of real estate that they are controlling. Ronnie on one side, Knuckle on the other.
Oh, this was exactly what I was about to point out. Glitch X against Team Insane. Oh, these guys were about to collide out in the open. This could have been worse. This could have been really bad. Insane, they've got a hard cover, but once again, Salty, the problem is making it inside the circle. You need to be the quicker one, unless if you're not going to be the quicker one, then, well, the only way out of this situation is going to be violence.
Exactly, and I think one team you have to give example of has to be Gladiators, right? They were taking the blue zone damage. in the first circle, but as soon as the second zone hit, they were making their way inside. Now look at this, Team Soul in the middle of nowhere, Team 8-Bit just taking shots. Omega as well as Akshat, they're going to fall back to safety as quickly as possible, but I love what Team 8-Bit are doing. They're pinning Team Soul down in just one location, and now they have been caught in a chokehold, Necro. It seems like Team Soul, they'll have to kind of duke this fight out in order to get away from the situation.
8-Bit on the top. As you mentioned, pinning down the players of Soul. For Soul to escape that compound, it's a tough one. But once again, do you really need to exit that compound? That's the real question you need to ask yourself. Another team approaching now, challengers approaching for a better spot. Autobots, they're barely outside of the circle, but they need to find a safer and a comfortable spot. Unfortunately for Autobots, things haven't really been working out the way they wanted to. But look at Mr. Spray separating himself from the team. He's actually the scouter.
Well, speaking of the scouter, it seems like Goblin has started taking shots against the scouter from Team Autobots. Shots were fired, Autobots have been cornered, they have been pushed outside the circle now. The only way they will be making their way inside is a longer rotation right now because 8-Bit CS is right in front of them. The doorstep is there, Sylvia has been knocked out, Necro. What do Autobots do right now?
No clue. As you mentioned, Siri being getting knocked out. The instant cavalry is there. The instant resurrection will be there too, but man, you really need to be proactive at this late inside the circle. You're not going to have a lot of spots that are untaken, that are not taken by the teams. And the next circle shift, it's going to be right on top of the players' sight. This team finds themselves lucky, but 8-Bit, they make a push happen against Autobots. Grills gets knocked out. Verona, because of the blue zone, even he tanks a bit too much damage. 8-Bit, they were desperate to get these points. They do as well, but at the cost of what? Even they're about to lose out on their own lifeline because Team X-Spark, they want a piece of this cake too. A third party in takings. Even Team Soul, they're on the move with this.
They certainly are, but look at this Team X-Spark from the backlines. Even Neo just finding that connection, and Team 8-Bit CS, they slowly are tumbling down. Team Soul, they themselves are taking a lot of shots, but it seems like this entire southern collision, it just comes to an absolute mess right now because no team actually looks very comfortable. Team Soul definitely finding that connection on top of 8-Bit CS, but where do they go right now? Team X-Spark, they might be chiming in for the third party anytime soon, Necro.
Soul wipes out a squad and the crowd goes crazy. That's what usually happens. The chants instantly just start in the arena. Team X-Spark, they're on the top. This was like fourth party.
Yeah, exactly. And this is one of the reasons why I said, right, the circuit shifting towards the northeastern side of the map. It just makes this entire southern trifecta so much more complicated. But because now you've got multiple teams just duking it out in the blue zone. On the other side, Sparky has been caught out in the middle of nowhere. Blind does have the advantage, but now even Blind have been moved out of the circle and the Hydra have a perfect opportunity to gatekeep.
Insane approaching. Growing strong, so much trouble to deal with. Pulls out the shotgun. Way too close. Could be ran over as well, but Faith, too many players to deal with. Insane. They're going to put a full stop to his lifeline. Faith's taken out of the game. Growing strong, left with only 3 players alive. And also quite out in the open. Godbot's going to prone over there. He has no clue that even on left line stands the players of DTE. And Growing strong in such a bad position, especially Godbot. He's got nowhere to go. From the back lines, it's going to be Team Insane closing up. Eclipse gets knocked out as well. Too many teams, too many problems to deal with.
It certainly is. Look at the radar. I mean, so many teams in close proximity, and every single one is trying to take down the other team. So they have been eliminated on the 14th spot, and it was Team X-Spark. We talked about this third party approaching, and it seems like for Team Soul, it was just way too much. But for now, once again, heading towards this northeastern quadrant of the circle. 5 teams, 4 teams in contention. Insane, Hydra, Blind having the highest grounds, but they have been left outside the circle. They've been constantly trying to throw in and lob in those utilities to try and create some space, but that has not been made possible. Certainly due to the presence of these 2 teams right in the outskirts. You've got Team Hydra and Team Insane holding Team Blind back. This is a gatekeep situation and a half that they have to deal with.
Even Team Hydra is in full force, but talk about full force. Blind Esports, nothing left behind for these guys. Ronnie, Buggy spins out in the open, gets knocked out and finished from the game. Team Insane, they put a full stop to Blind Story inside this game. As Power 2 got eliminated instantly. What a quick wipe that was from Team Insane. Blind Esports, they tried their luck against Insane, but you can never challenge them in a head-on-head collision. Team Insane's mechanical prowess is on another level.
Absolutely. On the other side, Team X-Pac, they certainly were dominating so far, but now they are heading the true juggernauts. Glitch X Reborn, they definitely have surprised us all. Their movements has been precise. Duke on that flank wants to close in the distance, but Roman OG...
Oh, Insane!
What just happened? Wait, what?
Hydra eliminated Team Insane with one single nade.
What?
Oh, this is insanity. Absolute insanity. Hydra, these guys are feeling themselves right now, but even Glitch X Reborn still in contention. Roman OG all by himself, Duke being knocked out, an extra bit of pressure being added, but Team X-Spark, they get a piece of that candy claimed.
Oh no.
Dreams was out in the open, and he manages to sneak away in the nick of time, so he's okay for now. Glitch X Reborn, pressure can be felt by Roman OG. He's the only survivor for the team. Or no, Ralph was with him, but he's the one who's scouting the terrains in the front. Ralph keeps on taking shots against Newman. This can be a tough terrain to escape from.
Absolutely. I think for Glitch X Reborn, survival is not really going to be their forte in this one. Two players surviving. Ralph trying to gatekeep Newman as well as Team Insane right now in tandem. Roman is in position already. One debut shot that was very close. And now Team Newman, they just overload this play, and Roman has been taken down of the picture.
Newman Gaming. Solid stuff. Clutch card. Instantly dealt with. It was actually Starboy from Hydra. What's happening to Hydra? These guys are rising up from the ashes. I mentioned this. If you speak statistically, this is Hydra's best map. And that's what they're proving. They're getting eliminations all across the board. They're just wrecking havoc. And Hydra makes a lot of sense too. They've got the high ground to play with. Genix FM, even they need to face up against the likes of Gladiator Esports. It's all down to Issue. Apollo from Revenant knocked out, instantly confirmed. Issue being all by himself. The pressure can be felt. The adrenaline's going to be through the roof.
It certainly will be, Necro. I like this circuit so far, right on the northern part of water treatment. You've got these little settlements that have been prepared. Hydra Esports on top. You've got Growing Strong in the backlines, just holding on the northern part of the circle. And then you've got Team Gladiators, Entity, Genix FM, Team Psych, just duking it out in their respective compounds. Gladiators possibly holding one of the best spots in this region. Will be able to dictate majority of the fights, but it's all about preserving your man advantage. It's all about patience in these urban warfares, isn't it? You've got Team Together Esports charging in from the other side, but now let's just have a look at the instant replay. One nade from Starboy, and that was it. That was lights out for Team Insane.
Gladiator Esports, Salty, all the players life.
Oh,
Hydra, they're getting chipped away. This is not good. Wall of Death moving up. Hydra needs to do something as quick as possible. They need to escape that spot. Do they have any type of vehicles left for that quick transportation? That's my question. Gladiators. These guys have been wrecking havoc. They've got such a solid cover to play with. Hydra with all the four players. They need to take care of the sidelines too. The Wall of Death is not going to be dishing out so much damage that you cannot afford to stay outside of it even for a moment. Anything you do needs to be calculated to perfection.
look at this though, the split coming in from Team Together Esports. The 2-2 split, 2 players on the eastern side, 2 players on the northern side. Well, Rolex and Psyker, their jobs are designated. They will have to stop growing strong. They will be looking to gatekeep and getting and acquiring those finish points. Clutch God being got out in the open. He will get knocked out. There is nothing that can save him from that. Godbond will find the connection. Tries to take those shots against Savitar, but through the wheels of the vehicle, it's going to be Striker from Team Strike who is going to strike him down.
He loses his toes. Godbot, instant resurrection is there. But TTE, they make the collision happen against Psych. But Psych, even they forgot to take care of the back lines. They're getting shot at from there. Striker knocked out. Even Orzi's going to be falling up the same fray. Solid Lisa still alive, so this man can be a big glimmer of hope for Psych. But for how long? That's the real question. Level 2 vest to play along with. And also level 2 helmet, which is half damaged. This can be a tough pill to swallow for Saad.
Exactly, Tenkro. I mean, look at Team Psych and his inventory, right? No throwables whatsoever. An entire army is approaching. Certainly, Kronal has been knocked out over there, but Saikat, we've seen this lad in the league stages, absolutely phenomenal. From the backlines, of course, Spark is going to get that finish. But oh my god, Hydra Esports, they were still surviving and nobody checked that angle.
All the way from the blue, Hydra was dishing out so much damage. With only 5 eliminations, they got taken away from the game, so not a lot of points accumulated by Hydra. Once again, a big shutdown for them. Newman Gaming, Savitar and Vixie, these two guys are alive. Resurrection on the Clutch God should be there. Genix FM, Gladiator Esports, Entity 2 once again staying so consistent inside the late game scenario. I just don't understand what has Entity had for lunch today.
I mean, neither do I, to be honest. We'll have to ask them after the broadcast ends, but they certainly are well settled. Gladiators possibly in the prime spot so far right now. They definitely have an opportunity, but one need coming in from Gamla Boy is going to finish off Saad. Striker is still alive, so Team Strike, they have another lifeline, but look at how Team Genix FM have spread themselves up. If Crypto and Vishu, they play this down to perfection, maybe they can hurt Gladiators on their path to victory in this one, don't you think so? The circle shifts once again, and it favors Crypto and Shogun in this one. I have no clue, Necro, what's going to down.
Newman Gaming in the back still with the high ground to play with. Entity Gaming, they've managed to secure 4 elimination points, but as usual, Entity's main forte has been the position points. Gamla Boy way too close to a potential threat. Striker definitely looking for the right moment to strike. Troy now starting to close up. The entirety of Entity is now starting to move across. Newman Gaming from the top is dishing out a lot of damage. It's understandable, but the cover fire from Gamla Boy is there. M16A4, not a weapon that you see being utilized that often, but Gamla Boy has no clue that Striker's really close.
I mean, this is information which is being withheld so far. Once again, another knockout being found. Genix FM, they are being picked up and they are being picked apart right now by multiple teams. Gamla Boy in a lot of pressure from Cycles. DBS action is there, but the 2v1. Entity, they clean up Team Together Esports, and now once again they're marching forward. All 4 players still surviving Necro.
Exactly, Gladiator Esports now finally start to make that death march. They've got the best compound to play with. Entity Gaming, they need to approach this. They need to choose violence. No other option left, and what a beautiful nade that was from Gamla Boy. But Shogun returns the favor. 2 players knocked, make that a 3rd one. It's all down to that one last man alive from Entity Gaming, which is Samraj, and even he gets dealt with. Oh, so much to deal with for Entity. But in the end, even that 3rd party from Newman Gaming was a big challenge from them. And now Newman Gaming out in the open for Gladiators. This is supposed to be a feast.
It definitely is going to be a feast. Just 2 players who are still surviving, holding on the backlines. Newman wanted to be a shadow in this fight, but they certainly have not faced the light of Gladiators, who are definitely marching towards victory as the players progress towards them, Necro. This is the end game.
The end game indeed. Gladiators, all the 4 players in the front. The wall of death moving up from the back. What can they do? What can they pull off? Delta PG leading the charge with that shotgun in his hands. Well, I like that spread from Newman Gaming. But that spread is a little bit too vulnerable, and as soon as I say that, the go-call's being made. What a beautiful nade that was. Justin gets the confirmation float up, and that's it. Newman Gaming wiped off instantly, shut down, and also it's the players of Gladiator Esports once again getting that victory assured for themselves. Some solid stuff.
Definitely some solid stuff. It was always coming, but Gladiator Esports, they made it count as soon as the circus shift towards them. This was a game and a half, ladies and gentlemen, but Necro, what a performance it has been so far. I mean, you've got to give it to the boys, especially when the circus shift to the right-hand side, that hard shift that we got to see. Gladiator Esports, they got that one little compound on the northern side of water treatment, and they never left it.
I mean, I was looking at the back because the crowd was going wild. Finally, the Giants, they have woken up from their sleep, and we see Gladiator Esports once again back in form. And well, I guess Johnny's back once again, ladies and gentlemen, over here on the desk. He was somewhere else, maybe. What were you doing, man?
Hey, man, everyone needs some nature call breaks, man. It's definitely fine. Was it a nature call?
Well, it was a hair call, actually.
It was a hair call. Mr. Animal needs a lot of time to fix his luscious loss of awesomeness, ladies and gentlemen. But you've got to give it to the boys of Gladiators right now, because this is their moment to shine. This chicken dinner was required. And now that they have it, I think we have another contender for the very top, don't we?
That is, of course, because once again, one thing is for sure, Entity's maintaining that consistency, dude. Once again, in the top 3 somehow. I just don't understand how Entity can pull that off. The Newman Gaming 2 on the 2nd spot. Now, Newman Gaming is doing a phenomenal job, that's for sure. Even they are starting to step things up. One thing is for sure, the name that we have given a day to, which is the day of comebacks, it is now starting to happen.
That is true, and especially Entity, as Necro mentioned, we were surprised with the level of consistency this team has been able to bring into the matches. But you also have to give it to the fact that they were desperate for this. One important thing, do not lose the top 5. And for Entity, it's about not losing the first position as well.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I think Team Entity, with consistent performances, they have sort of managed to keep it up.
First position, Blind Esports got eliminated quite early. Entity Gaming, still consistent. There's a chance the first position might just be taken away.
We certainly are
and
getting
Gladiators
very
win.
Spicy.
That means in the top 3, Gladiator Esports, they make it back on the 2nd spot.
Maybe.
Well,
I mean,
maybe. This is all speculations, ladies and gentlemen. We're all bad at math, but there are people in the production who are sitting and calculating all of this stuff. But what a game it has been so far. Teams we're expecting to be consistent. They are being consistent. Once again, a little bit of hiccups here and there, even for GlitchX Reborn in that situation. We saw that entire southern cluster where Team Soul was there, Team X-Park was there, 8-bit CS, and it got really messy. It seems like Kashvi, all the teams that she was supporting, they just came together and they duked it out.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, of course, as soon as Kashvi came on the stage, everyone was super excited. And I guess even the players got that extra bit of a motivation factor, right? Yeah. Newman Gaming out of nowhere, these guys stepped things up massively. Entity, I mean, these guys are just staying consistent. One thing is for sure, man, everyone was saying that Samraj was washed up because of that downfall that we saw. But then Samraj proven himself so well with that consistency. And as an IGL, you need to bring in that consistency in the team.
Exactly.
There's one thing I need to add to this, because Entity is very special in the sense that this team never overcomplicates anything on any map. Their main priority is just making sure that the players stay alive till there are 6 or 5 teams remaining inside of the game, and that is when they bring the action. Because if you notice, even in the previous Erangel, the finishes were missing. They were there in the top 4, but they did not have any finishes because they were never in a position where they felt confident to take the fight until the team just got eliminated. But this game was a little bit better.
Not just a little bit, I would say that was quite decent from them.
Well,
Hydra too, they were trying so well. Hydra wiped out, I think, Sublime, if I'm not wrong. They were the one to wipe out the entirety of Blind. And then they also wiped out another strong contender. So in general, Hydra is trying their best to get those elimination points.
With just 1 nade, finishing off the entirety of Team Insane. Once again, just dampening their hopes of making a comeback inside this tournament. Let's just talk about Team Insane as a matter of fact, right? Once again, you see those rusty rotations. You did not see that same amount of domination and the confidence that we see in the league stages. It seems like Team Insane, they are scrambling for positions and they are being cut off multiple times, Necro.
I would say they definitely do have the confidence. It's just that they're getting tackled so easily. It's just not working out. The play style that they like to play with, it's not working out anymore.
And it's simply put what you said yesterday, the fact that right now Insane has just become a little too predictable for everyone to play around them and to counter every single move that they made. It was Necro was perfectly on point yesterday when he said that during the league stages the element of surprise worked out quite nicely. But if you have 16 games to play, 18 games, my apologies, for against the same team, you will make sure you have their drops and their rotations down to the wire.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, of course, the map of Miramar, it certainly was very interesting. But we do have something very interesting prepared for you guys over from our friends at Loco.
You're asking for it? You're dying for it? Got it? You're asking for it? You're dying for it? asking for it? You're dying for it. Got it?
Well. Already you guys could watch this entire extravaganza 5 minutes earlier than the rest of the world inside of the Loco app. But now we do have something extra to add on top of it. The Loco Android TV app is out, ladies and gentlemen, and it is going to be amazing. I'm pretty sure the streaming experience for you guys who are consuming your favorite creators is going to be much better. But ladies and gentlemen, we've got to talk about the teams that is happening. There is a lot of scenes which are happening behind us as well, if you guys can observe. And if you have to experience that, you've got to come down to the AK Arena, Ahmedabad, right?
Salty, it's not the scenes, it's the extravaganza.
Oh, yeah.
And if you guys want to witness that, you guys need to be here in the arena itself. If you guys are in Ahmedabad and you're still not over here, what are you waiting for?
Exactly, it's simple.
Still 4 more games to go.
And our strategy is simple as well. Drop by and say hi. That's it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Just drop by, say hi. If you don't come, I swear to God, man.
And to be honest, right, guys, the flight path goes straight on top of AK Arena, so all you have to do is take a deep dive, just straight down. You don't have to glide away too much.
That is true.
That was an analogy that I picked up from
No,
BMPS.
guys, don't do that.
Hey,
just
come
take
on.
care of yourself, guys, all right? Take care of yourself. Make sure you're not getting hurt. But come over here, right? Drop by, say hi. We're right over here. We're amongst the crowds. The people are right next to us. So you guys can hear the crowd just cheering massively. And this is something you guys cannot see online because we're just teasing you.
The crowd, ladies and gentlemen, is getting riled up because a lot of things are happening. But once again, just continuing the conversation.
Pile Gaming is actually on the stage.
Wait, what?
Wow, I mean,
Oh, wow. You guys are missing out on quite a lot.
that is true.
Wait, guys. I mean, for sure, they certainly are missing. But I think no action is being left. For all of you guys who are not in Ahmedabad right now, it's perfectly fine. We're there. Salty, Johnny, and Necro, we are here to kind of keep you guys entertained throughout. And let's just continue the conversation of the tournament so far, right? We've got Team Insane slightly on the downward curve. Team X-Park as well on the downward curve as well. Expecting a little bit of momentum from Team Soul. That did not happen. Do you think this is a massive setback?
I don't think it's going to be a massive setback. It will be a small little setback for sure, but considering 4 more matches remain, and especially that game of Sanok that's going to be coming up next is something this team is going to be looking out for.
The game of Sanok, once again, I'm not here to cast. I'm just so happy,
It's
guys.
the one match you're not there.
Yeah, well, that's my favorite map, and I'm not over here. But you know, there's one cheating going on over here, too.
What?
Our audience can see the entire thing on the screen. They're not supposed to see it. Guys, hide it.
Wait.
Let's hide it.
They're not supposed to see it.
How do I do that? Like, do I climb on top of you guys to do it? Because it's perfectly fine. I think they can definitely enjoy it from back there as well. Possibly they just want us to move from away, but that is not going to happen, ladies and gentlemen. But
do you want us to move?
no, I don't think so.
We won't.
We won't. We certainly won't. Just like Team Entity won't give up on their chase for that #1 spot.
Exactly.
And it seems like Blind, they definitely struggled a little bit in this one, right? They were outside the zone. They were being gatekept by the likes of, I believe, Autobots and Entity. And that just put them in such a massive disadvantage. As soon as the circles shift away from Trader Feeds, me and Necro, we had the conversation that I think Team Blind, they're going to lose that edge on that control.
Every single time you have the circle towards that northwestern quadrant, you automatically assume that Blind is going to win this game.
Yes.
And they have earned that fate throughout their history, throughout their journey, from the BGIS till now. I mean, this team has just dominated Miramar every single time the circle has been towards the northwestern side. But not this time. I mean, not every single game of BGMI you will have the luck in your favor. And as you mentioned, as soon as they were pushed on that edge, things just started to fall apart.
I mean, one thing is for sure that we're finally seeing these big dogs click in.
Oh, yeah,
Blind
for sure.
Esports first game, second game, Gladiator Esports, Newman Gaming doing a good job. Team X-Park as well, showing some signs of brilliance. Hydra too, trying their best to make the comeback.
Yeah, true.
But one team is still struggling, and that's in the name of Revenant Esports. They need to do something, man. Revenant, it's something that we do not expect, and currently in the overall standings, the struggle is clearly being witnessed.
I mean, to be honest, I met Sensei for a wee while, and His point was simple, right? Today we are going for those finish points. Today we are trying to be as aggressive as we potentially can. But in the first two games, we did not really get to see the glimpse of it, did
we did. They were hunting down X-Park.
In the first match we did. I mean, the drop clash against X-Park was quite clear. But unfortunately, it is not working out. The aggression is not working out for Revenant.
Absolutely. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be moving on to the MVP of this particular game so far, of the map of Miramar, and it has to be Justin from the side of Gladiators. 4 finishes and 44.4% finish contribution. The universal MVP, ladies and gentlemen, is back.
I'm glad he called him the universal MVP, because Justin has been a prominent figure and a key member for the side of Gladiators for the last few months itself. The other player that helps him out, usually it's going to be Delta, but Delta did perform earlier on during the day. I guess it was Justin's turn in this game.
I mean, you mentioned about the universal MVP, and then I just instantly get reminded of Ninja Jod. I miss that guy from Godspeed, man. But yeah, we need to move on towards the top 5 players. Duo OP from Hydra, Sparky from GS, Ralph from GlitchX Reborn, and Gamla Boy from Entity Gaming. One thing is for sure, no matter how much I try to say good things about GlitchX Reborn and Entity, they're always going to be less. They have shown immense amount of improvements, and those tweaks and those tunings that they've done, it's working out perfectly.
That is true.
Absolutely, but ladies and gentlemen, let's just transition on to the point standing so far. Gladiators, a massive jump from their side, 24 total points acquired. You've got Newman Gaming on 20 points. When did they acquire the 8 finish points? Nobody witnessed that, but in the last fight, you got to see them making those wise decisions, and that's why they got those 12 position points. Moving on, Team Entity, 14 points as well.
There's one team we all missed out on, and I think we do need to bring them in discussion now. The Fearless Marathas, Gen X FM. 2 games back-to-back, a consistent day for Gen X FM. And I think with this match, they might have just taken over Team Soul and are going to be inching towards that top 8.
Exactly. They probably have taken over Team Soul without a doubt. Even Revenant's going to be underneath them.
True.
So that's a big problem for Team Soul and Revenant to deal with. Team Insane as we do move on forward towards the latter half of the board with the 9th spot in the rank. Sight also with 10th. A lot of big teams not being able to perform.
True.
This just means that they're going to be losing their spot.
And
you know, it seems like
heartbreaking.
momentum has still not been found, especially the ones. We talked about how day 1 was so important in order to build up that little bit of that momentum that we always talked about. Day 2, it seems like the teams haven't been able to stabilize, but look at this. The scenes from inside of the arena, the energy just rushing through the veins of all of these fans, and everyone is on their feet, on their chairs, and this is what you would love to see, right? This is the support that we always wanted for the biggest esports event that this country has ever seen.
Yeah, it is definitely insane what is going on here. Look at that, Kashvi, a few moments ago, we saw her on stage right now interacting with the fans that are there to cheer her on, and of course to cheer for the teams as well. Just a sea of people fill in this arena. I saw a few folks dancing in the stands as well, if you guys believe it. I mean, I believe one of them was holding a tree branch for some reason while dancing.
I mean, they're also just tearing their cards and making it rain on the top. So yeah, one thing is for sure, these guys are having a party.
Yeah, they're having a party, and one story I heard someone was trying to hunt down the drone that's flying around.
You know, there have been some very innovative signs.
Do not do that.
There's been some very innovative signs, and one particular signboard that I just saw. Somebody was expressing his love and affection towards his crush, and he wanted to be seen on the broadcast. He expressed his request to the cameraman to just show it on broadcast. I'm not sure.
Are you going to be the Cupid for that man?
I mean, I possibly can, but again, right, we'll have to find that out where exactly that person is once again.
No, Salty cannot be the Cupid. He's Mr. Steal Your Girl.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
you don't get that,
hey,
right?
No, man.
You look like a Cupid. You can be the Cupid.
Yeah, I can be the Cupid. Wow, okay. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I guess I can be the Cupid.
But,
man, you guys, you know what? Just say something.
It's completely fine, guys. These banters, they are going to continue. But, I mean, I'm pretty sure you guys are enjoying all this banter from the comfort of your home, and rightfully so. But if you're in Ahmedabad, do make sure that you come down to the AK Arena in Ahmedabad, because the atmosphere is something that you cannot miss out on. But once again, ladies and gentlemen, the map of Sanhok is about to arise, right? And this map is going to be quintessential for a lot of teams. GlitchX, they have openly expressed that this is their strongest map, or will be an opportunity to get back and reclaim all the lost ground that they have. Do you think that is going to happen once again? Back-to-back Sanhoks?
The previous game for GlitchX was pretty bad.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. So you can say that drop-off, now that the ball's not in their court, now that the wind's not in their sail, they need to once again regain the momentum back in the upcoming map of Sanhok.
True.
And once again, you know, I like to say that Sanhok brings in that RNG factor. It's quite random. You never know which team's going to pop off. Maybe Sight can take the trophy in that game. No one knows.
Exactly. And Team Psych, they've been phenomenal, Johnny. I think you have some opinion about this team,
I mean,
right?
Psych, with every single game that they play today, just look like a bigger and bigger threat for everyone else in this inside of the lobby. And considering that they have been building upon that momentum slowly and steadily, I think in Sanhok, if they are just patient in the first few stages and just focused on the fact that they need points, if they are willing to go for that heal battle strategy, I think Psych can definitely, if not the win, they can easily finish for the top 3.
They definitely can. But all that they've got to do is focus on the off maps. I think there have been teams, right? Teams who kind of focus on the maps of Sanhok and Vikendi, because Miramar and Renangle have been sort of the default grounds, the default hunting grounds for all the big names in the competition. But so far, ladies and gentlemen, the story has been set. Blind and Entity duking it out for the #1 spot. Who gets it? Let's just find out from the overall standings.
Entity at the top.
They reclaim their position. 101 points, Johnny.
Oh, but look at this. Even Gladiators are catching up to Blind. And yes, Entity becoming the first team to cross that 100-point marker. And of course, guys, we can't forget the fact that they did it without any chicken dinners.
That is true, but one more thing. I mean, I thought that I was pretty bad at calculating stuff, but I was right. Gladiators breaching inside top 3. Entity taking that first spot, and that's the only team without chicken dinners to have reached the 3-pointer marker, and then Newman gaining inside the top 4. Insane being pushed down in the top 7. This is tough. Insane was inside the top 5. We mentioned they just need to hold on to that spot.
Even Glitch, look at guys, they have dropped to the 6th position. When they started the day, they were in the top 3, but the lack of performance, at least in the first 2 games, has forced them down. Although, still, the position is manageable. They need 1 game in their favor, and they will be able to move into the top 4 at least. Top 4 take the leap to top 5.
GenX FM in the top 8.
Yes,
a big
that is impressive.
Improvement. A massive leap taken from GenX FM. That means these guys are on the run to make it inside the top 5 at the end of today's day, and that can be big. 8-Bit CS though being pushed down on the 9th spot. A big blunder. Revenue Esports on the 10th. Hydra on the 11th.
I have one question to you, gentlemen. As we approach the map of Sanhok, we are almost about to reach the center stage, the middle grounds of this grand finals. 9 matches will be played so far, and especially for the teams, the big names who are on the second page. Do you think time is running out and they will make some desperate moves at this point?
I think after this game, for sure.
Desperation should be seen. As I mentioned, first 3 games is completely okay. You can still experiment things. But if the first 3 games have passed by and still you're not able to get anything done, the rest 3 games, it should be violence.
I think we'll give them the leeway for 1 more map, because the next map after Sanhok is going to be Vikendi. And Vikendi, as we all know, is an extremely slow game. So even if you play passive, you can go ahead and secure those placement points for yourself. In the late game, you walk away with 3 to 4 eliminations easily. So securing points on Vikendi should not be that difficult, especially if the teams realize that, alright, desperate times call for desperate measures, and one of the most desperate moves in the game is the heal back strat.
I just remember one more thing. Sanhok, Revenant, it's like a whole love story. We just need to remember. So Revenant, they can't have the redemption arc right now in the top 8. I'm just putting it out there.
Revenant needed 1 game of Sanhok inside of BGIs, ladies and gentlemen, to completely flip the script. And it seems like if 1 map has to be taken down for Revenant, they will be looking out for this one, because we know their gunpowder is sorted. We know that their firepower is still there. The rotations are still there. They just haven't really found to manage and back up each other in different fights, right? They have fought as an individual. They've been successful as well. We've seen Fierce is still marching on the MVP standings. Apollo has been very brilliant in those 1v1 situations. But when it actually comes to playing as a unit, it seems like they are a little lackluster. But we do proceed towards the map of Sanhok, and I'm so excited, ladies and gentlemen. Before we head to all the 16 teams who are going to be duking out, let's just continue our preparation once again. Prediction time.
Oh, Gladiators.
I'm going to go with Insane.
Insane and Gladiators. Well, there you have it. But Ladies and gentlemen, we are approaching the 9th game, the 9th map of this particular Grand Finals, BMPS 2023, and the Big Bird is back up in the skies. But this time, you've got a flight path, which is very, very interesting, very much skewed up towards the northern side, Johnny, my co-pilot. What do you have to say about this destination?
I mean, this is one team that's going to be in love with this flight path, that's going to be blind. And of course, the next one is going to be X-Park, but we all know that Camp Alpha story. Even yesterday we saw it in action. This time around though, I believe there is a possibility of a third squad joining the fray, but let's find out. First things first, Sanhok, we always expect an early drop clash somewhere to happen on the map. This time around we're going to try and figure out between which teams will the drop clash be. X-Park and Blind, the 4-man split drops from either side, and it seems like there might be a little bit of collision as Manya, look at him, he's moving quite close to Spray God.
He definitely is, and once again the circle once again drops in on the trifecta, taking 3 islands in contention. Now this is one of my favorite circles, Johnny, especially on the map of Sanhok, because it complicates things so much more. Look at this, you've got another potential drop collision happening as Team Soul and Newman, they're also in close contestation. Gladiators on the side of Paradise Resort, they will be one of their picks. They will be the favorites for this one, but Team Soul, they have suffered initial contact.
Oh, initial contact, and this one is not in their favor as Newman finds the opening pick of the game, and Newman again, quite a strong build-up in momentum, especially today, breaking into a wonderful position in the overall ranking. And so look at their drop, a 4-man split cut down to a 3-man squad already, and it's going to be difficult for Neo to regroup with his teammates as well, considering Newman are going to be the squad blocking his way.
So far, they definitely have taken one of the big cogs of Team Soul out of the equation. And they're going to be hurt. I mean, this map was so essential for Team Soul to building that momentum. The first game definitely raised hopes, but the second one dampened it. And this one might crush it, Johnny.
Oh, I agree. It's going to be so tough for them to survive. But it is Team Soul, even with 3 players, and we know their game plan for Sanhok has been that heal battle strat for a while. So it's still going to be on the board. Unless Neo gets picked off, then that is definitely the only game plan they are going to be left with. In the meanwhile, we do have the players of Hydra on our screens, starting from boot camp this time. There's no one around them, so they won't really be feeling even a single bit of extra pressure in the early game stages, but let's see how the rest of the match plays out for them.
You know, I think every single team who kind of proceeds to this location will be feeling stressed, but now look at this Gobbler boy! He's been hit back in a matter of a flash. What did Fate do in this one? He was almost brought down to about 5 HP, but then this man turns around, slaps him.
Entity, the early start, the split approach not really working out. GS, they have done their homework, realizing Entity on this map of Sanhok like to start extremely slow. Players looking to just stack up those first stage one after the other. And GS catching Gamla Boy off guard. Somraj and Troy were quite close to that position, but aren't really in the perfect spot to challenge or at least pick off Faith, who is extremely low right now without any first aids out in the open. His teammates tend to bring him something to replenish that HP bar.
Exactly, but I think since they are very close to the shorelines with every other team just far away from each other, I mean, even Entity, as a matter of fact, like the rest of the 3 players, they're very far away. So I don't really think Faith has got to count his timings and count his hours that he's yet to live. But look at this, Blind Esports once again having the high ground, the Temple Hills, of course. Now, they do have the likes of Team Psych right underneath them, but we have a very interesting split here, Johnny. We've got Team X-Park in a 3-1 split, 3 players on the north. Pokar just holding down to the trifecta region. I don't understand what exactly is happening.
You know, as we were talking about Blind, I think they should avoid staying on top of that hill after what happened yesterday. I mean, if there was a question, I mean, a question that we've been asked since we were kids, if your friend jumps off a cliff, will you follow up? Blind answered that yesterday. All 3 players leaping to their inevitable death. But this time around, I think they are going to be a little bit more careful. X-Park, as you mentioned, Pokar extremely close to the players of Team Soul, and he's going to try and avoid the conflict. Has avoided being spoiled out up until now, but now finally realized maybe Neo just took a peek in the backlines, and Pokar's position is going to be compromised for sure. X-Pac, the rest of the players, they're trying to move towards their teammate, trying to bring the backup in, make sure that in case a fight breaks out, Puka is not left there stranded alone.
Well, talking about being left stranded alone, we saw what happened yesterday. Team X-Pac, that split that they played with, kind of really not paid off, and this time once again it sort of seems like
look at that.
They did regroup, right?
Yeah.
They did regroup, and they have to, but once again just holding down to the shorelines. We know it attracts so much attention, but Team X-Pac, they're still proceeding towards it. It seems like the only way they want to get out of this game is with a lot of points, but now look at this, Team Soul, they arrive.
He just needed his teammates around him, and now Puka is willing to take the fight. Team Soul, the first shots fired from X-Pac, connected on Neo. Oh, he managed to cross towards the other side of the shack safely. But X-Pac, they haven't given up yet, still putting the pressure, still building up the damage upon the players one after the other. We have Akshat who's been dropped extremely low. The nade, oh, it need to land on the other side, but here's the third party from Blind, ladies and gentlemen, out of nowhere. Ronnie shows up, Akshat hits the floor. It's going to be an easy finish in the back for Blind Esports.
Easy pickings for Blind and Team Soul. They are being picked apart. They are being hunted from multiple directions. Team X-Pac, they distracted them, but Blind Esports executed them. And now they're left with just two players, Omega and Neo. They have to do something massive to bring this team back from the brink of death. It seems like for Neo it's going to be an impossible task, because now Team X-Pac, they are proceeding, they're charging.
And Team Soul, they lost one in the early stages, now two more are down. And X-Pac, they need to realize the fact that as soon as they exit these houses, these huts, they will be in the line of fire of Blind Esports next. They need to be a little bit careful. If you're wondering where the last surviving player, or in fact the IGL of Team Soul was, well, here is Omega. He's going to play the shorelines of the Camp Alpha Island, or, well, in fact, he is actually going to rotate all the way towards that center island, maybe.
He will be looking to rotate, but I mean, I'm not really sure how long this man is going to be surviving. Look at this. What is happening? Team Entity. So just got in the middle of nowhere.
Revenant has surrounded this man, and he is going to try his level best to survive, but Apollo, he face checks him, the slam. Oh, it works out. The TBS shots connect to his chest, and Revenant, they have the second finish that they were looking for, but Entity, they are also down to their last player. This game is just not really working out for them. And especially considering the circle as well is on top of Camp Alpha Island, this is the opportunity that Blind needs to take that first position away from Entity on the overall leaderboard.
Exactly. Unless and until they jump down from the Temple Hill, of course.
Oh, I mean, that's just Blind being nice to the competition.
Yeah, they certainly are very nice people, but when there's no escape in this tournament, you have to be merciless.
Yeah, you have to be merciless. But I mean, yesterday, it was, you know what was the most hilarious part about that leap yesterday was the fact that I think the plan was to drop down, just take as low damage as possible while the fall happens. And of course, after that, finish off the one player they were trying to hunt down. And that individual, I'm pretty sure, must have panicked. But as soon as he saw the players drop and crates forming, I'm pretty sure even he would have laughed.
I mean, laughters are going to be there everywhere inside of this arena. This is one of the reasons why BGMI there, it makes everyone smile, but certainly one team who, in fact two teams who will not be smiling will be Team Soul and Entity. And for now it seems like Crypto as well is not going to be smiling because Rico, he definitely has spotted some fishes in the waters.
Oh, Gen X FM spotted out. Autobots trying to secure a few extra finishes to their name. Mr. Spray already one on the board, but Rico this time looking to be consistent. Waiting for Crypto to pop his head from the surface of that water. But Gen X FM, I think Crypto should be able to make a clean escape from here on out, including the rest of the players from Gen X FM have the priority in this position. If they cross over to the Camp Alpha Island and the circle moves towards the northwestern quadrant of the map and sticks to that island, Gen X FM will be in the perfect spot to gatekeep the players of Autobots, get their revenge, and also get those points.
Well, talking about getting those points, Gen X FM, they certainly have a very good position to gatekeep, but I wonder what is happening on the trifecta, because from the map feed, multiple teams are headed in that direction. Team X-Pac were always there, Hydra Esports were always there at boot camp as well, but one team that has made a very interesting rotation from Lakawi on towards the southwest island, towards the shorelines, is going to be GlitchX, and we've seen this rotation before. But the one difference from yesterday, the last Sanhok that we witnessed, is the fact that Newman is going to be gatekeeping the other side of the bridge. This is not going to be 8-bit, as we do have the map in front of our screens, ladies and gentlemen. Have a look at this. Glitch X Reborn right next to the bridge. But I think they do realize they have the presence of Newman all over the other side of the shorelines. This is going to be a massive challenge to cross over.
Oh, it will be a massive, massive challenge and a massive hurdle for any team to cross over. Plus, it's not just you, Newman, who is going to be who you will be worried about, or any other team for that matter, who are trying to gatekeep the bridge, the access to that Camp Alpha Island. You will also be panicking for the teams sticking to either the Ruins Island or towards the bootcamp shorelines, because the line of fires are pretty straightforward. You don't even have to control the spray that much. The distance between the two islands, or in fact the three islands from the shore, from shore to shore, isn't that great. It's very easy to land sprays across the river. It's very easy to get those pricks across the river. And of course, once you actually make it through to the Camp Alpha Island, then you have the gods of destruction sitting on top of that hill in the form of blind esports that will make you panic no matter who you are.
You know, I think the teams have to be very creative on how they want to make this rotation right now, because with Blind, Newman, Team X Spark, Psych just holding on to that Camp Alpha Island, I think the teams are sort of conditioned to these sort of circles, right? They know on how to make that early call out, how to make that early rotation inside of this island and just hold those ideal drop locations. I think Newman right now, they are in one of the prime spots. No disturbances from Blind, but so many teams approaching them from the other side of the bridge. They will be able to choke them to death as much as they possibly can.
But look at this. This is the first time we're seeing something interesting, and we should have mentioned this at the start of the game as well. Gladiators opting for a very interesting strategy in this matchup. Normally, you would see this team take control of bootcamp as early as possible, and they would play the rest of the match from there on out. But not this time. This time, Gladiators, they are doing what they would normally do on the map of Miramar. They're starting from that eastern edge and playing extremely slow. We did see Delta and Destro sticking in that blue zone, but now have finally pushed through and will look to regroup with Justin and Shogun in the Paradise Resorts itself. And from there on out, maybe a northern rotation towards that Hathin Bridge, where I don't know if Gladiators are going to assume a gatekeeping option from the competition, but if they do, I think they should be prepared to take the fight against the Autobots and Gen XFM. What do you think?
I think they will be able to, but not right now.
It'll be an important decision.
It's going to be a little bit of a lull phase in this game so far, but as soon as I say that, Hydra Esports, they certainly do spot Team Together Esports coming in, approaching them from the southern hills of bootcamp. Hydra, they've been holding on to this position for a while right now. Are they still banking on the fact that the circle might come back to the mainland?
I think so.
But this is bad. This is problematic because, again, majority of the focus, I think almost 70% of the circle is on the Northwest Island, ladies and gentlemen. The mainland only covers the rest 30. And it seems like it's going to be a challenge for them to sort of cross over right now, considering we said so many teams on the shorelines. But now look at this, Team 8-bit CS getting so close to comfort.
Oh, this is going to be intense. Glitch on our screens now. It seems like are ready to take the fight against anyone and everyone who is in front of them. Yesterday as well, the game of Sanhok, a brilliant conversion from the side of Glitch Reboard. But as you mentioned, 8-bit CS, seems like they might just walk into a sandwich all of a sudden. They've managed to cross over to the main to the Camp Alpha Island, but in the middle of nowhere. Also could be in the crosshairs of Team X. Park Dreams, he knows exactly where the vehicles went. Position is crosshair to the edge of the factory. Mighty spotted out. Trying to take the shots, but Mighty steps back in right in the nick of time.
I mean, he certainly does, but this fight, it's going to drag on for a while because the circle right now on the Northwest Island just makes life so much more difficult. As you look at this, right from Team Psych's noses, you've got Hydra Esports sneaking in. Starboy has already made the cross. The rest of the team, Spray Dora and the crew, they are going to follow suit as well. Even Glitchix Reborn, wait, what?
Yeah.
They've actually made the crossover onto the Northwest Island as well.
Well, let's see. Glitch, they have made it through, but I think their strategy on Sanhok is a little bit different from what we see from teams usually. Glitch opting for survival instead of the aggression. Going strong, Sparky. Pretty sure he hears the commotion from the players of Revenant, but What is the decision going to look like for the players of Growing Strong?
Well, Growing Strong, slowly and steadily, they are closing in the distance. Faith and Eclipse.
Yeah.
Are they on that journey of preparing that flank? Are they prepared to take this fight? It seems like even Fierce is on the backlines.
Oh, but somewhere else on the map, Insane have been put under pressure, and I believe it was from the players of Blind. One knock was secured. Jazzy put on his knees, and now looking for a few more. The nade lob from Ronnie does absolutely nothing. And Insane with the smoke do deny him the vision. Look at how far away the players of Blind Esports are from each other. Otherwise, Insane would have been done. But what is happening over here? Growing Strong had all the information to work with, and Revenant with how they were positioned, it felt like the fight was inevitable. But GS, they avoid the conflict, they avoid the collision, they back off, and they are looking for a reset.
They certainly are looking for a reset, but now look at this, Genix FM. Crypto in a 1v4 situation needs being cooked, and Rico will be finishing him off without any difficulty whatsoever. The rest of the players from Genix FM though, it's a wise decision not to engage in this fight because they knew Crypto was only stationed there to hold this team back and buy some time for the rest of the team, right?
They know where he is. Why is that nade not a low toss over there? It should be an easy finish for the players of Autobots to secure. Crypto has nowhere. As soon as they say that, they start to fall back, and here's the slap coming in from the side of Gladiators. They challenge the Autobots, and the Autobots, instead of rolling out, are falling down one after the other. A squad wipe in a matter of seconds, and the Gladiators, they show up in style.
They certainly do, and the entire arena is riled up. Only Shogun was knocked out, but that's still fine. What a crossover it was, and now Gladiators are going to find themselves so much space on the northern part of the circle. Hatin, of course, is still not in contention. A little corner of it is still there in the zone, but Team Gladiators will be looking to inject themselves. This is one of the safest spots in the circle right now so far.
For the first time, we're witnessing a slow Sanhok, by the way, this entire tournament. This wasn't the pace at which the map was played. This time around, everyone's being so cautious, and again, it is all due to the fact of what we were talking about before the match began. Such an important game for everyone, the halfway marker for the grand finals, and if you aren't in the top 8 after this, the amount of stress that will be on the IGLs of the teams in the second half of the rankings, it's going to be next level. Genix FM definitely have recovered quite nicely, but in this game they're going to look for a top 3 finish to improve their rankings going into that map of Wakendi.
Well, Genix FM have a very long way to go, certainly, because the circle shifts southwards, and it's right at the edge of the Northwest Island. Glitchx Reborn surviving with 3 players, Blind with 3 players inside the circle. In fact, 2 players inside, while the rest of the others, Manya specifically just gatekeeping the lads from Gladiators. Shots being fired. I wonder where or what is Gladiators going to do right now. But look at this, even Growing Strong, they are struggling to make that crossover. Newman still haven't moved in from that gatekeeping situation.
Yeah. Newman just want to take on the players of GS, I feel like. They did see them and they're waiting for them to cross over, inviting them into their crosshairs, but it's not going to be as easy as it appears. In the meanwhile, Revenant still looking to cross towards that Camp Alpha Island. And at this point, I believe it's going to be a little too late. There's already going to be teams blocking the shoreline. But, ladies and gentlemen, a little bit of a recap of what happened to the side of Autobots. And the answer is simply just Gladiators. Gladiators happened.
Gladiators annihilating Autobots in that one.
Yeah.
But in this one, we do have some fights taking up. It is Team Hydra Esports. They certainly are approaching the Titans. Team X-Pac. Beautiful formation from them. Genix FM trying to make an escape, but they've been shut down, Johnny.
What a spray from Duora. Does manage to secure the knock, but will the finish be in his hands as well? The answer is no. It does get stolen by the players of X-Pac, I believe, and Hydra now. The focus is going to reset, and they're going to be focused on X-Pac, but they completely ignored the flag of Spraygard, and the man makes them pay. X-Pac, a brilliant conversion, one after the other. Players of Hydra are hiding the floor, and Sarang as well, not looking to stop anytime soon. Hydra down to their last player, who's playing behind the ridge. Spraygard is going to be shut down finally, but Sarang looks to help him out, and he gets all the help he wants. Dragons. Hydra, they take an exit on the 14th position with no eliminations in this match.
Absolutely, the Dragons have been struck by lightning. It seems like they have been electrocuted. It's not just them. Dream from the backlines is going to find Psychic and knock him down. Kronal as well is going to get taken down by Revenant. Sevi is going to be the only one who still survives, but he's in the jaws of death. Right next to 8-bit CS, who have been holding on to that compound forever. Revenant Esports still trying to make their presence felt. 3 players surviving, 4 finishes on them. I like where they are currently stationed on the shorelines. There is absolutely nobody. But if Team 8-bit CS do manage to try and take them out, they might catch them without any cover whatsoever. They also have that presence of that lone survivor, Omega, as of now. Omega is still surviving, Johnny. This is interesting stuff.
Yeah. You talk about Omega surviving. Do you see that blue dot at the southern edge of the radar? That's Somraj, by the way, the last surviving player of Entity Gaming. So he's also still present in this matchup. Justin, the last survivor from the side of Gladiators, is still present. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the beauty of Sanhok. Even if it's just one man left and that man has enough first aid, you still walk away with a few extra points. But Salty, this is a sad update. Omega just got finished off, and along with him, Team Soul, they get eliminated from this match.
They will get eliminated. Once again, we talked about this. Just crushing their hopes, crushing that momentum. They definitely do need a miracle to make a comeback, but Somraj, even he needs a miracle to actually make it inside the top 5 potentially, because with just 3 first hit, it's not going to be enough. But look at this, Team Gladiators. They catch Team Cypher off guard, and one of their players, Orva, is down already, Johnny.
Well, he's going to be knocked out, but there's still opportunity for them to recover. Gladiators still looking to push. Orva gets finished off by the zone. The point goes to the Gladiators themselves. But look at this, Gladiators, they are in the blue, and I think they forgot about the fact that the blue zone does a lot of damage now, since it is the 5th stage of the game. Just down to their last player, Entity on our screen, Stormraj fighting till his final breath. 2 first aids remaining, and at this point, there's all hope of Entity of securing extra points in this match are going to be gone. Just 2 finishes in the hands of Somraj. He's looking for first aid, just so desperate. Looks to secure a few points, lines up the spray. 1 knock secured, secures the finish. That's the 3rd on the board. And the last few moments, Somraj makes sure that Entity will at least have 4 points from this game of Sanhok and not nothing.
Well, speaking of nothing so far, this team is also moving, marching towards a little bit of a domination spree as of now. Glitchx Reborn, this is their strongest map. They love playing this map. They've been very vocal, they've been very efficient. And it seems like once again they have avoided all the hurdles to make their mark in that Northwest Island. They currently are approaching the main circle, but they do have one obstruction in front, and that's going to be the likes of Revenant Esports. Polo being gone out in the open, spray being whiffed over there by Duke. But it seems like now their position has been given away, Johnny.
Yeah, but the Duke still have the high ground advantage, and Duke has backup available as well. Revenant, though, as you mentioned, have a little bit of extra information. Earlier, they weren't really aware about Glitch holding on to that flank, but now Polo is going to be ever so cautious moving forward. Down to 17 players alive. And X-Park and Blind, 2 of the only teams that have all 4 players left in their lineups. Glitch down to 3. It seems like 8-bit CS might be on the verge of getting eliminated, as Juicy is going to be the last man surviving. 1 shot connect. He's down to a sliver of HP, and X-Park, they aren't afraid to go for the push. Puka, look at him go, but from the flank he's going to be dropped, and he's going to hit the floor as Blind. They chime in for a 3rd party. X-Park getting absolutely destroyed. Sarang, the last surviving player, he's hiding out in the open, and I think Blind, this is going to be a massive game from their end. 11 eliminations already secured. S-Power on the hunt in that buggy. 13 is the number now in a matter of seconds, and they aren't done yet. Blind Esports.
They certainly aren't done, Johnny. A 2-2 split coming in from them, just spotting and taking everyone down in their way. We are down to the top 6 teams, ladies and gentlemen. Revenant, they're going to be hunted down by Knuckle. 14 eliminations. This team is on a
15.
domination spree. Make it 15, and now Chris OP has been spotted as well. Glitchx Reborn. This is such a tough time for them.
I mean, this is going to be a tough time because Glitch is the only team that stands a chance to take out Blind. It is a 4v2 between these 2 squads. And Insane's Heart, well, he has a DPS, but what a peek coming in from Manya. What a phenomenal move. And of course, it seems like there's a little bit of rivalry between the players of Blind as well. Knuckles with 5 eliminations, Espa with 5, and Manda is now looking to increase his own numbers. Ronnie gets picked off. There's just one more man remaining from the side of Glitch. It's going to be Chris OP. He's pinned down. Blind, they are on the hunt. 17 eliminations for Blind. 3 more players remaining on the board. They are going to get a few more. Destro gets eliminated. The heal battle comes to an end. Glitch, they're down to their last player. Chris is going to be picked off. Mania gets the finish. Even the IGL gets another one on the board. The last man in the game that stands in the way of the chicken. Juicy, he tried to deny it, but no, says Blind. They get that point, and they get themselves a big, a massive, a very juicy chicken dinner.
I kind of like the wordplay right there. A very juicy chicken dinner indeed. But what a game it was. What a massive statement coming in from Team Blind. So many eliminations secured in that game. And of course, they always had it in their bag. They were always at the center of the circle, never giving in a chance to their opposition. Glitch came close, but not enough.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely came close, but have to give props to the players of Xbox as well. I did not think they were going to be able to survive that long.
Yeah, that is true, but 3 games and 2 chicken dinners. I guess this is the start of Blind Esports' domination.
Yeah.
This is what's going to be happening, ladies and gentlemen, maybe in the future, if no one else is going to be putting that full stop.
And the contenders this time were the ones taking an early exit. Is that how the story is going to unfold? One game, Blind does well, Entity falls. The next game, Entity wins, Blind takes a tumble. Game number 3. If the trend goes, Vacant D is going to go in the hands of Entity.
Just look at the positive side, though. At least GlitchX is still consistent. Still over there, somewhere in the top 5, I guess. So, as I mentioned, in day 2, all you need to do is defend your spot inside the top 5. And then in day 3, go all guns blazing, baby.
Absolutely. But even the 3rd and the 4th place teams like Gladiators and Team X-Park, they also had a pretty decent outing. Most importantly, Team X-Park, right? 9-10 eliminations on board. That is a massive number. And when you include the amount of position points they had acquired, I think this team did fairly well. Gladiators, though, on the initial stages, the way they took down Autobots, it felt like Gladiators was proceeding to another chicken dinner, but little did they know that their rotation was going to be cut off.
It was a late rotation, and again, guess who was the reason that Gladiators weren't able to move inside the circle? It was Blind. They're controlling that Temple Hill, and this is a fact now. It is one of the rules, it is one of the fundamentals of BGMI on Sanok that if a circle is there on Camp Alpha Island, you don't even think about when you think about the second position, because the first is automatically for Blind.
That is true. I mean, in general, that island is theirs. There's a reason. At this point, we might as well just call it the Blind Island, because that's what they've been ruling for so far. Yeah, we might as well, because they have been dropping there consistently, as they have been coming out on top and consistently.
Instead of Temple Hill, now it's Blind's Hill.
Might as well. Or maybe the entire Blind Island. I think so. That's like a better one to say.
There are other teams that also do drop there, and X-Park also
but they do not come out on top, though, right?
X-Park has been consistent with that drop. I mean, they've made it to the top 3, top 4 consistently, and it's not that bad, to be honest.
I mean, it's still about winning, though. We're talking about statistics and the win percentage, and Blind Esports, they've definitely excelled.
Hey guys, look at this, look at this.
But you know what?
Basic human need. Basic human need. BMPS 2023. He's so right.
No, basic human needs is bread,
water, was there
and a chicken dinner for Team Soul.
Oh.
You never read the whole thing, do you, Salty?
Come on, Salty.
I did not read the whole thing, guys. Sorry. Pardon me for that, all right? Still fine.
Salty's attention span is too low.
It's still fine. That made sense. Basic human need, BMPS 2023. That's what all of these BGMI fans do need right now. But for Blind, it seems like their march towards the very top, it has definitely come to a point where there's a massive gap between them and everyone else. And when we actually come to the midway stage of this tournament, do we officially call it that the rest of the tournament is all going to be about that second place? Because possibly...
No.
Hey, look, we cannot forget 8-Bit CS2. They're in the top 3. And even they're now looking forward to make that comeback happen. Yes, they were pushed on the latter half of the board, but that means that just awoken the sleeping giant. And now they're awake.
I agree.
To be honest, 8-Bit CS, we'll have to find that out where exactly will they come up. But look at this. I mean, some great moments being shared. Some amazing talent from all across the country. You've got Thug, you've got Mercy, you've got Mamba, Pyle. We just witnessed Pyle herself on stage. Just always there to entertain the crowd, to bring the energy back up once again. And it seems like there is no lack of energy in the arena, ladies and gentlemen. And it'll never be. And one good thing about you is that if you're not here today, and it seems like it is late for you, tomorrow is going to be an absolute blockbuster, because tomorrow is the final day of BMPS 2023 Grand Finals. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, let's just have a look at the IRL highlights of this particular one, because it was a blast. Sanhok has always lived up to his expectations, and it seems like the expressions will sort of give us everything.
Exactly. I mean, this game was extremely intense. It was extremely entertaining. Enjoyed the aggression that was there during the mid-game stages as well. But the rotations were so awkward for a lot of these teams, especially Gladiators. Now, what was that? For the first time, we see them not be in Paradise Resort.
Well, I mean, Gladiators, maybe they wanted to pull something off new, I guess, because they probably thought that, okay, their position is inside Paradise Resort. There's a chance they can be easily tackled. Maybe that's what they thought, or maybe something else was going through their mind.
I believe it was them looking out for more first aids, because I think in a desperate movement, you do need that heal battle to happen. And Delta was the man in this match who was just forced into that heal battle situation, considering his teammates were finished off.
You remember MICI Esports?
Yes, Sanchez.
The champions, the kings of heal battle, and they actually won one game with just heal battle. If you remember, it was the game of Vikendi. I still remember Team Mayavi. They got eliminated in the final.
Even Gamla Boy, at least, I mean, during the league stages, was able to get a win with just the heal battle itself. So, I mean, those things happen, and they're not that rare anymore.
They definitely don't. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, let's just talk about the MVP. It's going to be a battle. I felt it was all about Team Blind, but Spray got from Team X-Pac. Little do we expect this man to come back. He definitely made a statement that he wants to bring his aggressive best up front, and it seems like he has done that. 840 points of damage and 6 finishes. That was amazing.
Yeah, incredible stuff. And then you move on forward and take a look at Knuckle 2 from the side of Blind Esports, 6 finishes. Duke from GlitchX Reborn with 4. Ronnie there, 2 from the side of Blind. As usual, if Blind Esports is going to win, there's at least going to be 3 players of them inside the top 5.
That is true. I mean, it is going to be exciting if you see the entirety of Blind in the list of top 5 players. But I guess, I mean, even Blind is trying to make that happen right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's just have a look at the point standings right now. You have to have a look at this. A 30 bomb being dropped in by Blind. A chicken dinner with 19 eliminations. 34 points in total. Almost more than double of what their closest contenders are.
Exactly. And then you move on forward and take a look at Gladiators, as you rightfully pointed out. Yeah, decent amount of points still secured. I guess consistency is something that's going to count. You just need to be inside top 5. 8-bit CS making that climb once again. Team X-Pac 12 points accumulated.
But I mean, X-Pac was, I mean, the aggression they brought in. Had they been able to survive, this would have been a phenomenal game from their end. But still, 12 points is not a shabby performance. It's actually decent. But Blind, they were something else in this match entirely. But look at that, Necro. We were talking about Gen X FM and how incredibly they have built the momentum today. But it seems like this might just be the momentum breaker for them and their day.
Well, speaking of momentum breaker, to be honest, I think the fact that Team Soul, Hydra, Gen X FM, all of these 3 teams with 0 points, a massive roadblock on Team Soul and their momentum, right, that they acquired in the first game. Everyone were on their feet because they knew that the revolution was coming. We knew that the revolution was coming, but that did not happen, ladies and gentlemen. But let's just move on to the overall standings and find out what is the situation right up front. Blind and Gladiators, the made a climb entity, have been pushed down.
Big lead, ladies and gentlemen, from the side of Blind Esports. Now, Johnny's trying to point something out, but listen, Johnny, I don't understand. I'm too bad with maths. You're pointing 4 fingers.
No, I said 22.
22 points difference, okay. So it's 22 points difference between the first and the second spot. Salty, don't look at me that way, all right? Don't look at me that way. Entity Gaming on the 3rd, you've got Glitch on the 4th, and Team X-Pac on the 5th. Now, guys, remember this. We were speaking about how Team X-Pac was struggling the whole time, and finally they're back inside the top 5. Day 2 is indeed the day of comebacks.
But look at this, all of the hard work that Gen X FM did in the first 2 matches, it seems like has finally finally it has started to fade away as the team that was there in the top 8 after the game of Miramar have again dropped outside the top 8 and find themselves where? On the 10th position.
Absolutely. Now, things definitely are starting to heat up, ladies and gentlemen. And now it seems like with Blind Esports starting to make that leap, Entity are slowly slowing down. They haven't really showed up. They have been consistent throughout. But that aggression that we saw from yesterday, it seems like that is lacking. Do you feel like there is less confidence in this team?
I wouldn't really say there's less confidence. I would just say it's the effects of day 2.
Yeah,
that's all I'm
I
saying.
agree with that. I mean, the slowdown, I mean, at least the start of the day was quite decent when the day started with that map of Erangel. Especially, we were hopeful that we were going to witness a tough fight. And up until Miramar, we did, in fact. But now, Blind, they have gotten the difference. Guess what Entity needs in order to get that back in their favor? They need a win. The next map is Vikendi. If things go right, you never know.
Vikendi, and Vikendi usually is something that even the weakest of the weakest can actually have a chance to make a comeback. So maybe in Vikendi things can be flipped around.
You know what?
Thanks to our amazing casters, of course. यहाँ बैठे live भी हम लोग matches enjoy कर रहे हैं. घर बैठे लोग भी enjoy कर रहे हैं. लेकिन मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ कि अगर आप
a lot of things and a lot of things are happening backstage as well. And all of this, you guys have to experience this when you come to the AK Arena. As of now, we are going to move to Rohit where he's going to do something very, very interesting.
तो ये vibe अलग ही महसूस हो जाता है क्योंकि यहाँ कमाल के लोग आते हैं, interactions होती हैं, सेल्फीज होती हैं, ऑटोग्राफ्स होती हैं. एंड इसीलिए अभी एक नहीं 2 कमाल के लोगों को यहां पर मैं बुलाना चाहता हूं. सो जोरदार तालियों से लेट्स वेलकम द वन एंड ओनली घातक. घातक, वेलकम टू अहमदाबाद, वेलकम टू द ग्रैंड फिनाले. माहौल आप बताइए कैसा लग रहा है?
एक नंबर लग रहा है, एक नंबर. हेलो अहमदाबाद.
माहौल भी एकदम घातक है. एंड अभी स्टेज थोड़ा खाली लग रहा है. एक और इंसान को बुला लेते हैं. एक ही कमाल के इंसान है. एंड मैंने इनके बहुत से यहाँ पर बैनर्स देख लिए हैं. बहुत से लोग यहाँ पर उनका ऑलरेडी नाम चिल्ला चुके हैं. मैं आपको क्लू दूं, 2 लेटर्स, OP. बिल्कुल सही जवाब. Ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Scout OP. स्काउट, ऑफ कोर्स कल से आपके आने से पहले से लोग यहां पर आपको कितना प्यार दे रहे हैं. ये प्यार थोड़ा सा सुन लेते, अभी 5 सेकंड सुन लेते. क्या कहना चाहते हैं आप आपको?
और कैसी है अहमदाबाद की पब्लिक? मतलब आई फील मैं गुजरात स्टेट से बहुत ज़्यादा कनेक्टेड फील करता हूँ. मेरा घर भी यहीं पे. और मतलब मैं क्या बताऊँ, प्यार तो आज तक कम हुआ ही नहीं है. 3, 4, 5 साल हो चुके हैं. प्यार मतलब बढ़ता ही रहा है. सो आई एम ब्लेस्ड टू हैव सो मेनी पीपल लाइक दिस जिन्होंने मुझे बनाया और मैं आज यहाँ पे हूँ.
बिल्कुल. एंड जिस तरह से आपको प्यार आपको मिलता रहा है, प्यार बढ़ता रहा है, ई स्पोर्ट्स के लिए भी प्यार बढ़ता रहा है ओवर द इयर्स. तो घातक एंड स्काउट, आपसे मैं ये जानना चाहता हूँ कि जिस तरह से ई स्पोर्ट्स आप बढ़ते हुए देख रहे हैं हिंदुस्तान में, फ्यूचर कैसा लग रहा है आपको ई स्पोर्ट्स का?
आई थिंक अभी जो आप ई स्पोर्ट्स देख रहे हो इट्स ओनली 10%. अभी बहुत आगे बढ़ने वाला है स्पोर्ट्स. और मतलब ट्रेन तो अभी जस्ट स्टार्ट हुई है.
ऑलराइट, घातक आप क्या कहना चाहते हैं?
यार मतलब कोई भी स्पोर्ट्स का आप देखोगे ना तो ऑडियंस के इंटरेस्ट पे चीज़ होती है. और मैंने जितना नोटिस किया है ना, अपना BGMI के लिए लोगों का जो प्यार है ना, मतलब उसके आगे कुछ भी नहीं है. और ये सारे लोग जो देखना है वो BGMI को वो सब प्यार करते हैं, इसलिए देखना है. और इसमें से ही आपको आने वाले टाइम में ना बहुत सारे लोग ई स्पोर्ट्स खेलते हुए भी देखेंगे.
बिल्कुल.
यस.
एंड इनफैक्ट मैं यही जानना चाहता हूँ क्योंकि यहाँ पर बहुत सारे लोग हैं जो शायद फ्यूचर में प्रोफेशनल ई स्पोर्ट्स एथलीट्स बनना चाहते हैं. एंड स्काउट, आपकी तो यहाँ पर टीम एक्स पाक सिर्फ चिंगारी नहीं आग लगा रही है. कल अगर बात करें, कल देवर इन द 3rd पोजीशन. अभी भी और भी बहुत सारे गेम्स बचे हैं. तो मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ स्काउट, एक टीम में प्रोफेशनल एथलीट बनने के लिए डेडिकेशन होती है. मैंने ये भी सुना है प्रोफेशनल कोचेस होते हैं, डाइट प्लान होता है. जो एक हम लोग कन्वेंशनल स्पोर्ट्स की जिस तरह से बात करते हैं, जिस तरह से डेडिकेशन सैक्रिफाइसेस होती हैं, ई स्पोर्ट्स में भी क्या उतना ही डेडिकेशन और उतने ही सैक्रिफाइसेस होते हैं?
हर चीज़ सेम रहता है, सेम अमाउंट ऑफ टाइम लगता है इस गेम में कम्पीट करने के लिए। आई फील अभी जितने भी लोग यहाँ बैठे हैं, आपको फ्यूचर में जाके यहीं से कोई स्पोर्ट यहाँ पे बंदा खेल रहा होगा, गारंटीड। तो यहाँ से 1-2 बंदे रहेंगे जो आज से जाके अगले 1 साल या 2 साल या फिर अगले 6 महीने बाद आपको स्टेज पे दिखने वाले हैं। एंड आई पर्सनली फील कि जो अमाउंट ऑफ डेडिकेशन स्पोर्ट में लगता है, इट्स मोर अबाउट द मेंटल गेम।
ओके।
क्योंकि हम इसको बैठ के इतने आवर्स खेलते हैं। और आपने जो चीज़ बोला कि कोचेस एंड एनालिस्ट, ये बहुत अंडररेटेड टर्म है जो लोगों को पता नहीं है। क्योंकि ई स्पोर्ट्स में एक कोच चाहिए जो 4 बंदे को बताता है कि क्या गलतियाँ हो रही है, क्या गलतियाँ नहीं हो रही है। एक एनालिस्ट चाहिए जो टीम स्टडी करता है। यहाँ पे 16 टीम्स है, 4 बंदे सबको स्टडी नहीं कर सकते, राइट। तो उसके लिए प्रोफेशनल लोग चाहिए। आई थिंक घातक आपको बता पाएगा, खुद कोच रह चुका है घातक।
बिल्कुल, घातक जानना चाहेंगे कि एग्जैक्टली एक प्रोफेशनल ई स्पोर्ट्स एथलीट बनने के पीछे क्या क्या लगता है।
आप किसी भी फिजिकल स्पोर्ट्स को फॉलो करते होगे, राइट। तो उसमें बहुत सारे प्लेयर्स होते हैं जो खेलते हैं, वो खुद ग्राइंड करते हैं। इसमें भी वो आपको सेल्फ ग्राइंड करना पड़ता है। उसके बाद टीम के साथ 6-7-8 मैचेस दिन के खेलने पड़ते हैं। उसके बाद टीम मीटिंग में आपको स्ट्रैटेजी डिस्कस करनी पड़ती है। जो टॉप टीम से उनको थोड़ा सा उनका गेम प्ले थोड़ा अडेप्ट करना पड़ता है, अपनी नई नई स्ट्रैटेजीज बनानी पड़ती है। तो ओवरऑल 10-12 घंटे दिन के चले ही जाते हैं। तो मेहनत आप बोल सकते हो कि बहुत है। ये जो बंदे यहाँ पे जो खेल रहे हैं अभी, ये 1.5-2 लाख प्लेयर्स में से 64 बंदे आके यहाँ पे खेल रहे हैं। तो मतलब आप सोचो कितनी मेहनत लगती होगी।
और स्काउट ने यहाँ पर बहुत ही कमाल की बात कही कि हो सकता है कि 6-8 महीनों में यहाँ से ही कुछ लोग शायद इन टॉप टीम्स में खेले हिंदुस्तान के। तो यहाँ पर कितने लोग हैं जो स्काउट की टीम के लिए प्रोबेबली इन द फ्यूचर खेलना चाहते हैं? कितने लोग हैं? तो स्काउट एक्चुअली आपको ही स्काउट करना पड़ेगा।
मेरे को लगता है एक TX एकेडमी खोलनी पड़ेगी जहाँ पे हम लोग बहुत सारी टीम्स रेडी करें। क्या पता फ्यूचर प्लान्स हो सकता है कि मे भी एक एकेडमी खोले हम लोग, जैसे स्पोर्ट्स में होता है
जी।
एक स्मॉल एकेडमीज रहती है जहाँ से प्लेयर डिवीजन 1 में प्रमोट होता है, वहाँ खेलता है। आई थिंक ई स्पोर्ट्स का फ्यूचर भी उसी तरफ चल रहा है। आगे जाके आपको ऑलमोस्ट सारे ऑर्ड्स में एक एकेडमी मिलेगी जहाँ पे ऐसे रैंडम प्लेयर्स को उठा के ई स्पोर्ट्स प्लेयर्स बनाएंगे और लोग फिर बोल पाएंगे यार हमारा बेटा भी स्पोर्ट्स एथलीट है।
क्या बात है। एंड स्काउट आपने बहुत ही कमाल की बात बोल दी है कि एकेडमी का आइडिया, तो फ्यूचर में अगर एकेडमी बनती है तो आप ये बोल सकते हैं कि इस आइडिया का इजाद इसी ग्रैंड फिनाले में हुआ था। तो कौन कौन चाहता है कि स्काउट एक एकेडमी खोले फॉर ऑल द प्लेयर्स, ऑल द एस्पायरिंग ई स्पोर्ट्स एथलीट्स? रजिस्ट्रेशन तो यहीं से शुरू कर सकते हैं अगर आप हाँ बोलते हैं तो। लेकिन घातक आप बताइए कि एज अ फ्यूचर यहाँ पर अगर ई स्पोर्ट्स को माने एज अ प्रोफेशनल, बहुत सारे यहाँ पर बहुत सारे लोग होंगे जिनके पेरेंट्स अभी तक इसका सीरियसनेस नहीं समझे। तो क्या कहना चाहेंगे उन लोगों को कि फ्यूचर है और फ्यूचर बहुत ब्राइट है?
टाइम लगेगा थोड़ा सा पेरेंट्स के समझने में चीज़ें, क्योंकि आपने पहले भी नोटिस किया हुआ, आप जब छोटे थे, हम लोग जब क्रिकेट खेलने जाते थे या कोई भी स्पोर्ट्स खेलने जाते थे, घर पे बोलते थे घर पे बैठ जाओ और अब मतलब स्टडी कर ले। तो वही है, अभी गेम का क्रेज बढ़ रहा है, इसके जो एथलीट्स है वो अच्छा खासा अर्न कर रहे हैं। तो जब पेरेंट्स को दिखेगी वो चीज़ है कि इसमें अच्छा करियर ऑप्शंस हैं, तो 100% पेरेंट्स सपोर्ट करेंगे। जैसे आजकल पेरेंट्स क्रिकेट की एकेडमी लगाती है, फुटबॉल खेलने के लिए बच्चों को भेजते हैं, तो आने वाले टाइम में पेरेंट्स उनके बच्चों को ई स्पोर्ट्स खेलने के लिए अलाउ करेंगे 100%। बस यही अभी 2024 में पिक्चर पूरा चेंज हो जाएगा और आपको इसमें से बहुत सारे लोग दिखेंगे खेलते हुए।
ऑलराइट, तो हम भी देखना चाहेंगे क्योंकि अहमदाबाद ने जिस तरह से प्यार और सपोर्ट दिखाया है, तो स्काउट आपसे भी जानना चाहता हूँ, इसी स्टेडियम में, अभी तो हम लोग एका स्टेडियम में हैं, यहाँ से ज़्यादा दूर नहीं है नरेंद्र मोदी स्टेडियम, विच इज़ वन ऑफ द बिगेस्ट स्टेडियम्स इन द वर्ल्ड। कितने सालों में आपको लग रहा है कि ई स्पोर्ट्स वो स्टेडियम भी भर देगा?
देखो ऐसे कुछ अंदाज़ा हम बोल नहीं सकते, जल्दी भी हो सकता है, टाइम भी लग सकता है। ये एक प्रोसेस है, लॉन्ग टर्म है, आराम से चीज़ें चलेंगे। मैं वेट कर रहा हूँ, एक दिन ऐसा आएगा जहाँ पे हम ऐसे खेल रहे और यहाँ से लेकर वहाँ तक हर जगह लोग रहेंगे।
ऑलराइट, तो लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, इस समय अहमदाबाद, आप एक बार अपने यहाँ पर जो फेवरेट प्लेयर्स हैं, जो फेवरेट पर्सनालिटीज हैं, एक बार सुना दो कि कितना प्यार करते हो। एक बार सुना दो यार, कम ऑन, योर लव फॉर घातक एंड स्काउट ओपी। यहाँ पर स्काउट घातक आपके लिए भी बहुत सपोर्ट है, तो यहाँ पर एक बढ़िया सा मोमेंट क्रिएट करते हैं। यहाँ पर जितने लोग हैं जिनके पास एक स्मार्टफोन है विद अ फ्लैश लाइट, प्लीज टेक आउट योर फ्लैश लाइट, take your phones out, let's create a moment for Scout OP, for Ghatak, for BGMI and for the grand finale. All right, this is the moment. This is the support of BGMI, the future, the present. Scout, the moment is all here.
ये चीज़ मैंने अभी तक सिर्फ टीवी पे देखा था, आज एक्सपीरियंस कर रहे हैं. थैंक यू सो मच फॉर मेकिंग माई ड्रीम कम ट्रू. लाइक दिस इज समथिंग जो मैंने कभी सोचा, लाइक टू बी ऑनेस्ट मेरा सपना भी नहीं था. ये तो मतलब इमेजिनरी वर्ल्ड में जी रहा हूँ, मेरे को ऐसा लगता है.
बिल्कुल. मैं जब पहली बार एक BGMI इवेंट कर रहा था तो मैंने किसी को बोला था ये फ्यूचर ऑफ स्पोर्ट्स है, तो मुझे किसी ने रोक के बोला था ये फ्यूचर नहीं है, यही प्रेजेंट है और यही फ्यूचर बनने वाला है. थैंक यू सो मच स्काउट, थैंक यू सो मच घातक. प्लीज एंजॉय द गेम्स एंड लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, स्काउट ओपी एंड घातक.
थैंक यू गाइस, थैंक यू फॉर कमिंग.
थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू सो मच. All right, ladies and gentlemen, अब आपने प्यार तो इसी गेम के लिए दिखाया है, तो इस गेम को ज्यादा डिले नहीं करते हैं. ये जो चमचमाती ट्रॉफी है, ये आपको कल पता चल जाएगा कि कौन ये ट्रॉफी घर ले जाता है. एंड जितने भी लोग हैं यहाँ पर, बहुत सारे लोग अभी अपने घर में स्क्रीन पर देख रहे हैं. मैं आपको ये बताना चाहता हूँ, स्क्रीन में तो देख रहे हैं, लेकिन अगर आप अहमदाबाद में हैं तो यू आर मिसिंग आउट ऑन समथिंग एपिक हैपनिंग हियर. तो आइए एका स्टेडियम में एक्सपीरियंस द real feels, the real vibe of BGMI action happening here in India. तो अभी लेते हैं एक छोटा सा break, and after the break we'll be right back with more BGMI action.
BGMI, it's not an easy game.
Hi guys.
Chico! Mummy! गाड़ी लेकर आ गया और वो भी बाइक. हाँ, इधर क्या भेलपूरी चाट पूरी खाने को जा रहे करे? वैसे तूने गेम तो प्रैक्टिस किया है ना?
वो ना स्टोरेज फुल हो गया है.
BGMI, it's not just a game, it's an emotion.
Help.
तुम लोग गिड़गुड़ कर करके चैंप्स बन गए और मैं नुबड़ा का नुबड़ा ही रह गया ना.
You're asking for it? You're dying for it? Got it?
Make sure they know. With a new Royal Pass, get epic skins, catch unique emotes, collect exclusive rewards. Don't be default, wear your cred. Battlegrounds Mobile India.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after a very short break. There is nothing that is going to stop the action here at Eka Arena in Ahmedabad. The people are electrifying, the players are set, and we have reached the halfway stage of this grand finals. But of course, I want to come to you, gentlemen, and ask you this. From this point on, the teams on the latter half of the board, we are going to focus on them a little bit more.
That is true.
Who out of that bottom five do you think is going to make a comeback? Team Soul being the fan favorites, is the pressure piling on their way too much?
I mean, the pressure is piling on Team Soul, of course, but it's not just them. It is teams like 8-Bit CS as well.
Yeah.
And 8-Bit CS in the last game at least were able to make their bounce back. But Gen X FM is that one team we need to be focused on for the next 3 games.
That is true. Gen X FM, they have showcased some signs of improvement. We did see that clearly in the first 3 games.
Yeah.
But then once again, that slip down is something that's really costing them quite a lot. And that's the position in the overall standings. They breached inside the top 8, but then once again, the downfall seen.
Absolutely. But in terms of downfalls and upliftments, all of that, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be there in this tournament. But how do you watch it before the rest of the world? 5 minutes exactly before the rest of the world, you have to get yourself the Loco VIP. You have to become a Loco VIP to get yourself that information, the action, and all the extravaganza 5 minutes earlier than the rest of the tournament. I'm going to use this word a lot.
Unless you are in Ahmedabad, then the best way to experience this finals is by just dropping into the Eka Arena and joining us for the live action. Plus, we keep mentioning there's a lot of fun activity happening on the stage. But there's more activities this way where the audience is, and well, that is not even visible. So if you want to find out what we are talking about, come on.
I'm not even kidding when I say this. These guys are actually having their own mini party.
Oh, yeah.
Like, everyone's just sitting in a group. They're having their own chats. They're having their own comments over the game. It's just fantastic. If you guys want to have the same type of vibe, come over here in Eka Arena. We're waiting. And if you're not going to come...
Oh my God, Necro. Oh my God, that's
Don't make me angry, bro.
Oh my God, Necro. You don't look at me like that. I would have been scared.
Okay.
Necro,
let's just focus on the game, yeah?
Let's just proceed with the game, ladies and gentlemen. Somewhere down the line, Necro is angry. But Necro, I want to know from you, what are your feelings about Team Insane currently? Are you still angry with them?
I'm not really angry. I would just say they need to do something else. Like, I don't know what else to say, man. They're trying their best to sort of come out on top of their mechanical skills, but it's just not working out. They're getting tackled easily. Their gun power is there, but with the way they're challenging the fight is the problem.
Yeah.
In a nutshell, he's lost all hope at this point.
It does seem to happen. It does seem to happen when you actually love one team. Of course, we are supposed to be on the edge. We are supposed to be on the fence. And I'm pretty sure Necro is on the fence as well. But the heart does incline towards one team. And Team Insane was one of his teams as well.
You can't really blame me, right? I'm just really happy for this team to be over here in the grand finals because we knew what they packed as well, even in BJS. But unfortunately, that chance was taken away. Now that they're finally over here, I just want them to make the maximum out of it.
Absolutely. But
back to the BGIS, let's not forget, league stages, only team with 300 plus points. You can't ignore that.
I think so. That was in round 3 as well.
No, the BMPS.
Oh, you're talking about BMPS. I thought you were speaking about all the way in the past.
Yeah,
BGIS, I mean, Insane was very consistent.
This is what the bonding is about. But let's just talk about the comeback.
Salty, you're really gonna do that.
Yeah, yesterday you guys... Wait, we do have something which is going on right behind us. There is a very interesting video which is being played, but it's still fine. It's still fine. As of now, we do have to talk about what exactly is in hand. One comeback story which is happening.
Guys, dance. Salty dance. Salty dance. It's a party, man. It's a party. Look at the music. And we're the DJs. We're the DJs. Alright, the hype is coming. The hype is coming.
I the man them down on site. Check a man's head, see if I'm alright. If you got a pulse, guess he'll be fine. One of you you lot can hit revive. I lay the man them down on sight. Check a man's head, see if I'm alright. But you waste your time. Don't back down, but target. No fear, look in my eyes. Don't like
एक लाइन खोल के गिर जाएंगे.
Don't like it, booze, I'm at it.
Got it. समझ गए. ठीक.
Guys, what are the DJs? Come on.
ऐसे ही आते हैं.
You're wasting your time.
That was a very crazy opener, to be honest. Just
Yes.
brings in the vibe and the excitement, and that is being felt all across. It has sent waves, and I'm pretty sure if you liked it so much sitting back at home, just imagine being down here. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, tomorrow is the final day of BMPS Grand Finals 2023, and once again, I'm going to say the same words. If you are in Ahmedabad, you're missing out if you're not inside the Eka Arena. Do you agree, gentlemen?
You
Of
keep
course.
missing out the tagline, by the way. Drop by and say hi.
Exactly.
Drop by and say hi.
Not just say hi. Stay over here.
Yeah.
If you're not going to stay, I'll hold you myself.
Why are you so aggressive today?
I mean, I just want people to be here, man. I'm having a lot of fun.
Necro, my man, has taken his cloak off, and now he finally has become the lion he was always destined to be, wasn't he?
The cuteness is starting to fade away now.
Oh man, you guys just called me cute like that. But you know what? We need to speak about the game too, because these teams are definitely not looking in that much of a cute position, and especially as we're going to move inside Vikendi.
Yeah, but one team, Necro, I definitely wanted to talk about was Gladiators and that run, right? Coming in, they were somewhere in the top 8, but now with... Hey man, you don't mock me like that. I mean, Gladiators in that second position. I just want to know your thoughts on how this team has progressed so far, and what are you expecting in the future?
I mean, listen, before I say anything, the only reason why I mocked it reminded me of Dragon Ball Z, like you're just making some
No, this is not Dragon Ball Z. Like this is what's the Kamehameha, but this is the Rasengan from Naruto.
Yeah, I don't know what that is, but yeah, whatever that is. Now getting back to what you're saying about Gladiator Esports, this was expected. You know this. I had so much faith in this team, and at this point, if you are someone who has been following esports, but you still do not really have any type of faith in Gladiator Esports, well, I don't know what to say.
Well, I mean, we are going to figure out what to say after this map of Vikendi is done and dusted. It seems like everything is set and ready, including the players themselves. See a few laughs here and there, but all of that is going to fade away, or potentially it's going to grow more depending on what the result at the end of this map is going to look like. Ladies and gentlemen, here it is, the plane in the sky, and we have the flight path in front of us. And again, an interesting one starts from that east. Well, it sticks to that western position, to be honest. It's going to be interesting for sure.
I mean, yeah, the plane's in the sky, but let's find out who's going to be the first one to say bye.
Yeah. Oh, now that is good, Necro. But considering it is Vikendi, I think we're going to have to wait for that moment.
That is true. First 3 zones, nothing's going to happen. Pretty much slot zones, as you would like to say. Or maybe the podcast towers might just click in. But there's a chance we might just see a drop collision. Yesterday we saw quite a lot of close call, and we also saw one single elimination happen in the first few stages.
Apart from that, we had to wait for a lot of the action in the map of Vikendi. But this time around, I feel, especially considering it was the conversation that we were having at the start of the day, right? Teams on the second page of the board will now look to, well, give out some unpleasant surprises to the rest of the competition. And look at that. We had a flight path sticking extremely towards the northern part of the map, east to west, start from Peshkova, went to Dobromesto. But the circle is towards the southwestern quadrant. Center is going to be around Tovar. And Necro, by the way, this is one of the most common zones in this BMPS 2023. I can't even tell you. I believe we've had this same exact circle for like 3 or 4 Vikendies straight.
No, I just want the circle to shift a little bit on the right side so Castle can be in the center.
I think it's just going to stay on that Tovar Peshkova shoreline.
Oh, close calls. Team X Park against Team Together Esports. These can be free points. Team X Park can feed on. Team Together Esports, their morale has been all-time low, but that does not mean that these guys are deadly. These guys are quite a worthy opponent. Hydra against the players of Entity. It's going to be quite tough to spot down a player with just an iron sight, but still a couple of haircuts being handed out.
Well, that's going to be the first knock and finish of the game secured by the players of Hydra. And they were looking for a few more from the side of Team Together Esports, but Team Together, they were able to make that escape.
Yeah. Now, we need to talk about Entity.
Yeah.
They are one of the most consistent teams so far, but this time they have lost out on one of their players. But then you also take a look at Team X Spark. Dreams almost could have been taken down. Team Together Esports as well, a while ago, they lost out on one of their men. So yeah, a lot of these close calls are currently being made.
And one of the players is actually knocked out in the midst of the players of X-Pac, so there's no opportunity to bring him back. You see on the radar the other lad as well, Psycut just pinned out in the middle of nowhere, and X-Pac, it should be an easy finish for them to actually secure, considering it will be an isolated 1v4 in their favor. And Team Together Esports, oh my god, Psycut with that DBS. An incredible way to kick things off.
I mentioned this a while ago too, these can be free points Team X Spark can feed upon, but that does not mean these guys are not the worthy opponent. Yeah, their morale is all-time low, it's understandable, but that does not mean you take any type of crooked fights against them. Team X Spark still needs to have a balanced approach inside the fight. A lot of pre-fires being taken, but misses on that opportunity. But the cover fire from Spray God is on the point. Shuts down Psychic from the back lines, and that's the only reason why Sarang is still in the game. He needs to thank Spray God. Rolex, a little bit far away, position can be compromised with this nade, and definitely has been. Rolex needs to back away. He's only got a G360 and a micro Uzi in his hands. Two weapons, which can be quite deadly. Team Together Esports, Sevi plays, is also quite low on his HP. So much problems over here that are being created for Team Together Esports.
Yeah, I think this is already an extremely problematic situation, considering they are in a 3v4, and that too against a squad like X-Pac. And Psychic, the best player from the side of Team Together Esports, was the first man to get picked up. But one thing that they have going for themselves is that X-Pac lacks a lot of healing utility. So we still see Sarang there with barely any HP. He's just trying to bring his HP back up with the help of those first aids. A good smoke being lobbed to help his teammate Dreams out.
Yeah. Good coordination, good communication.
Yeah.
Dreams is going to be able to stay alive for a while. Oh, he's also got that Glacier. Looks nice.
Yeah, it does.
Team Together Esports. Still Sevi plays. It seems like he does not really have any type of meds to patch himself up. Rolex with that one first aid, but he's being surrounded by the foes. Nowhere to go. Being trapped in this corner. Rolex needs to pull off a miraculous clutch.
He's trying his level best to
survive. Oh my god, Soul!
Let's see how this fight is going to turn out. Rolex needs to be extremely careful, but look at this. Now finally we get to witness the action. Soul, we did see Omega on that finish feed get picked out, but Autobot, oh, distracted. Neo finds the trade.
But the IGL's con, Johnny, the man who's going to be making the calls for the future, is not really inside the game anymore. Maybe the struggles can keep on continuing, even inside the map of Vikendi, but Soul's doing a fantastic job in cutting off that rotation. Does not really have a lot of bullets left, but even the enemies are not quite a lot, so it's completely fine. Akshat has also lost out on his life, so that's not a great news for Team Soul. Something needs to be done, and right now, desperation is something that's lingering on top of this fight. Mr. Spray pulls out that nade, wants to go for that perfect throw, and might as well be the perfect one. He's tossed it in that corner, but he needs to also realize there's one man across the boundary. And finally he knows that there's one man around the wall, and finally pulls out that DBS. Now needs to take a battle against him. But still Autobots cannot keep on overextending. From the back, it's going to be GlitchX Reborn knocking on the door with that third party.
Glitching Autobots out of existence, down to their last player. Akshat indoors taking the fight, but it's not even going to matter. Autobots, they thought they could take on the players of Soul, and they were doing a brilliant job. But the catalyst in this equation, Glitch Reborn showing up out of nowhere, and even Team Soul are on the verge of getting eliminated. Roman OG, look at this nade. If it secures the opening, this can be the end of Team Soul. Neo has been brought back, but it's still just two players from the side of Soul surviving. Glitch Reborn, they are not stopping or slowing down. The DBS as well should be perfect for the close quarters combat, but whoa, the nade damage should have been enough, but it wasn't. Jump shots from Neo, not secured, and Glitch, they have been neutralized or at least slowed for a bit.
Dirty stuff, but the nade from Duke's gonna find Akshat. Team Soul on the verge of getting wiped out, on the verge of getting compromised and capitalized. Chris Shaw be up close and personal, and that's it. Team Soul have been wiped out off this entire map of Vikendi off the bat. A big upset to the fans. Oh my god, Johnny. Vikendi was something Soul could have counted on.
I mean, we never expect aggression this early in this game, but props to Glitch Reborn. as they did not just pick off the players of Team Soul, but look at that, they have 6 points in the first few stages of Weekendy. Now that just makes the rest of the game one of the easiest games they can play. All they have to do is find a good spot in the center and they just hold on for dear life. Even if they finish into the top 3 Necro, that is 16 points. And they don't even have to take a single fight from here on out.
This just makes me concerned. The upcoming 2 games have to be flawless. Newman Gaming against Growing Strong. Shots taken against Godbot. Oh, he's trying to maneuver around. Return knockouts were definitely there, but it's completely fine. Newman Gaming, easy resurrection, no problems on the board whatsoever. GlitchX Reborn 2, all the 4 players. Look at this, at the start of the game, we've already got 3 teams taken down.
This is a different Weekendy than we imagined. But I'm pretty sure now things are definitely going to quiet down now, considering Autobots, Team Together, Team Soul are out, and the entire northern half of the zone is completely empty, so there will be a few teams that will just try to rotate wide and see and check. If the northern half is empty, they will find compounds and they're going to chill.
Remember what I said?
Stages. Yeah.
In the first 3 games, if things don't work out, aggression is the way to go. Yeah. And that's what these guys have been implementing.
But the problem is you need to aggress and target the right teams. Right now, all the bottom teams just fought each other and got eliminated. This benefits absolutely no one.
Oh my God, Johnny, look at this. 3 teams together in the same vicinity. Psych, Newman, and GlitchX.
This could
but
be
I guess Psych, they just want to move away. No, Psych, they've got no intentions of taking this fight. They know, man. Come on, elimination's tailing them. They need to be at least on the first half of the board at the end of the day, so they need any type of points, and Weekendy can be the free placement points if you position yourself in a good spot. Proactive nature is the way to go inside of Weekendy.
100% agree. I mean, proactive disengagement from team fights is actually the way to go. You've tried to force a fight many of times. The third parties are going to happen. We know teams like to stick to... Oh, look at this. Destro stalking the players of Entity Gaming. Troy spotted out. And towards the cement factory is where these teams are right now. Destro has all the information. His teammates aren't anywhere close to him. But the IGL is all set to make a big brain play to take on the players of Entity. But it will be extremely tricky, especially considering both the teams are extremely close to the circle as of now.
True that. Gladiators, considering these guys, today's day has been phenomenal for them. And at this point in time, yeah, the first day wasn't really too good, but I never doubted these guys. I knew that they're going to make a comeback whatsoever. Even Destro, if you remember, the same thing happened inside BGIS. Day 1 wasn't really too good. Day 2, Destro said that they're going to make a comeback. Instantly, the comeback was established.
Oh, for sure. But Newman, I mean, the first few games did give us a little bit of hope. Expecting Newman to bounce back, and they have been trying their level best, but still, that first position, that top 3, seems like a little bit of a challenge. Newman, they can make this happen though. This time around inside of the circle, they are one of the teams that is closest to the city of Tawar, and Tawar will become the prime spot for a lot of these teams. One of the reasons why Newman hasn't really breached the city yet, and they're sticking just outside the periphery of the main town.
Oh, next circle shift. Well, you know what? Never mind.
Moved.
Never mind.
Did you forget what Weekendy is like, Necro?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that, okay, yeah, next circle shift is there, but then at the same time, is it really worth pointing out? It's like, till the first 3 zones, it's kind of like whatever.
Yeah, you barely notice.
But Johnny, Castle is still in there.
See,
I want to see a Castle circle.
I understand what you want, Necro, and I will pray along with you that we get to witness a Castle circle, but you and I also need to be honest with ourselves. The probability of the zone moving to Castle isn't all that high. Weekendy is known for a central shift all the way through. You get a hard shift between stage 4, stage 5, or sometimes a little bit earlier between the 3rd and the 4th stage as well. But if it moves towards Castle and no team has control of the circle, that's going to be the best case scenario, because that would mean so much chaos, so many fights breaking out.
How often do you see first stage and already 3 teams being wiped out?
Oh, there are
49 remaining. Well, yeah, indeed a big blunder. And already a couple of teams are also handicapped. Growing Strong down to a 3-man squad. Entity down to a 3-man squad. Even Team X-Spark This is supposed to be their map. Even they're handicapped. So yeah, nothing can be said for now. Anyone can come out on top. Maybe 8-Bit can actually take this home and once again make that big bounce back inside the top 5.
Hey, I mean, anything can happen. It is Weekend. It is the ultimate off map that the teams pray for, especially if you're not doing well in a tournament. This is the map that you want to start a comeback with. But not really. You want to start off on Wrangle, considering it's the first map of the game. But Weekendy is there for the desperate teams. Teams looking for point. And yesterday we saw it in action. Growing strong, walking away with the win on this map.
Yeah. I guess we need a freeze as well, considering right now the firepower has been frozen too for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, it means podcast hours, Nick.
Yeah. Speak of the firepower, chance to unleash. Knuckle spots out 2 players crossing over. Spursh and Starboy, both these guys over there. They're going to try to get their hands on the vehicle. At least the first man does. Hydra, they're so unknown to the fact that Knuckle is just waiting for the right moment to strike. He's going to be the alligator. He's looking for to munch away the players of Hydra. And the first knockout's found, beautifully done by Knuckle. And even the Wall of Death is going to be chipping away so much damage. So Hydra, a lot of problems to deal with here.
Yeah, definitely a lot of problems, and they're going to keep on piling up because look at Knuckle. He doesn't want to stop. He doesn't want to slow down. As soon as the knock is secured, he just starts lobbing nade after nade towards where the lad was. And Sparsh is going to be finished up because of that. And the other 2 lads from the side of Hydra are going to be pinned out into the blue. But Knuckle needs to back off. Its teammates are there to help him out, but look at the radar. There's one player from the side of Hydra who has the flank and can definitely find the trade for his team.
Where's the rest of the blind?
They're on the back lines. They're playing for the circle edge.
Yeah, but they need to help their man out. You know, finally, they are here. Cavalry has arrived. 2 CS power and 1 more teammate with them. They want to make sure that Knuckle's going to be alive from this entire kerfuffle that's currently going on.
His teammates are backing away.
What?
They just move up north to the city of Volnova. Manya is, well, he's doing something in Winery. And finally, Ronnie and his... Why did they go... Did they just go there to get 1 more vehicle? And now they're joining Knuckle. Yeah. I think that was the game plan.
Yep. The more the vehicles, the better. That's how...
Weekend, yeah.
Yeah, that's how it's been.
Need that extra cover, especially in the endgame stages. And now, look at that. Knuckle has been picked up. Blind, they clear the way. Hydra should be able to push through, but ladies and gentlemen, we also have the next shift of the zone. Again, as we were talking about it earlier, it doesn't really move much, doesn't really change anything, but I think Necro does take the hopes of Castle Endgame away from us.
Not exactly. It's still in. A hard shift on the right.
It's not going to happen.
Well, let's see.
Seen this zone before.
I mean, so far, things have been quite astonishing, so you never know.
True.
Revenue Esports in the front, Sensei, even Psych is in the back line. So this is now starting to get filled up. Psych, they're going to be on a pit stop themselves. Revenue Esports being shaken away by the players of Newman, and as I mentioned, Psych, even they wanted to take a pit stop. Fierce knocked out. And right in between are the players of Revenue Esports, a big sandwich situation.
Well, let's see. Have managed to get themselves out of that sandwich, but barely, especially considering Newman got distracted. But over here, we have the players of Psych, Sensei cooking up a nade. It's going to be difficult to connect, but no, a 2-point slam dunk. Saad is going to fall, but he's not alone. 1 more teammate has been dropped, or he hits the floor, or while looking for the revive, and Sensei, he knows exactly what's going to happen, so preemptive Molotov is going to be lobbed indoors. But Revenant Esports, do they have enough information to go for the hunt? We are going to find that out. Sensei doesn't slow down. The Molotov in the faces of the players of Psych, and they are going to be Psych for sure. The DBS is also ready, Necro.
Yeah, the DBS is primed, and Team Psych, they're losing out on the man number. Yeah, they did get the resurrection back upon the players, but it's really not going to matter because the players are just falling down left, right, and center. Sensei, what was that flick? Just turns around, slaps him down. Apollo gets knocked out in return, but it's completely fine. The confirmation's not going to be there for a while, and that's it, ladies and gentlemen. You blink it and you miss it. A quick squad wipe against Psych, but then the third party from Newman Gaming hits the deck, and that might just be it for Revenant. It's next to impossible to get out from this tricky spot, and that's it.
What was that, Savitar? 4 eliminations, 100% finish contribution for his team right now, and Revenant never saw it coming. A brilliant angle, but Necro, that was so tight. It was such a small angle.
I mean, that's why these guys are the professionals, right?
The pros of the Pro Series.
Yeah. Oh, Duke. Man, growing strong at this point. They're just lingering on the map like 3 points. I don't want to be mean. But whenever I see them, they're always on the receiving end.
That is very true, to be honest. But I mean, it is vacant. It is the map that they were able to convert. So I think as long as they play for placements, things should be okay. They can recover some points from this matchup. But they have lost Eclipse in this match already, and even Faith knocked out. It's down to Godbot and Sparky Eye. Sparky Eye looking for a revive. Needs to be careful, can be baited. Where's the next zone going to go? It goes between Villa and Castle. And Insane is the only team holding on to that Castle angle right. Now I'm starting to believe with you, Necro. The circle can go to Castle with the next hard shift.
Or maybe it can be on those edges.
Bridge.
Yeah, if it is a Castle... Oh my god. Don't get my hopes high.
There's 2 bridges. It's going to be so fun.
Don't get my hopes high. And Growing Strong being pinned down here. It's like the Giants. Just looking forward to crush Growing Strong, but Growing Strong, they've got this cover. And unfortunately, Giant isn't really able to get his eyes laid on top of these guys. But Blind Esports, interesting rotations actually. Moving all the way down south. I don't know what the game plan's going to be, but one thing's for sure. Just try to be proactive no matter what the game plan is. Team X Spark against Hydra. Spray God's taken down too low.
Oh, Dino Park is where the fight between these Goliaths is happening. X Spark, the distance between the teams, not really helping them out. And Hydra, although utilized it in their favor. This nade to kick things off, which is brilliant. But Revenant, you know what? Had Revenant just had a clean entry into the compound, they could have actually recovered from this fight quickly before Newman showed up. But it was Orva and the DBS in his hands that just changed everything. Apollo knocked out, Sensei was there, but he was extremely low, MJ as well. And Newman, they just shot at everyone through the window. Look at that. Savitar did not care about anything. Just random sprays inside the house, and Revenant, they just walked into every single shot that was fired in their direction.
Oh, of course, AKM taps. Growing Strong, man. You guys really need to wake up. You guys are currently all the way down in the graves. I like the car. What's the name of the car, Johnny?
I have no idea, but I've been thinking it's just amazing.
It's like a futuristic Tesla.
Yeah. It looks so cool.
Yeah, like the green colors on top of it, like
it looks
digital.
like there's a galaxy on that vehicle.
It literally looks like the whole vehicle is made out of screen. And you can just change the colors the way you want it to. But GlitchX Reborn. Oh, the shots are taken. Finally. Yeah, the opponents are on a pit stop.
And a lot of damage was dished out on players from the side of Growing Strong, but as soon as GS enters the circle, let's see where the next shift will go. And it is still on that bridge between Castle, Tovar and Villa. Insane. They are barely in the edge of the circle. But because of this position, because of the amount of control that they have of that Castle Island, they will also avoid a lot of conflict in the mid-game stages.
I love this play from Adi.
Yeah.
Look at him. He's the only one on the opposite side. I love it. It's a 3-1 split.
By the way, Insane also had one of the craziest wins on Vacandy during the league stages of BMPS 23.
Oh, this can be the point where the sleeping Goliaths wake up.
Yeah. And it's still not over actually for Insane, because Insane is not too far behind from the rest of the competition. So
Absolutely.
If they decide to kick things off on Vacandy, we kept talking about Vacandy being an important game for the teams on the second page. But for Insane, if they win, this could be the game that propels them in a position from where the hands are going to start to reach out for that trophy.
True that. Oh, spam's taken. GlitchX. Oh man, they're just so adamant in taking down Growing Strong, and why not? At this point in time, GlitchX themselves know that these are 3 points in front of you.
Yeah.
And they're moving out in the open too, so for GlitchX, it's a feast. Look at Duke. Yeah, well, that's it, but oh, the return knockout that's on the board. That's something that's going to add a bit of a more pressure. It's actually Godbot who shuts him down. Godbot finally waking up.
Well, Godbot, he might have woken up, but players from the side of Glitch, they won't let their teammate go out that easily. Oh, or maybe they have to, because look at this, Necro, the third part. What is Blind doing? They're so unpredictable. and GS as well. Well, bye-bye, Faith. That is it for this game. He's going to be finished off. Godbot taking a lot of damage from the blue ties to take Roman down, and he almost picks him off. But Roman does manage to survive. Duke needs to connect that nade. Sparky Eye survives. GS now finally they're putting up a tough fight against the players of Glitch Reborn.
Oh man, I guess I really provoked them by calling them free points. Growing strong, finally showing some semblance of life, some semblance of hope. Godbot is way too low. He's also got a decent amount of first aids actually, so he can keep on healing himself up, patching himself up over and over again. But the wall of death is a little bit too fast, so he needs to make it in as quick as possible. Blind Esports, a quick bounce on top of the break. Sparky got too many players to deal with, and that's it. He tried his best with the DBS, but he's not going to be able to withstand the amount of players that are going to be in the front in the name of Blind Esports. And now Knuckle tossing up that nade against Duke, against the players of Glitch X Reborn. Duke's got too much on his plate, and he cannot really chew up on all of that. Almost getting eliminated from the game too.
Blind is just a phenomenal team and hilarious at the same time because they wanted third parties to fight a little bit quicker. But then they decided to switch targets. They abandoned the players from the side of Glitch Reborn first, finished off GS as they had more numbers available, and are now looking to eliminate Godbot. Blind, their vendetta is to go after Growing Strong. They went after them on Wrangle. It's just one last man remaining, and he will be just annihilated. A brilliant nade coming in from Mania, but guess what? Blind isn't done. Now their next target will be the last man remaining from the side of Glitch Reborn.
Indeed. Blind Esports on a move quickly inside the circle. And you can still see Insane over there towards the Castle Island. Blind Esports, a free getaway inside the circle. And as I mentioned, yes, Johnny, we just saw the next circle shift. It's right on top of the bridge too. Oh, this is going to be so interesting.
We could have asked for anything today, and I think we would have gotten it, but no.
Yeah.
This circle also makes us happy, ladies and gentlemen. The circle that we wanted, right on the bridge that connects Castle towards the city of Towar, and there's just one man, literally not even a team, there's just one man present. You see him on the edge of that radar. It is Adi, and he's the ideal of Team Insane.
Yeah, I mentioned this too. I'm just loving Adi's position, and now it's finally working out. It's clicking together. It's all swinging together. Gladiator Esports still on the opposite side. They can be the biggest threat inside the lobby, but Blind Esports, for them, it's an easy terrain to pass on. Unless Team Insane spots them all the way from the opposite side and they try to pin them down, then maybe it can be a big problem. But still, it's too much to ask for. Entity's now going to be in the receiving end.
Well, but Entity, they have done something to ruin the day for the lads of Insane and Entity. They just run into a sandwich. Gladiators from one and Insane from the other. And 8-Bit CS right behind. Glitch Reborn in the meanwhile getting eliminated. But look at this. 8-Bit CS, we talked about them. Quite close to the players of X-Park. In fact, are trying to gatekeep the opposition. Puka needs to convert with that nade. Does not really have the correct information of where the players exactly has 5 grenades available. So does have the opportunity to go for redo.
Yeah, he's got a lot of utilities, but look at that nade from Newman Gaming. It's now starting to cause so much issues. Even on the elimination feud, you can clearly see, I mentioned this, Gladiators can't be the biggest threat, but no, instead, Newman Gaming, they're giving him quite a tough fight. Shogun in the clotheslines, tried his best to shut down the players of Newman Gaming, trespassing through. But is he really going to be successful? Now utilize that medkit. Will patch himself up completely full, but Destro and Justin are knocked out. It's a 2v2 scenario. Who's going to come out on top in this desperate situation? Savitar tosses that nade quite close, and it's not going to blow up, but instead, a shot to the face with the DBS to shut down Newman Gaming, put him in their grave.
Oh, but instantly, there's the third party that Gladiators never wanted. Blind Esports, they show up, and there is zero delay in the action. The last man from the side of Gladiators, he's fighting for his life, fighting for survival, but he gets finished off by S-Power. 8 eliminations for Gladiators as they take an exit on that 5th position, but Blind, they are still alive, and if Blind goes on to win this game, they will have a massive advantage on that overall leaderboard.
8-Bit on the opposite side, Blind Esports in full force. This is way too interesting as the circle shift's going to happen once again. It's going to be on that hard land, but
they're the only team.
Yeah. As you mentioned, they're the only team in a really solid spot. So Blind Esports right now, they're controlling the tempo for sure.
This is their win, Necro. this is going to be their game. Insane only has one option to cross over. They're going to try to avoid the high ground line of fire from Blind. They will push for the compound that is in control of 8-bit CS. But they can't really win that fight. It's going to result in a crossfire collapse on the players of Insane. 8-bit will fall down next. Unless both these teams, Insane and 8-bit CS, focus their firepower on Blind and take them out first. Blind, it will be very easy for them to close this match with a chicken dinner. And will it be their third for the day?
Yes. 4 games, 3 chicken dinners. If that happens,
they're going after Insane. They're going after Adi.
If that does happen, it's going to be an absolute monstrosity.
Blind had 4 chicken dinners during the league stages. This will make it 7 chicken dinners.
Oh my God, Blind, come on. You gotta be kidding me. Blind Esports, still eyes locked against 8-bit, even though they have so much firepower left, even though they're so confident. But I just love that discipline amongst these players. They're not really eyeing out 8-bit CS as like the easy contenders in this fight. Instead, they're giving them that respect. And 8-bit, right now, they've just got too much to deal with. A decent amount of utilities, not a lot of meds, of course! And as soon as I say that, a nade sails in from Ronnie. And he's also going for that confirmation. Too many nades, it's like an artificial red zone being created by these guys. And Manya will run over the last guy. Juicy taken down, out of the game.
But still a 4v3 remains for Blind to win this chicken dinner and put their name at the top of the leaderboard, at least till the end of the day. Insane still have a little bit of area to work with. One player from the side of Insane at the edge of the circle, one player from the side of Blind at the edge of the circle, but both the teams in a very awkward position, because in order to secure the win, in order to get that chicken dinner, you have to take that step on towards that open road and then take the fight with full confidence. Blind, look at this. This looks like a head-on approach. They want to take the direct fight, but Insane, they have a setup. It's 2-1 split. Skips on the flank. Harsh will try to engage along with Dark Lord. But let's see how this fight is going to turn out. Manya, he's looking to make that big brain play again in this game. And of course, even look at his frags, 4 on the board, the highest for his team. A team that is hailed by many as the most aggressive team of the bunch.
Insane. I like the thinking from them. They're spreading themselves out quite wide. But then Blind Esports, they just make that push. I'm not sure how good of a push this is going to be. I guess Blind Esports, they're digging their own graves. That's what it seems like, because Insane, they're actually able to flip the odds. Manya's way too low. Even Ronnie's being taken down. It's all down to that one last guy alive. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Team Insane who denied that chicken dinner to Blind Esports. I mentioned this. I like what Team Insane is doing. They're spreading themselves wide apart. And it actually worked out. It's the same mistake Team Insane did once in the past against the team that was holding the bridge line in Erangel.
Yeah, it was phenomenal. The 1-2 split, a brilliant move. And of course, a massive blunder from the players of Blind. Something that should not have happened, a bad call.
Manya knocked himself once again, Johnny. The rookie mistakes costing them.
It wasn't just that, it was the fact that 4 players committed on just 1 man, allowing the 2 players, Harsh and Dark Lord, who were holding the flank, a free reign to just empty out clips, and all they had to do is just shoot exactly where their own teammate was. And that's the easiest piece of information you can get.
Once again, the problem is all the 4 players, they decide to push in that one single direction. Even Blind Esports could have spread themselves out.
I thought that was going to happen.
Man, Salty, stop laughing.
Oh man, I mean, this is fun. It is definitely very fun to just watch you guys just duke it out among each other. But look at this, I mean,
the importance of that chicken dinner for Insane, we understand. It is the comeback we were talking about, Necro. I mean, this brings Insane in a very comfortable position, at least close to the top 5. But for Blind, here's the story. Had they won that chicken dinner, Manya, I believe, would have been tied up with Adi from Insane for that best IGL award. And Blind was going to challenge Team Insane for at least the most number of chicken dinners in a single tournament, and not necessarily the most number of chicken dinners in a single stage of a tournament, because Insane has that record and their name all over it.
Exactly. But of course, I think especially for Team Blind, they don't really care about individual accolades. At this point, they are charging towards that #1 spot and the trophy like an absolute bulldozer, destroying everything on its path, aren't they?
Have you spoken to the players of Blind? They definitely care about individual accolades. I mean, they care about the team winning, but every single player from the team is going all out.
But in the match rankings, they're still going to be at the top because they had the most amount of elimination points anyway. So even though Blind Esports lost that game, it's not really going to matter.
Plus, all the teams that were trying to contest them in the overall leaderboard got wiped out super early.
Yeah, super early. And now Blind Esports is going to be having an impeccable lead.
Also, I think Juicy is also going to be wondering why always me. It happened on Sanok, it happened on Vakendi. Blind, they always finish him from his team in the end. But at least 8-bit CS is also consistent. They were in the top 3 previous game, they're in the top 3 now.
And if I'm not wrong, Blind Esports has 2 coaches, right? Mayavi and Ayogi.
Yeah, they do.
These 2 guys. So, dude, like, imagine power of 2 coaches together.
Ayogi is a brilliant analyst. Mayavi is the coach for the team. And both of them, this is the first time they have come together, joined their big brain tactics and have started to work with Blind together. And, well, this is the result.
Exactly. Crazy
this certainly
stuff.
is going to be the result. And like I said, right, what Mayavi mentioned that in certain occasions, you cannot really decide to dominate, you cannot play that aggressive gameplay. The strategy which this man set out to prove himself, to create the most aggressive team, it seems like he's also sort of matured himself, has adjusted to his rest of his oppositions. But ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot more interesting stuff coming across your way. The IRL highlights, once again, the intensity on the faces of these players.
But you know what's hilarious about that quote is the fact that Mayavi is saying that aggression does not always work out. When here's the story, when this man, Mayavi used to be a talent just like us, he used to be a commentator, and then a man set out on a mission to build the most aggressive lineup BGMI has seen in this country. And guess what? He did not just build one team from scratch, he built 3 lineups, and all 3 lineups right now are considered some of the most aggressive teams in BGMI's Indian community.
Exactly. I mean, still Team Mayavi, how can you forget Blacks? Legit pro. These guys are insane.
Yeah.
And then once again, now over here, Blind Esports, another lineup. These guys are guiding through, and they're just proving wonders.
Yeah.
They certainly are, but now that we are coming to this stage, right, Weekendy is done and dusted, I wonder where is Team Insane on the overall standings, because this match gives them a massive boost in terms of the overall standings. Top 5 for sure, but I want to see the points difference. You know, if we do get to see the overall standings, we'll sort of understand if they do have a chance in the rest of the 2 games that remain and when they come back tomorrow. Necro is already calculating.
So my calculation says 7 into 9, 9 into 19, 10, 12, plus 9, 8,
Pythagoras.
9. They should be on the 5th spot.
Pythagoras himself has said that Team Insane is going to be on the 5th spot. Well, for now, we're going to trust him because we do not have any other opinion, to be honest, ladies and gentlemen. But if you do want to get all of this action and information 5 minutes prior to the rest of the world, do make sure that you become a Loco VIP, because that broadcast is going 5 minutes ahead. But Johnny has a very interesting takeaway.
Time travel.
Yeah, he calls it prime.
You will be in the future, ladies and gentlemen, compared to the YouTube audience.
Or if you want to join us and show your friends that you're with us right here 5 minutes before it even happens, then drop down in the Eka Arena in Ahmedabad. We're still waiting, Necro. Would you like to say something?
I mean, listen, just come over here. Why are you guys not over here? If you're in Ahmedabad, then still not over here. And if you're a BGMI lover, at that point, how can you call yourself a true BGMI lover if you're just not over here? Like, just straight up. You're not a lover. You're not a gamer anymore. You need to be here.
Oh my God, Lion is back, ladies and gentlemen. But let's just have a look at the MVP of this game. Once again, Savita just proving his worth in this lineup every single time. He got an MVP yesterday. Even today, he's sort of once again shown his talent. 6 finishes, 673 points of damage. I want to know your thoughts on Newman and Savita individually.
I mean, he was just phenomenal. We saw what he did to Revenant, right? He just single-handedly manhandled the entire squad, and it was what kicked things off. There was 4 eliminations that he had for himself from that one fight, and after that went on to secure 2 more. But Newman, they did not, I believe, they won't really have that many placement points at the end of the game. But still, I mean, moving forward, I would like to see where does this bring Newman as well. Because remember, even Newman was that team that was climbing the rankings slowly and steadily throughout the entire day.
True. I mean, Newman Gaming, they've definitely been climbing consistently too. I would say they've been slipping under the radar.
Yeah, exactly.
All the other teams are just getting the limelight. Newman Gaming slowly and steadily just moving up. And yeah, we love these teams, right, who are just slowly and steadily making that climb without us even noticing that. But in the top 5 player too, you see Godbot once again. It seems like growing strong Godbot might just be waking up from the slumbers.
I mean, waking up from the slumber, everybody wanted this man to wake up from that slumber. The league stage performance that we got to see from this man was not really shown in the land, especially on the first day, and that's why we saw that the difference was closed up. But now, ladies and gentlemen, of course, we'll have to have a look at the point standings, and Team Blind Esports once again just building up on that lead that they have. 22 points.
Necro,
absolutely insane.
You did a calculation right now. My calculation says that Blind is going to be on the first.
Of course they're going to be on the first. What do you mean?
Wow, Johnny.
What do you mean?
That was hilarious.
I mean,
thank you.
That certainly was hilarious, ladies and gentlemen. But look at this. Gladiators also with 14 points. I think they are coming over.
Team Insane with 21 points accumulated. As I mentioned, Blind is of course going to be the one to lead the chart. But then Gladiator, once again, consistency. 8-bit CS, proving that consistency as well.
Did you see Entity sitting there with just 9 points on the board? That breaks my heart. They were doing so well. They're going to fall behind Necro. Blind has the win from the previous game and 22 points from this match. They had a 22-point lead before this game. Now it's going to be, well, it's going to be quite a lot.
Remember what I said.
It's going to be
you just need to defend
points.
yourself in the top 5. All you need to do, you just need to pin down that spot on day 2. On day 3, you are going to be breaking bars.
Yeah, plus, especially 2 more games remaining. I forgot about the fact that we have 1 more Miramar. And of course, the last game of the day, Erangel. If Entity can drop some big numbers, or in fact, even if Gladiator does the same, these teams can actually catch up to Blind.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, there's been some upsets on the second page, but for now, the cumulative standings at the end of match 10.
Points.
A 30-point difference between Blind and Gladiators.
So listen, my calculation was a little bit off. I forgot to add the Pythagoras theorem in there as well.
Yeah,
I forgot to add a couple of more subtractions, additions.
There is one man, Mr. Sharma. If he was here listening to what both of you say about mathematics, I'm pretty sure in a few moments both of you would have disappeared.
I forgot to add the sin cost.
Wow.
I forgot to do that, man. It's okay.
Well,
Sign.
Yeah, sign. Sinu. Necro, your accent isn't helping over here. But let's just come back into this point standing once again. You've got the difference, right? Once again, the massive difference between Entity and GlitchX Reborn right now. 93 points on GlitchX and 114 from Entity. I think this is a difference which will be very hard for them to come back from. And on the second page,
what happened to Hydra?
It's not looking good. Exactly. Hydra, Team Soul, Revenant, Genix FM, all of these teams have definitely taken a tumble.
Oh man, didn't Maisie predict Hydra today?
Oh yeah.
Oh my god, all the Hydra fans are going to be so pissed on Maisie.
I don't think so they're going to be upset about this. I think the moment he said Hydra's going to make a comeback, they knew what was going to happen. Everyone just it's difficult to beat Maisie. You just accept your fate after that point. But anyways, I mean, even for tomorrow, at least Hydra, again, 2 more games remaining. Imagine they win both those matches. That's going to be 30 points just for the placement. And if they go big, drop 10 finishes per game, that's going to be 50 points, bringing in total 100. That should bring them into the top 5 or the top 6 at least. They can recover something.
Johnny makes it sound so easy, right? If they go 10 finishes per game, approximately 50 points here and there, then they're going to get placements as well. This man, yeah, he does make real life sound very easy.
Yeah, I mean, see, I'm a man who believes in opportunities, and as long as you have that opportunity, you have to do whatever it takes to seize it with everything 100%. That you have. And I am pretty sure even Hydra realized this, that for them, it is now or never. If they fumble in the next 2 matches, no matter what happens tomorrow, there is no way they lift the trophy.
Absolutely, there is nothing that is possible, especially with the kind of lead that is there in the #1 spot. I think even it's going to be difficult for Gladiators, but
I said you guys forgot about Team Soul.
Yeah, same thing for Team Soul. Win the next 2 games, drop 10 finishes per game. If you do that, you can recover. Otherwise, there's one way. There's one way you can recover tomorrow. You have to get chicken dinners in all 6 matches.
You guys also forgot about TTE.
TTE is way too far behind.
Yeah, but maybe a 15 elimination chicken dinner.
Yeah, why not 30 elimination chicken dinner?
Yeah, maybe that could happen. Maybe a 60 elimination chicken dinner.
To be honest, I think it was during the BGIS where we saw a team finish a game with 31 elimination points, right?
30? No. Nah.
So the highest, the highest points that we saw acquired in an official game was somewhere around 42 and 43, which just goes to show that they had somewhere about close to 30 finishes, but not more than 30 finishes.
I'm going to check this and come back because I believe God's Rain actually pulled it off.
It's
we don't know. We don't exactly know. Listen, Johnny, our memory isn't that strong. I understand we're still quite new. I mean, quite young, but still our memory isn't too strong. And
where is this? Was this were there things being hidden even from us in the arena?
I have no clue.
Where's this camera?
Where is this helmet being popped out? It's right next to Maisie's head.
Hey, guess what? The arena is so massive that even we haven't seen the entirety of it. You guys do make sure to drop in if you are in Ahmedabad, ladies and gentlemen. There is still 2 more matches left for the day. There's the entirety of tomorrow remaining. Do make sure, join the action, join the celebration. History in the making. One of the biggest esports tournaments to happen in this country. And you have the opportunity to be a part of this. So again, do make sure to drop by and say hi to us, just like these lads who have been enjoying themselves, who have been spreading the love within themselves and with their favorite curators. But now, what is going to happen in the next game?
You know, I have no clue, to be honest, because now the tournament has sort of opened up. We do have a little bit of a picture, right? Like I said, there is that points difference from the 3rd and the 4th spot.
Yeah.
The top 3 teams, there might be alterations.
Hey.
But
have you noticed one thing? Just because Salty has got that watch, he's showing this hand over and over again.
What
like
watch
Salty,
is that?
we understand. It's your new watch. We
Is that
understand
yours?
someone else gave it to you.
Wow.
No,
yeah,
Destro actually gave it to him.
it's
really?
my watch, ladies and gentlemen, at least for today.
Listen,
let me just own
none of us
up.
can afford that. None of us can afford that.
No, I think we can.
I think we can, Necro.
I can't.
I think we can. But it's still fine. I mean, the watch, it's pretty, but what is more pretty is going to be the cumulative standings. We were talking about it again, the difference that has been set up, right? Glitch X Reborn, Team X Spark, there are multiple other teams who are in that weird position of the 90-point marker, where multiple teams, I think there are 3-4 teams who are from 93 to 90 points, right? And then there's that massive difference with Entity being at 114. This gap is what I'm talking about.
So now I think with how the trend is, Blind should be able to close in on that 170, 175 point marker by the end of the day, no matter what happens.
Yeah.
If that actually occurs, the target for the teams below them, if they are anywhere close, should be to hit that 120, 110 by the end of the day. If they do hit 120, it's better. 110 is going to be manageable, but a little bit pressure is going to be felt tomorrow. But it all depends on how far can Blind take this. How far do they take themselves from the rest of the competition?
I'm not going to lie, today is the last day to make a comeback. You
Yeah.
cannot. Today is the last chance and the final 2 chances left from this day to make a comeback. And no other hopes will be there. Maybe the teams on the first half of the board, you can't call those mini comebacks, but still the teams on the latter half of the board, they're not going to be able to establish a comeback.
I have a very strong opinion regarding this, especially with how much points the top 3 teams have accumulated in this tournament. I think comeback from the second page, especially at this phase of the tournament, when you have got just 8 games left to go, I think it's going to be very tough. Either there has to be a massive downfall or there has to be a massive upgrade.
One more thing I would like to add to this is like just to simplify what the storyline is and how the teams are going to be focused on. As of now, it is still a close call between the top 7. But as Necro said, this is the final opportunity. Tomorrow, it's just going to be all about the top 5 or the top 6.
Yeah, 100%.
Unless teams at the bottom just get chicken dinners.
No, that's not going to happen. Come on, I mean, we need to speak statistically.
We're optimistic.
I'd like to be optimistic, but only in the places where it's actually possible.
You've forgotten that. He has become a lion, so he's very realistic right now.
Forgot. He
is the most practical person in this entire arena.
There was a time when Necro used to call himself a panda. There was a panda dance that he used to do.
Yeah, I still remember those days.
Yeah, I never do it, man. What are you guys talking about?
Necro, your transition from being a panda to a lion has been phenomenal.
Look at the VIPs, dude. These guys are definitely having a good time. They're having smiles on their faces.
That man is not enjoying, sure.
Why not?
No, it was on a phone call.
It says red flower, blue flower, and scout is beautiful.
That is the worst. That is the worst
See, I'm
translation.
translating it from Hindi to English. It rhymes perfectly in Hindi.
It rhymes perfectly in Hindi. There is an English translation as well, Johnny. I don't remember it exactly, but look at this, right?
I mean,
miss you, Johnny. Johnny, he's missing you as of now.
no,
Johnny the goat.
That wasn't for me. That was Jonathan.
Well,
I was just trying to pull your leg, man.
Jonathan, right? What? You should have written Jonathan on the board then.
No, I mean, people call Jonathan.
I know,
also
I'm just
Johnny,
messing around. Come on, you got to play with me here. But you know what? We've also heard that the game's
Did that
booted
sign
in.
just say he came with his friends and just told his partner at home that he's somewhere else?
I mean, it's fine. This is what happens, right? Sometimes you do have to make compromises to come here and enjoy this. But it's worth it, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, a little bit of a glimpse of that body cam that we have, of course. And if you also want to come here and enjoy, possibly bring your buddies along, because that just, there's a high chance you would be on broadcast, you'd be on the big screen and on the live broadcast as well. But ladies and gentlemen, we are getting prepared for the next map of Miramar. Continuing the tradition, Johnny and Necro, want to ask your predictions for this one?
Oh, Necro, together?
You want me to go first?
No, let's do it together.
Okay.
3, 2, 1.
Insane.
Yeah.
Wow, what? Team Insane it is.
Insane, I guess.
Both of them acknowledge it, but the map of Miramar, ladies and gentlemen, is back up live, and the big bird is back in the skies. This time they're around. My co-pilot is going to be Master Necro, and we are flying from the left-hand side of Puerto Parazo towards El Pozo right now. It's going to be a flight path which is very skewed on that left-hand side towards the south as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how these teams kind of migrate towards the north. But once again, all the 16 teams in front of our screens, blind at a massive advantage, will be looking to kind of make that entry, or rather 1 foot inside of that champion's tag for themselves. But the rest of the teams, Gladiators specifically, Necro, do you see them making a big jump and possibly snatching that #1 position away from them?
Maybe. Anything can happen at this point. Other than teams who are completely at the bottom making a comeback. That's something that's impossible to expect. But this plane flat path, as you mentioned, it's quite messed up. And it might just mess up a lot of teams' drop locations. But let's see how Grow and Strong are going to deal with this. Bocato's quite close, so Soul's not going to have any issues. So all good in the hood for them. Entity Gaming as well, dropping all towards El Pozo. Blind Esports too. I want to see how the adjustment's going to look like.
And in terms of adjustments, I think Blind Esports, they're not going to be worrying way too much, because moving towards Creator Fields is not going to be a problem, but the circle drops, and this time we do have something interesting, ladies and gentlemen. It does move towards the side of water treatment, Al-Azhar, San Martin, and Minas Generales, an eastern circle, possibly for the first time. And it does kind of incorporate a little bit of the shoreline as well. So, Necro, the point that I was trying to make, it seems like this circle is made for Gladiators, because their drop on towards Impala, I don't think that's going to be contested for a while.
Indeed.
Well, Team Insane on our screens right now, just moving around, but they do have teams right across. They have Team Psych. And it seems like Team Psych is playing a very weird split. 2 players on towards Ruins, 2 players on towards Trailer Park. What exactly is happening? What does Team Psych want?
We'll be able to find that out soon. But Team Insane in front of us, a prediction me and Johnny made. Because so far, at least in the previous game, it feels like now the wind is in their sails. And now that they're also on the 6th spot in the overall standings, they're looking pretty okay. One more solid game and they can actually breach inside top 4. And that is a really good way to finish the day 1.
That certainly is. I mean, Team Insane especially just stabilizing their position on the overall standings with that chicken dinner. They've been consistent throughout. They've had decent games left, right and center. And that one game, that one chicken dinner was exactly what they were looking for. But for now, Team Entity on our screens, they've done massively. This team had such a slumber in form, but now look at this. Team Soul back in action. Omega with that M249 just firing in all cylinders. But Genex FM, they managed to escape away. Akshat did try to pull up his vehicle, try to chase him down, but I don't think that's going to happen. But instead, look at this. It seems like Team Soul, they're prepared for a fight, Necro.
They indeed are. He eyed that vehicle out. They know that there's someone in the close lines, in the close quarters, but then instantly Team Soul, they want to back away. Team Soul's learned their lessons in these early engagements, so they just want to play for the late game at this point. But is that really going to work out? I don't know. Because so far, no matter what they're trying to bring on the board, it's just not working out. Yeah, the first game today was quite good, but then after that, things are just coming down.
Things definitely came down, and they've definitely hit rock bottom at this point. They wanted a good start, they got themselves a good start, but from that point on, the slumber, the big dip in form once again, just not really helping them. And at this point, I think it's kind of lost hopes for Team Soul, but like we said, right, 8 games still left remaining. And 8 games is a lot. You can definitely turn around the fate, but it will be a miraculous moment if Team Soul or any other team in particular, can be Revenant, can be Genex FM, can be Team Psych. These teams, if they do make that miraculous comeback, possibly even finish inside the podium, I think that will be a very big moment.
Will be. Team Together Esports. Currently we've got them in front of us, and you talk about all the stuff these guys have done so far. It's going to be a short story because they haven't really done quite a lot just yet inside the tournament. Especially inside the grand finals, though. I mean, they have made it inside the top 16. Props to them. A big round of applause. But then when it matters the most, they're just not able to perform. Once again, a lot of questions can be raised. The same thing can be said for Growing Strong.
I mean, to be honest, these two teams, they were fabulous. They were flawless in the league stages. And we kind of expected when it actually comes to the LAN finals, it does get a little on the nerves. But I think this is where Glitchix Reborn also come into the picture, because this team has showcased that they are built to improve constantly. The LAN pressure that we always talk about, they faced it inside of BGIS, pardon me for that. And inside of BMPS, they came in well prepared and they showcased what their true talent is. And I'm pretty sure this team still stand a chance, especially having acquired 93 points on that 4th spot. But as of now, it still seems like it's a big climb. One good game, Necro. I think one good game should put them in the top 3. And from there on, tomorrow anything can happen.
One good game for anyone who's in the top 8, or at least close to top 8. Can't put them in a good spot. Even one solid game from Revenue Esports can put them in a good spot. But once again, so far, that one single good game isn't really found. Look at Blind Esports, actually hugging all the way at the edge of the map. Interesting. One of the safest rotations that you can ask for.
Yeah, I mean, this is something which we have seen, right? Blind Esports. They could not really capture the creative fields. Now I think, their prime focus will be the shorelines. We've seen Blind Esports kind of stick to the edge lines, even on the map of Erangel. They kind of do that. They play in from the edges, even on the map of Miramar. Sometimes they do play in from the edges. If they do not get their prime spot, which in the case of Miramar is the Crater Fields Hills, then they will always opt for a safer option.
Salty. Knuckle and Ronnie had 0 meds. Zero meds.
I think they did not really get the time to loot. I think they might be able to loot, especially when they reach Terra Bronca.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Or maybe the intention is just to fight and get the loot of the opponents.
That's very optimistic, Necro, to be honest. To just take down your opposition without taking any damage, surviving that fight and looting their crates.
Never know.
I don't have that confidence. I mean, I'm not blind as well. Blind Esports is made up of different elements, but...
Different elements? What kind of elements?
Confidence.
It's not
gunpowder. Now you're going to say that those are not elements, right? You're going to bring out scientific terms, huh? Are you?
Yeah, of course. But for now, Hydra on the move. A team so far with the struggling phase, somewhere down line in between, they did try their best to sort of come out on top. But after that, once again, these guys are back down under. They need to rise up from their ashes. They need to rise up from their graves. But no matter what they try to bring on the board, it's just working against them.
Hydra. I mean, I still kind of miss that clutch from Dora OP, right? It was certainly a magical moment. A rare occasion, to be honest. A 1v6. Taking down 3 teams in the process to get himself a winner chicken dinner without any support from his teammates. But Hydra could not really show their true potential in this tournament. They did have a little bit of that momentum as they finished last day with that chicken dinner, but like we discussed, right, today has not been their day so far. They still have an opportunity to change that though. Last 2 games remaining, 2 good performances. Hydra might actually reach the top 6 or the top 8 quite comfortably.
Maybe.
As the circle does shift, ladies and gentlemen, we definitely are progressing towards Al-Azhar. The stress towards the shorelines is still there. Have a look at this right now. Gladiators drop down on Impala. From that point on, they haven't really rotated much, but Hydra is right next to them. and Gladiators, they're on the chase right now. Team Together Esports, they're going to be the first ones to enter and take control of the central hills. Meanwhile, Team Blind just playing in from the edges. We felt like they're going to have a pit stop at Theatre Bronca. They are having a pit stop at Theatre Bronca. They're going to be looting up, restocking all those meds and resources and everything else which they might need, possibly a lot of ammunition. But they have to be wary of one team, and that is going to be Team Psych coming in from their backlines.
Salty, even growing strong, is now finally looking for a breach inside from the southern side. Team Soul's going to be a little bit late to the party with this breach that they're trying to make, but so many teams currently just accumulating towards that central spot of the circle. So one thing is for sure, the prime spots are already being taken away. Now you can try to adjust with the leftover spots.
But speaking of adjusting, I think Junkyard is not a place where you find a lot of real estate, honestly, Necro. You do get...
better than nothing.
Better than nothing for sure, but it still is a very high volatile space where you do find those ridges, which is very uncomfortable to play from. Very uncomfortable to play around, to be honest. Have to always constantly watch your backs, and this is one of the reasons why I think this trifecta is so interesting to watch. Have a look at this. Shadow OG does take down Kronal. He's going to be finished off as well. Constant sprays coming in. Team Together Esports, they have been hit hard.
And that's what they need to do. Newman Gaming Shadow has managed to get 1 point so far. But let's see how well can Shadow keep on continuing up. Wick C from Newman Gaming. Even this man has been quite deadly. In general, the entirety of Newman Gaming, they've definitely woken up quite well. They've definitely made a comeback. And still, considering it is the map of Miramar, the initial stages, the initial phases are of course going to be quite slow when it comes to the action. So far, only TTE has lost out a man, but as I say that, TX 200 fire, heavy fire actually. Dreams has been taken down solo, one single bullet. Maybe he can't just seal the deal, but Ati blows up the vehicle, and that's why Dreams gets taken down. Is the cavalry going to be there from X-Spark? That's the real question.
Nah, I think they are falling back. They have left Dreams in the back lines as a sacrificial pawn, while the rest of the team, they have moved upwards. They knew that Dreams is beyond safety at this point. Look at this, the rest of the teammates, they just moved away from the situation. Team Insane know this finish is secured, but you can see the confidence once again, right, from Team Insane. As soon as they spotted the opposition, they knew what to do. Take him down, spray him down, destroy his vehicle, and then move forward. But still playing from the edges. This is very surprising. Team Insane don't necessarily do that on the map of Miramar.
Oh, Gladiators so close to growing strong. Both of them eyeing each other out, but I just love the stance that's been taken by the players of Gladiators. Especially Destro's position on the top. He's got so much information to play with. Finally now, the Rat's going to be unleashed. Too many bullets to deal with. So much lead being pumped in their bodies. But Godbot's going to be the one to find the return knockout instead. Gladiators, they lose out of the first man. This is not too good. Shogun be taking down the game. Godbot pulls out the shotgun, but it's not going to matter. Gladiators doing a fantastic job in catching these players off guard. But Fate 2 now is going to be here to return the favor. He's taking too much damage from the far fray. But at least in the clotheslines, Faith has done his job, but now is getting chipped up too low. Needs to patch himself up once again. Destro from the back is providing a good cover fire.
Well, Destro, the man definitely has arrived, has the high ground advantage as well, but Gladiators, they technically should have wanted to keep this very clean. They definitely have the 3 players up and alive, but Shogun has been very crucial in these situations, especially in the late game situations for Gladiators. It seems like that might come back and hit them really hard. Gladiators have to focus on the circle. Multiple teams have leapfrogged these 2 positions. They've moved beyond Gladiators, and now Gladiators might be struggling to enter the zone because Autobots and Team Soul, they're going to be gatekeeping them as of now, as the players are still on the hunt for that one last remaining player.
You can clearly see Delta so unsettled the fact that there's still one guy alive. And look at him, they're actually closing in towards the guy who's knocked out. I think the Fate's position's compromised, but no, the man who's knocked out, his position's compromised. So Eclipse is going to be claimed right here. Gladiator Esports, they flip the odds against the opponents, but at the cost of 1 man, which in my opinion is not worth it at all.
Exactly, especially when gladiators, they need that big chicken dinner for themselves. But now look at this. A very interesting situation has developed as Blind Esports. It seems like they were caught off guard by Revenant. One of their players was very low in terms of HP. And they did manage to recover from that. And the fight has disengaged. So again, the natural trend of Miramar just comes alive once again. You take those friendly neighborhood shots, the pot shots are there, you damage your opposition, but then instantly fall back because this is still third stage and there is enough space for these players to house themselves.
Indeed. And for now, Blind Esports, a team that has been dominating throughout the entire day. They've managed to secure 2 chicken dinners so far within 4 games. Definitely a statement been created. Almost could have won the third one too in Weekendy, but Insane was the one to put a spanner in their works to spoil all the plans. So unfortunately, Blind could not really get that back-to-back chicken dinner, but it's completely fine.
Look at the circle once again, just toying with the opposition, just moves on the other side, moves towards Junkyard. GlitchX Reborn having spotted Team Psych. Team Psych, a brilliant rotation coming in from them pretty late in the game. Now they finally do decide to make that injection point, but Raz constantly peppering them with that mini 14. Tap shots being taken against them, damaging both players massively. But he knows that he is way beyond to get that finish. GlitchX Reborn will have to find that entry point, even Blind and Psych, as a matter of fact. How do they do that, Necro?
No clue. GlitchX Reborn, they're definitely on top of over here. If you talk about Team X Spark, they're being guarded, or they're being gated by the players of Team Insane, as Pukar's being taken down so low. All across the board inside the circle, every single space or every single area is being guarded by some or the other team. So no matter where you go, it's not safe at all, that's for sure. Look at Entity Gaming in the front. 3 players inside same shack. It does not seem healthy or safe at all. Shadow's position compromised. Shadow is trying to go for a single execution over here, which can't cost him his life. Shadow needs to back away, and that's what he does in the nick of time.
Well, the nade was just way too far away from Shadow, but now look at this. Being pincered in between Team Entity and GlitchX Reborn, and as GlitchX Reborn, they make that climb. It seems like Newman Gaming. They can see their life flash in front of their eyes. The finish feed, of course, just indicates that Gladiators and teams like they're still duking each other out. But now look at this. The spray comes in. Wixkey just manages to survive barely.
GlitchX Reborn. Duke. Oh, look at this. He knows the teams are in the front.
What?
In the name of Newman Gaming. And finally, Savitar being found by Ralph. Beautiful stuff. GlitchX Reborn. The prowl, the hunt continues. And this is what we'd like from a team like GlitchX Reborn. Astonishing all of us with the performance these guys have showcased so far in the grand finals. But the elimination feeds now starting to pop up as well. It's a dance.
It certainly is a dance. I mean, especially look at this, right? GlitchX Reborn, now that they have the edge of the circle for themselves and the high ground, they can potentially hold themselves for a while. And this does give them the visibility to kind of gatekeep the teams coming in from the eastern side of the circle. But on the other side, in the south, we do have a massive fight. Team Hydra, Team Soul, and Autobots are duking it out. A trifecta. Necro, this is madness.
Madness indeed. Look at Hydra. I love the way they have spread themselves out. Autobots, Rico knocked out. Goblin, though, could have been knocked out himself, but eventually just sneaks away with a sliver of HP. Hydra in the front. Now they're going to be like the gatekeepers, the Guardian Angels off the zone line. But Team Soul 2 on the opposite side, they're not going to let that happen. Team Soul, they continuously keep on damaging against Hydra. Starboy being found. As soon as Team Soul, they get engaged in a fight, the fans just go wild.
The fans are always going to get wild. They love this, but look at Neo. Up in the front lines, they've got Omega as well with the vehicle. They've got Mr. Spray from Autobots, who is making a wild drive. And Goblin will constantly pepper the sprays, but he also has to be very wary of where Hydra is. A little bit of a dip for Mr. Spray to stay alive, but Omega is always there. He's going to finish off. Autobots have been eliminated.
Autobots out of the game. A team that's already been struggling. They've been put out of their misery. And Team Soul looking forward to control this entire edge line. But instead, being proactive can be a good choice too. Hydra, they're just going to try to waste Team Soul's time. A beautiful name from Hydra to try and damage the Weakle up a little bit, chip the damage. But Team Soul, what can be the game plan now? They need to disengage from this fight. Taking this fight's not going to be too easy. But on the elimination feed, Chris OP fell down to his own death.
I have no clue what's going on over there, to be honest, but in the south of the circle, there is so much happening. Spray God getting the knock on towards Neo. Definitely creates some space. Even Akshat has been brought down. Soul definitely in some kind of trouble.
What's going on? Team Soul's getting ripped apart from a lot of the different angles. It's actually Genix FM 2 from the back with showering bullets. Team Soul, big blunder. I mentioned this too. Taking this fight's not going to be the way to go, and that's why Team Soul is now in a big world of trouble. Goblin up close and personal in the close lines. And the entire team Hydra looking forward to pounce on top of him. And that's what's going to happen. Goblin, too many folks to deal with. Utilities being tossed on top of him as well. But unfortunately, he's going to be eliminated from the back. It's going to be Duro OP to put him out of his misery.
I mean, a big sigh of despair from all the fans. Hydra Esports, they seek revenge from the last game of Vikendi in the last day. But now look at this, Genix FM, they found the right timing to actually pounce on top of this team. Spray got all by himself, and Insidious does want to find that angle, has to be very careful. Do not expose himself from the back lines, and this is exactly what is happening. Insane on the third party, players are being knocked down.
Genix FM, this Crypto is knocked out. The pressure definitely can be felt. Decent position to play with too. Insane in the front, in the far fray. No one can afford to be exposed even for a couple of seconds. And Team Insane now trying to do some shenanigans here. Let's see what Team Insane is trying to make.
You know, this is why I love these junkyard circles. Just completely out in the open. You've got these micro ridges to play across, but an instant replay of what went down between Team Psych and Gladiators. And Gladiators certainly, they're surviving with just 2 players, but I'm not really sure that's going to be enough. 10 teams still left, and this circle is way too small. This is stage 5 Necro. And I have no clue how long is this deadlock going to stay the way it is.
The deadlock. The real deadlock happens in the final few moments. But over here, the circle is way too small, Salty. And Psych is right in the smack center. Oh, these guys are probably going to be the center of attraction. Because that one single guy, soon enough, is going to have too many teams breaching on top of him. How can he defend himself? It sounds next to impossible, probably.
It does.
Let's find out how the future line's going to look like. Because Blind Esports, they've got a solid edge to play with. Genix FM probably going to try to close on up. Team Insane doing the same thing too.
I like what Team Insane are doing, to be honest. A mad rotation, a very long rotation onto the southern side. But now,
oh my God,
they've been stopped on their tracks by Genix FM. Shots have been taken, knocks are being exchanged. Genix FM, they're not looking good.
What is this? This is some crazy stuff, huh, Salty?
Yeah.
With how it's going. I genuinely thought the Team Insane are going to lose this battle. Team Insane, with all the disadvantage, still they come out on top.
They certainly do, but one player from Genix FM, he's managed to find that sneaky escape from this fight, so the hopes of this team is still alive. I still wonder who the player is. It's actually Moj, but on the other side, Newman as well. They've been extinguished. 8-bit CS, they've been under the radar, but now they're under heavy fire.
Oh, 8-bit CS. Not too safe for Rich to play with. But they also need to make it inside the circle, Salty, because the wall of death is now starting to move up. Utilities are being tossed to the front. Soft covers being provided with the smokes. It's only going to deny the vision, but not the bullets. And considering these utilities are probably going to hurt quite a lot, 8-bit CS, for them this game matters so much. This can be a life and death situation for them inside BMPS, inside a shot at that championship.
Absolutely. And I love the fact that Ronak wants to go on the flank. Leo White, he wants to be the frontliner. But the only problem is, with Team Entity being so close to this battle going on, I just wonder if Team 8-bit CS is going to expose themselves from the right-hand side. TTE, their defense is really good. They know how to hold their compounds and make it their fortress. And they're on the right end of the circle. If the ball is in the court of Team 8-bit CS, they are the ones who needs to make a move. Otherwise, the blue zone is going to come up and electrocute them. Have a look at this. Team Insane is also in the back lines. I'm pretty sure they will be waiting for that opportunity to pounce.
And talk about the pounce, Salty. These guys are already looking forward to pounce on top of the prey. Blind Esports, a beautiful nade that sailed in, got the confirmation, but somewhere else on the elimination feed, you also do see Insane against the players of Entity. Insane are probably going to be like the unstoppable freaks of nature. And 8-Bit CS slowly and steadily looking forward to make that climb. It's going to be a long trek for them. But still, now they've got another foe to take care of. Team Insane looking to push up, close and personal against 8-Bit. And finally, the opening's found. Now the go call's going to be made. You're talking about Team Insane, and they never stop in these moments. And instantly, 8-Bit realizes too, they start to back away.
They certainly do. I love the fact that all the players in tandem just moving together. Are they just leading the team to war? And Team Insane know that they want to extinguish the likes of Team 8-Bit CS. And now look at this, the sandwich situation comes along as Team TTE. They've also found a moment to shine. Syket had the line of sight for him. And it seems like Team 8-Bit CS, amidst these two teams, they are starting to crumble, Necro.
Indeed, they are starting to crumble.
Oh!
Molotov misplaced, heavy plays. Gets lit up on fire. But he actually knocks his own teammate out. Syket's knocked out. Team Together Esports, I guess this is really the pressure speaking for them.
Absolutely.
And Ronak is the last man from 8-Bit too. Salty. So many things happening in such an unorthodox way. Blind Esports as well. They lost out on one of the players. Starboy's catching too much hurt. Team Insane. This team's on a prowl. This team is on a hunt. They are the real apex predators. And just like that, another team wiped off.
Absolutely. You've seen Goku turn into Super Saiyan. It seems like Team Insane, they've turned it up a notch higher. They are marching towards that victory. So many eliminations acquired already, but they do have one important hurdle right in front of them, and that's going to be Team Blind. Team Together Esports as well, they have retained their man advantage, but now look at this. Blind Mania is going to go down. He exposed himself way too much, and the smoke is not going to protect him for long.
Darkmore through the smoke. This man definitely has a sweet spot. Dark Lord, look at him! Oh, he still keeps continuing to pepper down those shots against the opponents. Ronnie gets knocked out too. Now Team Together Esports can be the potential bigger threat inside the fight, but Team Insane, they need to take care of the sidelines because still one single foe from Blind Esports is going for the match strat in the back lines. Knuckle can be such a massive threat.
It can be. Look at this. Team Insane just peppering them. An absolute artillery war going on. And Team Together Esports, they are being pushed to a chokehold. This dip might just be the death valley for them. Adi peeks out, the spot Syket is going to clean him up almost.
Oh no!
Down, Negro, what on earth?
Oh, this is too scrappy, too dirty, but now finally Dark Lord's going to close on up, and that's it! Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Team Insane we wanted to see, and finally, they have revealed their true form. 2 games back-to-back. Team Insane, I guess, roll their back and forth.
Well, this is one way to shut down everyone as we do witness that lovely bird's eye view. Team Insane, what an absolute comeback it has been in this tournament. And now they're making it count. Possibly will be inside the top 3 after this performance. A humongous chicken dinner with almost more than 15 eliminations on board. It's not every day you drop a 30 bomb. But not every day do you do it on back-to-back games.
Exactly. And back-to-back predictions, right?
Yeah, back-to-back right predictions. As long as both of us are on the same page, I think we will make things work.
Yeah, I feel left out.
Back-to-back predictions, right? Let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
It's fine. It's still fine. I mean, as long as Team Insane, they spice up this competition, I'm not really going to be bothered as of now. But look at this, right? What a comeback it has been. They kind of scripted a story which was never in the making.
But one thing that he was saying is correct. I mean, Team Insane, they're going to take a massive lead. Before this match, I believe they were sitting there with 91 points on the board. And guess what? We were talking about Blind challenging the chicken dinner and the best IGL of the BMPS for Adi. Adi has just now again taken another step forward. And of course, another point, as I mentioned, 120, I believe, is going to be the marker that Insane has just managed to cross. So that will bring them not just within the top 5, but the top 4.
Top 3.
Top 3.
They're in the 3rd spot. This time I've done my calculations right. I've also divided, used the Pythagoras theorem. Everything's
Is that the only formula you know?
Yes.
Yeah. I'll teach you a couple of more, Necro, tonight. I'll teach you a couple of more.
What are you going to teach him?
Possibly Kirchhoff's law, ladies and gentlemen. But it's going to be useful, especially... Kirchhoff's law is going to be used when you have to solve complicated electrical circuits.
Yeah.
And it seems like the point standings right now, there's a lot of complications going on.
Physics. The guy is struggling in maths.
No, so physics and maths, you correlate them, ladies and gentlemen. It's a topic which does deviate from BGMI. So we're gonna slowly grab our friends' hands and we're gonna be holding them, bring them back inside the play zone right now. And let's just talk about what exactly happened on the map of Miramar. The zone once again shifting to the right hand side. We saw so many different variations of play, right?
Yeah.
Blind Esports making a different drop, trying to go down a different side. Team Psych as well following the same path. But once again, we see teams making their last-ditch rotations towards the south. You've got Team Seoul, I believe it was 8-bit CS as well. And it's not really working out somehow or the other.
Yeah, it's definitely not working out quite nicely for them. And it is, of course, heartbreaking considering, as you mentioned, Team Seoul. And as soon as you say that name, you follow that up with the defending champions of the trophy. And then you look at their ranking on the overall leaderboard and it just breaks your heart.
It definitely does. But, ladies and gentlemen, we definitely have had a blockbuster. And Team Insane, all the doubters that they had, who were saying that they possibly were the best team in the league stages but were not meant for the LAN, it seems like they've shaken jitters. But not just jitters, they have definitely silenced the crowd as well. But for now, it seems like you guys are also going to be silenced with something brilliant that is going to come across your way. Well, there were some very expensive cars on display, ladies and gentlemen. Namely, so Pagani, which is going to be coming into the game very soon. What?
Can I get one, Pagani?
No, you cannot. You have been denied, Johnny. Just like Team Blind possibly might get denied that #1 spot. Of course, there's still time. There are two teams who are still duking it out right now. Gladiators, they are slowly progressing forward. They did get eliminated quite early, but 7 eliminations on board. I think they're still going to retain that #2 spot. But the way Team Insane are charging, it seems like it's going to be very hard to stop this team.
Yeah. That is true. I mean, Team Insane back-to-back 2 chicken dinners. Win is back in their sails. I think so now consistency is something Team Insane will probably try to end, not the wins. And they're also getting so many elimination points. This is the exact Team Insane that we have been seeing since the past, and we're finally seeing those gunfights being
Necro,
won
it seems like when you got disappointed, they heard you and they were like, how could Necro get disappointed from us?
You were saying a lot of things about them. You've been very brutal upon the teams today. What has happened, man?
Listen, just like your dad, like your dad, right? Sometimes your dad is harsh, but he always wants the best things for you. That's why he's harsh.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, speaking about being harsh, it seems like the ones who are missing out on what is going on the stage right now, it's a little harsh for you guys as well. So why don't you come over and experience it? Because right now, I'm sure you guys can hear a little bit of the audience cheering. You can hear a little bit of what our guests are speaking on stage.
Yeah,
they can literally see it on the interview.
They cannot hear it.
They cannot hear it. That is a problem, right? And if you want that experience, if you want that interaction with your favorite content creators, your favorite celebrities, just why not come down to Ek Arena, Ahmedabad? Tomorrow is going to be the last day of the grand finals. The trophy lifting ceremony, I think, is going to be one of the biggest scenes that we have seen in Indian esports so far, especially after a tournament like this. So much on the line and so many questions being raised, but all of those will be answered. For now, we'll answer one question. Who is the MVP of this particular one?
It has to be someone from Team Insane.
Yeah, it has to be someone.
I mean, obviously, right? That was a very wise call, ladies and gentlemen. Let's just find it out who was the MVP of this particular game, and it has to be Skips.
Wow.
We were
7
right
finishes, 804 points of damage, 1 headshot, and great survivor stats.
Exactly. 804 damage dealt, as you mentioned, with only one headshot, and then survival stats of 2. 25-30. 25-30. So in general, Skips once again just coming out on top of it. But in general, I would say the Finnish contribution was quite well distributed amongst the entire team.
And I believe Insane was there with the entirety of the lineup towards the end of the game as well. So 25 minutes, 30 seconds. Today the games have been extremely quick, I have to say, including the map of Vacandy was something that was shorter and quicker than the norm. But let's have a look at the top 5 players, and this is going to be an interesting one as well, because Insane Skips is going to be followed by Adi, who's going to be followed by Dark Lord, and then we have the outsiders. That's going to be Delta from Gladiators and Ronnie from the side of Blind.
I mean, Delta has been brilliant, not just in the league stages, but also in the LAN finals as well. Like, he has proved himself in crucial moments.
Exactly. I mean, talk about crucial moments, right? I mean, you also do see Dark Lord from the side of Team Insane who's been doing good. But all the time, Blind Esports is one player at least is there. At least one player from Blind Esports inside the top 5 should always be seen.
Yeah.
And, well, Ronnie's over there. But now it's time to take a look at the point standings and find out how many exact points have Team Insane and the rest of the top 5 accumulated.
Oh, and it is 34 points, 19 finishes
Massive.
on the board. Now, this is definitely going to be a massive leap from the side of Insane. But we keep talking about Blind, and there is no stopping them. There's no one that can hold them back. Even in this matchup, they secure 15 points in total, which is actually quite a good game, to be honest.
Yeah, it is quite a good game. But then you take a look at the 6th spot over here, which is the players of Gladiator Esports with only 8 points accumulated. But one thing is for sure, Team Together Esports, it is a late awakening, but at least they have done something inside the tournament they can be proud of.
Yeah, that is true. But let's see who is on the second page of the rankings. I mean, even that is going to be intense. One name we know, it's going to be Team Soul on the 12th position. Syke Newman as well, not really having a fun time. Newman, all the momentum that they built has completely disappeared. But Glitch, I was so happy seeing Glitch perform, but unfortunately now the downfall has begun. They need to recover in the last game, Necro. Otherwise, tomorrow is just going to be so brutal in terms of the pressure that the players are going to feel.
I think the defending champions aren't really able to defend their trophy anymore, Johnny. And I think so at this point, we might as well just conclude that for them to be the champions of the BMPS, it's next to impossible.
Well, it's definitely going to be tough for them to make a comeback from now. But of course, as of now, the journey is still not over. As a gamer, we always are taught that till your last breath, you've got to be fighting hard, and Team Soul is going to be doing that as well. Not just them, even Revenant. But ladies and gentlemen, let's just find out what is happening on the cumulative standings. They've got Team Blind 165 points. Wow. What an insane lead.
My maths, perfect. I told you on the 3rd spot will be Team Insane.
Yeah, Necro, your Pythagoras theorem this time worked out quite nicely. Good job.
Yeah.
But still, also look at the difference between Blind and Gladiators. Now that is scary, to be honest. Close to 40 points, 37 to be a little bit more precise. And it is
look at the difference in position points and finish points, right? For Gladiators, it's been 64 and 64. Blind outshines them in both the departments.
Yeah, they have more finishes than the position points team sitting right behind them. And that is, again, a scary position to be in. But glad to see that Entity are still a part of the top 4, and Entity are not having a good day today at all.
They're not having a good day at all. Because considering what they showcased yesterday and what they're showcasing today, definitely a bit of a downfall is there. In the first 3 games, Entity was okay. But now that the rest of the games are being seen in front of us too, there's just so many changes in the overall standings that you cannot even afford one single game let loose.
You know, I have one interesting analogy. With Blind reaching 165 point mark, there are teams, for example, Revenant with 64 points on board. There's a difference of more than 100 points. I think these teams who have already a difference, who are trailing by more than 100 points, I think potentially they are out of the competition right now. Not contending for the #1 spot, might just be contending for the podium finishes. I want to know your thoughts. Do you think 100 points and a comeback is still mathematically possible?
I mean, you want to go first, because I think 100 points and a comeback, if you are close to the 90s, you can still make a comeback, considering, let's include the last game in the list of matches, right? 7 matches. You can catch up in 7 matches if you win at least 2 of them, and all of them are the top 3 finish.
My answer is no, I don't think so. With how things are going, like, we need to also consider the past in the grand finals. I don't give up. I'm just sticking with the stats. I'm just speaking the facts.
Oh wow, that actually rhymed. But I kind of liked his approach. The moment he kind of showed his disimpression with Insane. They started performing, right? And now, for sure, when he says that it is not possible, it will be possible. Hopefully, but ladies and gentlemen, beautiful moments from BMPS 2023 Grand Finals. Look at the expressions on the crowd. They've been cheering. They've been at the edge of their seat.
That's so tough. Watching these young lads with their hand covering their faces. Just a moment of disappointment over there for Gen XFM. And this was a huge win. That was barely a celebration.
The stadium looks so beautiful with that drone view.
Oh, true. That is true.
It looks so incredible. It's crazy.
I could spot us.
We always would.
Yeah. I mean, I could spot us from that drone view, but it's just that we're way too small.
Why are you looking at me?
I mean, Necro could have been possibly visible, but I'm not going to make that joke out here, guys.
That is harsh.
Yo, dude. All right, well, you know what? We need to focus on the game as well.
Yeah,
because
for
the
sure.
upcoming map is going to be the last map, Salty.
Yes.
The last map, the last chance to establish a comeback if you are at least on that 9th or the 10th spot.
Exactly. I think to kind of allow yourself to put yourself in a position where tomorrow you are still fighting for the title, I think this last map is quintessential. Get yourself that big chicken. And I'm not looking at the table toppers. I'm not looking at the teams who are in the top 5. I'm looking at the second half of the leaderboard. Because like Necro said, I think this is the last time. Tomorrow, it will be a way mammoth target for you to chase, and there is no possibility.
Exactly. I mean, the possibility is not going to be there. Unless you're already in the top 5, maybe. Then.
Yeah, I mean, look, tomorrow the top teams are just going to go all berserk. Because they know they need to get even one single point if possible.
Or maybe the teams at the bottom have some vendetta against one of the teams in the top 5. Targeting? Draw clashes happen, I mean, if you have players like him and I in the lobby, you can guarantee that is going to happen. But these lads are a little bit nicer than us, and of course they're more focused on the win.
Hopefully,
we weren't focused on the win.
TT, you never know. I mean, they're not doing that great anyways. Growing strong.
GS might, because Blind has been after GS
guys,
for the first 2 days.
One team that we've completely missed out upon has to be Autobots, as a matter of fact. 25 points acquired. They're dead last on the overall standings.
I wouldn't really say we missed up on. I would just say they missed on themselves, and that's why we missed on them.
Oh. And that kind of hurts.
To be honest, since you brought them, this is quite surprising because this is not what we expected from the Autobots based on how the league stages went for them. They finished the league stages on the 6th position in terms of the overall.
Exactly.
And that was quite brilliant. Coming in from a new team, they just have a few players who have that experience of being on LAN, playing in front of audience, and of course, being through tough, grueling tournaments. But yet, that experience isn't helping them recover anymore, and I think at this point, it's just over.
It definitely is over, but I hope this has been a learning experience for them. And potentially when they come back, they will kind of make it work. But once again, it's not just Autobots, right? There is another team growing strong, as a matter of fact. We always expected, especially after the chicken dinner that they acquired yesterday. I felt like, yes, there were not a lot of finishes involved, but one chicken dinner could have given them the boost in terms of morale. True. But even that did not last for long. They could not celebrate for long.
No, I completely understand what you mean. Yes, that should have given them that wind in the sail that is needed, but unfortunately, no, that was not the case.
I don't blame them as well. What do you do when Blind is chasing you every single game and just hunting you down?
Fight and be better, I guess.
It's
Take
Blind.
Down. Yes, but that does not mean they're inhuman.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
I think every team, like even Blind themselves, have acknowledged, right? It's not like we are the absolute best. We just make right decisions at the right time. Yeah, I understand these are diplomatic answers given to casters when we actually do interact backstage, but you also have to understand that they're firing the same guns, they're using the same weaponry, the same ammunition.
They're playing on the same map.
And growing strong, as a matter of fact, the way they played in the league stages, had they continued that same form here in the LAN finals, they possibly could have given them a good fight.
Maybe, but let's see what is going to happen. I believe the players are prepared. Gladiators see a smile on their faces, even Revenant looking extremely focused for this last matchup of the day. But we're going to find out how this game is going to go, ladies and gentlemen. We didn't do predictions, Salty.
It's fine. Necro is gone. Let me give me my prediction.
All right, what's your prediction?
Since it's the last game, right? I think it shall be either Insane or Gladiators. I don't know. Not Blind. Not Blind.
Not Blind?
Not Blind. I think it's going to be either the second place team or the third place team.
See, I can't beat you in the gym, but I think I'm going to go with Blind. Hopefully they win.
All right, then. The stage is set. Johnny is going with the tabletoppers blind. I'm going with the challengers gladiators. There's barely any difference between the second, third and the fourth position teams. And ladies and gentlemen, here we are for the last time in the day 2 of BMPS Grand Finals. The Big Bird will be back up on the skies on these lush green fields of the map of Erangel. We are back at home. We are back where we belong. And this time, my co-pilot is going to be none other than iSuper Johnny, and the flight path. Johnny does start from military base towards Yasnaya.
Oh, this is going to be interesting. The flight path leading towards the eastern half of the map. And we know for a fact some of the heavy hitters like to start that game from their northwestern quadrant, specifically from Ruin School, Hospital, Georgopol City, all of those hot drops as they are called inside our classic matches. But let's say one of those heavy hitters likes to drop on the military island. They're going to be quite happy with this flight path. We have 8-bit CS who will take that exit towards the ferry area. Gladiators dropping on their home ground of military island. The military base, to be a little bit more precise, and Psych will get the early control that they want of Novo Repnoi. Even Revenant is going to be a happy squad this time around because Milta will right be in the flight path. Blind as well, I think it should be an easy glide towards the school Rozak position, and Blind do like to start their game early. But the question is, now because of how the flight path is, there might be an opportunity for Blind to run after teams for an early fight if there is a western or a northwestern circle. Will that actually happen? We'll find that out.
There is a possibility, I mean. Certainly if the circle does drop away from the flight path, a huge wave of cavalry is going to follow up. And as of now, we're still waiting, and oh my goodness.
Wow.
What a circle.
Let's go.
This is the perfect way to end things up. And look at this. Goblin has been caught in the middle of nowhere. Sarang just trying to chase him, but he does not have the weaponry. And Goblin manages to escape. A little Tom and Jerry moment right at the start of the game.
Well, it is going to be quite awkward between X-Pac and the players of Team Soul, and especially considering, let's not forget, there's another team in the close vicinity, not too far away from these squads that can, if they have the information, fall back, go for a third party, get a few extra points for themselves. And that squad is going to be Entity, ladies and gentlemen. But as we saw the circle a few moments ago, that northwestern quadrant, it is going to cause so much excitement in the early stages. And this is where we begin the action. The city of Yasnaya Poliana, Newman have just showed up to challenge the players of GS. One-man Faith is going to be dropped. Whiskey looking for the finish, but the wall on the outer side of the compounds does manage to protect Faith for a little while. Newman now looking for the push. They're not scared. GS, that 4-man split drop that they usually utilize to start their game off on Wrangle, this time backfires. Lose 2 players at the start of the match. And this could be the final nail in the coffin of growing strong. Not just in this match, but in this BMPS 2023.
Well, speaking of BMPS 2023, growing strong, they definitely are not contending for the trophy right now, but they can definitely hurt the teams who are. Newman Gaming being one of them. Certainly inside that top 8 positions. Do have a potential chance of pulling off a miracle, even though the lead is way beyond. Blind has set insane standards, and Team Insane as well. They're chasing, but now look at this. Somraj does spot out one player from Team X-Pac, that is Dreams. But no shots being fired. But is he charging towards him? Wait, what?
Well, I think he is. But does he know? Is that a charge or just a fight for combat? Oh, it is a charge. It is a slam, and they know exactly where he is. Dreams is going to dream of the fields in heaven as he's going to get dropped and finished off. No delay over there. Entity finding the first pick for themselves of the game. Gamla Boy was knocked out, but should be an easy revive for Entity to bring their teammate back into the action.
Absolutely. Team Entity certainly have found themselves the early success, but you can see from the radar that shots are being fired, and Team X-Pac wouldn't let them get away at peace as of now.
Well, Spray God, the retaliation was... Oh, he goes on to secure the finish as well. A massive blunder from the lads of Entity. The advantage that they gain has been neutralized completely in this matchup. What is the game plan over here? Is this an early rotation towards Pachinki? Let's see Spray God trying to spray down another player from the side of Entity Gaming. Fails to connect the shot. Sarang going for the chase, hoping to catch at least one of the players off guard, and they managed to make sure that Troy will be split from the rest of the squad. Both the players cooking up a nade to lob towards each other, but who will be more precise? The answer is neither. Damage dished out from either side, but not enough to secure the knock. The flank is going to be there from the side of X-Pac, but Entity, they are holding a brilliant position. Somraj in the back lines on the move. I think they might just have to give up on Troy. There it is. Sarang gets the knock with the M16. Out of all things, and should be an easy finish for him to secure as well. Entity down 2 players instead of just 1.
Now this fight is so crucial, Johnny, especially in terms of the overall standings.
Yeah.
Whoever gets taken down will suffer a massive, massive drop. A lot of real estate on that standing being just given away, and now Team X-Pac, they certainly know what they have to do. Just clean up Team Entity. They know that these players, they're shaken. Troy has been taken down. Kamla Boy has been taken down. 2 crucial players are down and out. And Somraj also makes a very wise decision this time. Just moves away, and there you go. The pan for the audience. Everyone cheered.
Yeah,
everyone loves
that.
it.
It's just hilarious to witness when it happens.
It's not hilarious. I think it's the signature way of finishing someone inside of this game. Like, if in an ideal world of BGMI, if there could have been an ideal way to finish your opposition, that would be panning him.
There's that one finish that we still haven't seen, and it is going to be extremely rare, but when it happens, it will drive everyone nuts.
Let me guess.
Someone throws a pan and gets
I guessed it right. But
very difficult.
I think Mania tried that once.
A lot of people have tried.
I remember Blind Esports trying it quite often, and speaking of Blind Esports, they are very close. I mean, the split from them is very surprising. 1 player in Rozhok, 1 player right next to this Rozhok bridge. And the rest of the 2 players towards the school hills, towards proceeding towards Rozhok right now.
Let's see how things are going to go. That split can be quite scary for the players of Blind Blood. They are already on the move, looking to regroup. And if they actually manage to move towards that northern island between Georgia Pole and shooting range, there's a small little ridge just across the northern Georgia city. Blind actually reaches that position. I think this game can be a brilliant run from their side, but the problem is that Entity already has that marker under control, so they won't really get to that area without any resistance being faced. Let's see how things are going to turn out. Even Seoul is moving up north now.
Oh yeah, they are. And it seems like they will be chased by Team X-Pac. And it seems like in terms of momentum, I think Team X-Pac certainly have got the better side of it. They certainly finished off 2 important players from Team Entity. Team Seoul can also be their victims, but as of now, the question still remains. The circle still favors the northern hemisphere massively. In order to cross over, you've got very rare bridges, or otherwise you will have to take that plunge into that small little river. And I don't think that's going to be the ideal way to do it. And now look at this, Revenant. They're waiting for Team Psych to actually pass through Striker. Wait, what?
Let's see. It's going to be intense. MJ. Instant knock, instant finish. Orzi out of the pitch here, but Psych, they're the ones getting psyched by Revenant. One of the players out in the open, exposed and fierce. It looks like he's going for a hunt. It's not going to be easy. The distance between the opposition a little too much. Striker manages to make that escape, but Psych now caught in a very awkward position. 2 of their players are still stuck on the military island, and if they try to move towards the military bridge, they can be caught off guard by the players from Gladiator Esports. So they need to be extremely careful and cautious with how they move forward, how they rotate towards the northern island.
Yeah. As of now, Revenant Esports just getting that 1 finish point from Team Psych, and now proceeding forward. They're still holding that Novorupnoye bridge, so this is going to be a long journey for them, as we do tend to have a look at the map.
Yeah.
A lot of these teams are still in the blue zone. You've got Gladiators, you've got Team Psych, you've got Revenant, Hydra, 8-bit CS, late rotators to be exact. And out of all of them, I think right now, if you actually do tend to go towards the Georgia Pole region, crossing over is going to be an utmost challenge. You've got Autobots, you've got Team Soul, you've got Blind. How do you do it, Johnny?
I mean, it is going to be so difficult to actually make it happen.
Even if you go from the right-hand side, right through the Stobber Hills, if you by any chance figure out a plan, even that boundary has been covered. Team Together Esports, Insane over there, Newman. It's massive.
Well, let's see. And there's a massive cluster forming on that northern island already. You know what's going to be fun? If the circle just takes a hard shift towards the south. If it's towards the Everest Hill or towards either Ruins or Rozok. It's going to be so fun, Salty. Right on that river. Imagine that.
Yeah.
The river turns into a fence separating the squads on the north from the south. It's going to be such a fun end game for us to witness.
That would be ideal.
Yeah.
But I don't really want it to come back to the mainland, to be honest, because, again, we're all cruel people. We all want these teams to struggle and late rotators to be punished. And especially the teams who are still in the blue, if the circle does move up north, well, problems will just escalate. So why just make it simple? Now look at this, Sarang witnesses an entire cavalry whip past him and shot by Leo Whitey.
Oh, runs out of ammo, goes for a reload. And that is the extra bit of opportunity that the opposition was looking for to make that escape. He does manage to make it through to the other side, but it will be difficult for him to actually push any further. Team 8-bit CS, they managed to make their way towards the Georgopol containers, looking to cross the bridge. At this point, you already expect teams to be blockading that Georgopol bridge that connects the containers to the northern city. So 8-bit CS, they will have to be extremely cautious with what the next decision is going to be like. Are they going to try and play the shoreline of the main island, or are they going to try and swim their way through the river, or will they just max speed those vehicles, zip past the competition, and take the risk of getting shot down and losing a few players on that bridge?
Speaking of the bridge so far, where exactly is Team Insane right now? Team Insane right next to Severny as of now. Team Together Esports trying to get themselves towards shooting range. All of these teams, they are starting to develop their own fortresses inside of this northern hemisphere. But we've never really seen this shooting range play, especially the tunnel play, go down on a positive note for any team, to be exact.
That is true.
I mean, majority of the times, Johnny, they are just being cut off by vehicles closing in the entrances and then constantly pepper down the Molotovs and the nades. It's so funny.
Park your vehicles right in their faces and wait for the team to get stuck in there. You know what's the worst play I've seen in these tunnels?
What?
I've just seen players getting pinned in, the zone moving away, and they just eventually have to accept their death to the blue zone. But look at this fight breaking out. Saad is going to get picked up by X-Park again. Sarang not looking to stop anytime soon. Needs to cross into the safe area if he wants to stay alive longer in this match. It's not going to be easy, but it is important.
It definitely is important. Team X-Park, very long pathway that they have to take from now on. 8-bit CS on their move. The circle has taken a massive shift right on toward the left-hand side of Severny. And look at this Team Entity. They spot the engines roar from Team Insane, but on the other side, in shooting range, we have three teams who are coming in contention. Glitch, Team Together, and Team Newman.
Oh, this is going to be intense. Shooting range is definitely one of the fun terrains to take fights in, and this time, Team Together Esports, they aren't going to be the ones having fun. The trade comes in though, and this one has been brought by the players of Newman from the backlines. Glitch, they have lost Ralph, but he hasn't been finished off yet, so there is a probability of Roman, who's trying his level best to lay down that soft cover for him to push through, get that revive, and needs to be careful though, realizes there's threat lurking in from the backlines. And Team Together Esports, they will appreciate this breathing space so much. But guess what? There's a fourth team that joins the action. You have Gen X FM. Look at the radar, the purple dots. That is Gen X FM, the Fearless Marathas. There they are, just south of shooting range. The entire outer periphery has been taken control of. There's Glitch Reborn sitting smack in the center. And Hydra has showed up out of nowhere as well. They have the control of the hill and the backlines.
I mean, this space is going to get very chaotic. I still remember Team Together Esports in the tunnels of the shooting range as of now, but Gen X FM just taking those spot shots up against the opposition. Glitchix Reborn They were holding this like their fortress, but it seems like it has been invaded by multiple assassins. And as of now, Glitch checks the 2-2 split. It's not going to work. Look at this, Gladiators. They are charging against Team X-Pac. They've got one player off guard. One of them is down. But Delta PG, it's been a 1-on-1 trade, Johnny.
Yeah, this one brought in by the Autobots themselves. And X-Pac, they're going to be quite happy about this, but not as happy as they wanted to be, as they're about to lose one of the key players. Spray God is going to be picked off and finished off in this matchup, in fact. Gladiators, though, looking for a revive. No room to breathe from Autobots. Shots on Shogun from the back lines. Delta gets finished off. Shogun is about to get knocked out. Carry, he has the hit marker. He knows exactly where the opposition is, but is going to be forced to reposition. Autobots, this could be the match where they go big. The hope to lift the trophy might not be there, but still they can perform, prove to everyone else that they deserve to be here. But the next shift of the circle, right on top of Team Soul, and yet they are the only ones who are there for that control. Hydra and Blind, both of the teams show up.
Exactly, even Gen X FM, as a matter of fact, Team Together Esports, majority of these teams inside of shooting range, they are going to have the favorites of the circle. But I'm still concerned about Gladiators, because they've been pinned down massively. They are being forced to take a longer rotation right now. They have tried to shook away Autobots so far, but Autobots are dead stuck on this team. And they will try to gatekeep them till their last breath as of now. I want to see something special and something creative from Destro right now, because that is the only way you make a safe entry inside the circle.
I mean, it's not going to be easy, though. That's the problem. Justin is getting back to pick back the IGL. What is going on here? Autobots, Mr. Spray, get out of there. 8-bit, they have parked their vehicles in that div. They will have at least some sort of cover available to them, but they need to be extremely careful. They've taken control of that northern edge of the circle, but gatekeeping anyone from this position, it's going to be close to impossible. There's going to be so much pressure that will be felt by 8-bit CS in a few short moments. Extremely difficult for them to deal with all of it alone, but look at this. Insane Harsh, almost getting information about where the last surviving player from X-Pac was. Instantly decides to fall back, rotate around with his team.
And Team Insane, as a matter of fact, is constantly making the move. But it seems like they're heading straight towards Team 8-bit CS. Little do they have information that Autobots are here as well, and Adi instantly gives a call out that you cannot stop here. They drive past, but once again, there is another two teams who are going to be duking out, Gladiators and Team Soul. And from the distance, Insane is approaching them. I don't know what is going to be the outcome of this fight, Johnny.
Yeah, me neither. This is going to be a tough one for sure.
Oh,
Gladiators, they have drawn the attention of both these squads upon themselves. The vehicle barely misses Justin, which his weapon goes for the spray, secures the opening. Insane Adi is going to be dropped to the floor and gets finished off. Gladiators, brilliant way to kick things off, but no, the finish, it gets stolen by the players of Team Soul. And Gladiators, this might just be enough to upset them. Look at that, Justin goes for his revenge. How dare you? How dare you, Team Soul, take away Justin's point from him. Takes down 2 from the side of Team Soul, and Destro just leads the charge. His teammates following him up. They are going for a hunt. 2 eliminations have been secured. They're going to get 2 more from this.
I mean, I didn't really understand what was Team Soul doing over there. This is micro errors. Pressure just taking over these young lads. Team Soul focused, absolutely blindsided by Gladiators in that one. They did not even flinch. And I didn't really make it out why that happened. And Team Insane, they will be completely wiped off. Their momentum is going to be shattered. 0 eliminations and 14th position eliminations. That just means that Insane acquired 0 points from this entire game. This is not good.
Yeah, this is definitely not going to be good, but hopefully they can convert something from this. At least hope still kept alive, but look at this glitch reborn. They've been fighting for their lives in such a tough spot all this time, but finally the blue zone forces Newman to move. The heavy fire is going to result in 2 more players being dropped. We just have Whiskey running inside that smoke. He has managed to stay alive all this time, but now finally the sandwich between Team Together Esports and Glitch is going to collapse upon the players of Newman. 3 first aids on Whiskey, 1 smoke, 4 nades. At least he can take down Team Together with him. Glitch, although, still managed to stay safe inside that shooting range. In a few short moments, they're going to be forced out as well, and that is when Gen X FM will have the opportunity to deal with the players of Glitch Reborn. Oh, this nade is going to be so close. Oh, it overshoots. Newman is quite lucky.
They certainly are. I mean, Wixky, look at him, just barely managing to survive with the smoke. And it's very surprising. Team Together Esports, they finally make an appearance in this fight. They were hiding in those tunnels for so long. And now I think Team Newman, for them, it's job done.
Yeah, it is a job done, but Team Together Esports seems like completely ignored the players of Newman for some reason. And we're just focused on Team Glitch X Reborn, but Newman gets shut down. Glitch, they survive. All 4 players. Oh! Just bad timing over there. Duke needs to heal up as well. 5th stage. This is damage from the zone. It's going to be quite a lot. And Gen X FM, look at them. Ralph and Roman hiding in the middle of nowhere. Ralph gets dropped. Gen X FM circling around the opposition like vultures, but Hydra, they were there in the close vicinity. The third party, the opportunity they were looking for. And what is that? DBS action, and he still gets dropped.
Absolutely. I mean, Gen X FM, they did not really see this coming. Hydra, they split themselves perfectly, surrounding them like an absolute anaconda. And this time, Gen X FM, I don't really think they are going to be safe and sound, especially with Spray God and Dora OP lurking in the back lines. But look at this Team Together Esports. They've done a massive job retaining those 3 players, and now slowly and steadily they have the opportunity to pounce. If the timing is right, they can third party not just Team Hydra, but also possibly Gen X FM in the process. Spray down does come in. Saika wants to connect the shots, but Dora OP is invisible. Sparsh is impenetrable.
Well, they were hiding behind that rock, but still Saika sprays the same spot, finds a knock, but instant retaliation from the side of Hydra. They are not sparing anyone in this match. It seems like Hydra has finally woken up from their sleep, and the retaliation from their side is, well, it's just perfect. 5 eliminations secured, haven't lost a single player. Starboy was knocked out, but it should be an easy revive for them considering all the other teams are on the other side of the hill. So Hydra, they have a lot of breathing room to work with.
One off player from Glitch X Reborn.
Yeah.
Roman is inside the circle. I mean, just barely outside, being knocked out, and Duke, I think, is going in for a heal battle. So it's going to be very, very exciting to find out what exactly happens. But it seems like 8-bit CS right now, they will try and cut down Hydra and their rotation. Shots being fired. Starboy on the receiving end of it. They want to protect this man, but it's not going to be easy, especially with so many bullets being charged at you. But Team 8-bit, they have to realize they have got 20 seconds before they march inside the circle. It's not going to be easy, Johnny.
It is definitely not going to be easy.
Starboy is still surviving, but as of now, it seems like Team 8-bit, they have finally given up on their chase. And now the rest of the players, they know the job is cut out to make it inside the circle. But now look at this. The fact that they were blindsided by Team Hydra Esports Gladiators are going to leapfrog them and get the space inside the circle ahead of Team 8-bit.
Just the distraction working out quite nicely for Gladiators themselves. There's another team though that has been quiet all this time. Blind Esports, the leaders of the overall leaderboard, still present in the top 6. And finally, I think Manya has realized, hey, there's something we are missing. What's that, if you ask? Finishes. They don't have any finishes, and we know Blind is never satisfied without any finishes for sure. So now it's time to start racking up those elimination numbers. In the meanwhile, Gladiators, in a fight of their own, do manage to catch a few of the players from the side of 8-bit CS off guard. They have 9 eliminations on the board already. They will get the 10th one as well. Leo White being spinned out just behind that tree. The blue zone is going to force him out, and as soon as that happens, Gladiators, they're going to hit double digits.
You know, I love this position from Gladiators. They've spotted down Leo White and his positioning. They've also seen where exactly Hydra is heading as well. The Hydra, of course, they have a natural ridge to play across, but that is outside the circle. As soon as Hydra enter the circle, I think majority of their bodies are going to be exposed, and that means Gladiators, they will have the perfect opportunity to pounce. It seems like this circle, they have the best place, but now look at this! Omega! Wait, what?
We still haven't seen him. That is not a landing gear, that's a human being. Revenant.
Oh?
How have they not... Well, to be honest, I mean, usually you're aiming at head level, not the floor. So no one's going to assume that he's going to hide underneath that plane. This is just a brilliant move. They still haven't seen him. They still haven't seen him. This is one of the best games of hide and seek. And Omega, he's not doing anything. He's just scoped in on the players of Revenant. Realizes there's 4 men around, and if he does moves an inch, He is getting taken out. Team Soul, they've managed to survive till the top 5. That is why this man is the IGL.
Show me MJ's perspective now. Look at this. Okay, fine. We'll have to find out if Omega is actually visible or not.
Now they might.
So
no,
much.
there's a rock. How? Oh, they finally done it. I spy with my little eye a man lying underneath the broken airplane.
Well, who expected? MJ did not. I'm pretty sure he had the shock of his life. But now, ladies and gentlemen, as we close up, the curtains are about to settle down. We have the top 4 for us. We have Gladiators, we have Team Blind, we have Team Revenant, and of course we have Team Hydra. 4 Titans duking it out. Revenant right next to Gladiators in this little dip, and on the other side they are being flanked by Blind and Hydra, and seems like Blind are going to be challenging them.
Look at this push. They do not care at all. Blind just comes slamming in, lose out their players, but take Gladiators with them, and this is a disaster for both these two squads. Revenant still surviving in this match, and all of a sudden they're in the prime spot for the win, but Hydra is there to challenge them. It is a 3v4 situation. You saw the reaction of S-Power. He was so surprised as to what just went down, what just happened. Revenant and Hydra against each other in the final moments. The name is going to be Perfect. Starbo finds the ball of Pierce, and MJ is going to be up on them. A 2v4 for the final battle for the chicken dinner. It is important for both these teams that they secure the points in this match, at least try and reach the top 8, but it's going to be so tough. Sparsh, he's going for the push. Just one man left for the fight. Fierce. Is it going to be Fierce enough? Takes down 2. One more left, but it's not going to be enough. And finally, Hydra and the last game, they wake up and they strike in style. A brilliant winner chicken dinner.
What a game. What a game to actually finish things off. I mean, I have no words to explain what went down. Like I said, right, the curtains come down, but they do come down with a bang. I mean, 4 teams duking it out. Blind just putting in all their eggs on one basket. They wanted to take that fight to Gladiators. They sent in their entire forces. But that was about it.
I just want to see what the reactions of Blind and Gladiators was when that fight happened.
Exactly. I think the IRL highlights are coming your way, but you've got to give it to MJ, right? First, the spot towards Omega, that was hilarious, right? And then the finish on Destro. Destro got that final finish on towards Blind. Gladiator survived. But MJ was like, not for long.
With this, we can safely say that Soul cannot be the champions anymore because they just lost out on their last chance to even establish a comeback.
6 games, 30 points every single game.
Come on, you know that's not possible. That's not humanly possible.
Everything is possible, Necro.
Everything is possible.
If a man can hide underneath the broken...
You are talking about...
If a man can hide underneath that broken airplane for a good 10 minutes, then I think anything is possible.
I mean, listen, it's still sort of like a prop hit, but over here you're talking about stats and you're talking about exceeding your own limits. And so far, Soul hasn't even came close to that.
We made it to the moon. We've been outside the solar system at this point. I think anything can happen.
Oh my God, guys!
Yeah, but
you guys
currently
are dwelling way outside the Eka Arena. You've reached the solar system as well. That is not where we want to be. We want to be in the Eka Arena. So please land your spaceships and your rockets, because this time it seems like Gladiators, they definitely have made a statement for themselves. Blind as well, right? This game was absolutely phenomenal, and with this amount of eliminations that Gladiators secured, right? Certainly the gap will be closed. Like I said, this game was a setup for tomorrow.
True.
And what a setup do we have?
I mean, there's just, well, more people. There's so many people. I mean, it's just a wave, a sea in the arena itself, and it is exciting. That is what helps us enjoy the action as well, ladies and gentlemen. It's you guys, so tomorrow it is the last day of the grand finals. Make sure that you show up, you are here with us, and you drop by and say hi, of course, but along with that, I mean, it's going to be exciting to see who will be be there lifting the trophy at the end of the day tomorrow.
We do have some lovely people who are just surrounding us right now. They're all waving hi, they're all shooting. This is nice stuff. But
They came and said hi.
Yeah, right. They came and said hi.
We are waiting for you.
What is stopping you? Just come down to Eka Arena. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, this game, I'm pretty sure, Johnny, I think this game demands some reaction from those players. Let's just jump into the IRL highlights once again and let the intensity take over.
I'm just waiting for one moment. Two moments actually. First, MJ spotting out Omega, and the next one was the end of the fight between Gladiators and Blind.
It's like one of those unorthodox games, right? That you just do not really expect these type of moments to happen because the ending just looks so sincere. The ending just looks so dangerous, but then these type of hilarious moments just happen.
Yeah, it was a
and they just
comedy of
broke
errors.
the entirety sincerity.
Yeah, it was just a comedy of errors towards the end. Hydra, though, absolutely phenomenal way to secure the chicken dinner. They were playing along that northern coast for a while and then closing in. I thought it would be a challenge for them to actually breach past the Gladiators themselves. But they figured out a way to push through. And from there on out, it was a comfortable win for the side of Hydra. And not just them. We talked about Gladiators. We talked about Revenant. We talked about everyone. But Glitch, let's not forget, a move made out of desperation. Duke was going for a heal battle and he did manage to make it through. I think they're going to be on the 6th position, but I'm worried about how many eliminations they will have on the board.
I mean, look, at this point, we're just having so many question marks, right? Considering even tomorrow there's going to be a couple of more games. And then later on, of course, the champions aren't going to be crowned. Johnny, I'm not going to lie, it is supposed to be a journey of 3 days, but it just feels like the time just went by a flash.
Absolutely. I mean, now look at this, right? The people, it is almost about time. It's 10 o'clock at night, ladies and gentlemen, but still look at the excitement, look at the rush, and look at the man,
the myth,
the legend,
Scout OP.
Just, I mean, he always serves all the requests that comes in from fans, be it a signature, be it a poster as well, and you know, this is what we want, the community growing together, people coming together as well.
Just one of the nicest guy you can ever run into, to be honest. I mean, and it's not just now. I mean, it's been like, he's been like that for a while.
And everyone's just gone crazy just to get their autograph done.
Exactly. If you want to meet Scout, what do you have to do, Rick?
Just come down to the Eka Arena. If you're in Ahmedabad, of course. But if you're not over here, then you can, of course, enjoy all this stuff online. But make sure to watch on Loco because you will be VIP, 5 minutes ahead.
Absolutely. But ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, now that we come to an end of day 2, all the 6 games have been finished. We do have an idea of who are the teams, which are the teams who will be fighting for that title tomorrow.
Pretty much top 8 team, you can say. I mean, there's still a possibility that the 8th team, if they even do get 2 chicken dinners, Johnny, that can still be a close call. There's a reason why these guys are in top 8, and I generally think so. On the 8th spot, they have proved themselves.
I love the fact that Necro has learned his lesson.
Yeah.
What do you mean? I said this, top 8 will still have a fighting chance.
Well,
Guys,
ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to cut you right there. Let's just have a look at the MVP. And this has to be Justin. My man has been phenomenal. 6 eliminations, 750 points of damage. Johnny, how good was he?
It was quite brilliant, to be honest. I mean, phenomenal. And Gladiators themselves were actually just very precise with the action. Because look at that. It's not just Justin. It's Shogun and Destro who show up on this finish leaderboard as well in the list of top 5 players. We have Shogun with 4, Destro with 4, followed by Spray God from the side of Hydra with 4 eliminations, and Rico from the side of Autobots also with 3 eliminations.
I'm not going to lie, I just want to take a look at the overall standings and find out how it's actually looking like. Because Gladiators being taken down like that, Insane being taken down that early inside the game, definitely raises a lot of concerns on exactly what their position is going to be in the overall standings.
Well, the overall standings will be there. But for now, of course, we have to wait before the point standings of this particular game comes in this particular fray, because again, right, it seems like multiple teams were there at the very top. This is what I was talking about. Gladiators and Hydra, both of them were competing. 24 points by Gladiators, Hydra in spite of the chicken in at 23 points, and then you've got Revenant.
And it is going to be interesting to see what this game actually changes for Revenant, considering they were getting left behind in the competition, but not too far behind. I believe they're on the 9th or the 10th position in the overall. But one thing is for sure, those 11 points, Blind is going to be so happy for that, because look who else is there. Apart from Gladiators with 24 points, not enough to catch up for sure. But Blind will hold on to that first position. Correct me if I'm wrong. Have they been on the first since the start of the day today?
Yes, they have been.
For all 6 games?
And Blind Esports, I think so.
Not the start of the day.
This could have been their third chicken dinner.
Entity started the day being at the top, but then once Blind took it, they never really gave it again.
First game was the chicken dinner.
Will Entity even be in the top 5 now?
I think so. They should be able to retain that.
Again,
they should be able to retain that top 5 spot. No, actually, no. They should be somewhere in the top 8.
6th, I think 6th or 7th. That's where Entity is going to fall. From the 1st to the 6th, that is not what you want.
That is certainly not what you want. A massive downfall, ladies and gentlemen. But we'll have to talk about Team Newman as well, Team Gen X FM as well. Even X-Park, as a matter of fact, they have been slowly falling down.
True.
And it seems like they will have to kind of do something magical to bring back themselves into the competition.
Well, let's see what are they going to do to bring themselves back. But there's just one thing that's left now. And Necro, this is something that you and I were waiting for. So are you guys prepared to see what the leaderboard looks like? Well, here it is.
Whoa! Insane is still in the top 3.
24-point advantage. They still have 20 plus points in the lead.
That is true. That is true. Tomorrow it's going to be a tough climb for a lot of these teams. 8-Bits, yes, still in the top 8. You mentioned where Entity's going to be. It's actually in the top 5. So they're still in a solid spot.
That is good. That is still good. I mean, that means the hope is still alive for the win tomorrow. But Blind, these 24 points are so crucial. Imagine a chicken dinner to start off the day tomorrow, and Blind will control the entire momentum for the remainder of the 5 matches.
That is true, but imagine if a chicken dinner from Entity or Team Insane, then that momentum will instantly fall down. Even Gladiators will be in that raid zone, so that means the pressure is going to be so much inside the top 8.
One special mention, Glitch Reborn not falling out of the top 5 was absolutely phenomenal, and I'm so proud that we got to witness this team in BGIS. They did have a little bit of a downfall during the finals, but now they have finally recovered, and we are seeing what a little bit of experience on land and how it can help a team improve so much. They're just outside the top 8.
They're just outside the top 8, but with 90 points, I think, with the kind of lead that Blind have made up, it will be very difficult, especially even with Gladiators, right? 60 points. It will be extremely difficult for Revenant to make a comeback, but who else can do it but my man Sensei? I mean, he certainly is preparing something.
I would say they can definitely make it in top 5, but the championship slot is gone.
The championship is definitely gone. The podium finish and the top 5, maybe.
Yeah. Top 5 can definitely be there, but I don't even think so in top 3 it's going to be that easy to breach in, because Salty, you need to understand, already the team on the top has got 24 points lead. Every single person in the top 8 will be trying their best. That means the lead will keep on increasing. One single bad game from Revenant, even those chances will be down in the dust.
You know, you're talking about Revenant, Johnny. We'll have to discuss about Glitch, right? They certainly are in the top 5, but the point is there is a massive difference of 70 points between them and Team Blind.
True.
How do you come back from a trail of 70 points? How is that humanly possible?
6 chicken dinners. I'm going to say it again.
No, they just need one chicken dinner.
15 elimination every single game. Let's go.
That's too much to ask for, I'm not going to lie. Before that to happen, maybe the other teams need to target Gladiators and Blind.
Yeah, possibly. There is a lot which is going to be going on the line, ladies and gentlemen, and we are excited. I'm pretty sure you guys are excited as well. There are a lot of fans who are waiting out here, who are so excited, who are still energized. It's almost 10 o'clock at night, but the energy never seems to die down, and this is what the atmosphere is like inside of the Eka Arena. Before we actually close down the curtains, one last time, there is one request. This is the biggest event in the history of Indian esports, and if you're in Ahmedabad, do make sure to drop down in Eka Arena, because there is nothing better than this, and tomorrow is going to be a spectacle which you cannot afford to miss.
Exactly, it's going to be an extravaganza.
Extravaganza.
Yeah, of course, it's going to be an extravaganza. We all are going to say that, because of course Salty is the one who sort of likes that entire thing in general.
Well, have a look at the top 5 players. S-Power has taken over. 54 finishes, 28.9 finish contribution.
We were talking about drops, right? God got dropped from the first on this leaderboard to the 5th. S-Power has taken number 1 position and has 2 finishes lead. Dark Lord is following up soon. Revenant, Apollo is there. The team might not be doing well, but Apollo on an individual level is still quite phenomenal. Has been quite consistent throughout the day, but Blind, they're not only represented by S-Power, Manya is also present on that 4th spot.
Manya being the IGL still in the top 5 players.
Incredible.
Now that is phenomenal. Being the IGL, you're not really supposed to, you do not really expect a man who's continuing the team, or pretty much who's just guiding the team to victory, he's going to be there in the top 5. But no, Manya instead, he's actually over there, even doing a fantastic job in the fragging department.
Well, it's not just the fragging department. I think he's done a phenomenal job in the IGLing department as well, competing for the IGL. As of now, of course, the top 5 players, the battle certainly has heated up with 3 players beyond that 50 marker. And that prize pool that we have, 3 lakh rupees, that definitely is going to be on the line. But I think majority of that battle is going to be between number 1 and number 2, Blind and Gladiators. It's kind of sad to see that the defending champions, they are dwindling downwards. This is what happens, right?
Nowhere close to competing for the trophy.
That is true.
That is what is the heartbreak.
And they cannot even come in top 5. That's the weird part. Maybe they cannot even breach inside top 8. Johnny, what's going on? You're being way too optimistic.
See, I'm a man with a lot of hope in my heart, right? And I like to make sure that everyone around me is also feeling that optimism in the air. So no matter what happens, I'm going to make sure, like, again, it's the devil and the angel. This time, for some reason, he's the devil today.
I mean, look, at this point, I've just given up on hope because you guys know why I'm saying that.
He's not the devil. He's a lion for the day. It's fine.
Okay, no, that's a little bit too much. Let's focus.
That was a squeak. That was weird, to be honest. I did not want to hear that. I did not sign up for that. I'm pretty sure you guys also did not sign up for it. Imagine this, right? People who have Loco VIP, they get to see that 5 minutes earlier.
That is true.
Is that something which they deserve? Absolutely no.
I mean, listen, I would say it's a good thing to have, right? We all should have fun. Maybe everyone in the chat.
100%.
Roar.
Hey, I mean, we can have fun with you guys on the Loco VIP online with 5 minutes delay, but, well, 5 minutes before everyone else. But you know, where there is literally no delay, we're going to have fun with the boys
Tomorrow's
in the
the last
audience
day.
as well. Yeah. And trust me, we do have some fun with the boys in the audience.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, of course, let the intensity rise because we know, as a matter of fact, you know, tomorrow is the final day. Tomorrow, 1 team, 1 warrior. They are going to be lifting their trophy. But for now, we're going to throw it back to Rohit. See you tomorrow.
Thank you so much, casters. And इस समय अगर बात करें दूसरे दिन की, तो दूसरे दिन भी consistency दिखाते हुए Team Blind is on top of the tables right now. And एक बहुत अच्छा मौका है इस समय. Let's talk to our table toppers after day 2 of the amazing finals happening here. So let's welcome Team Blind, जो इस समय रुकने का नाम नहीं ले रही है. The table toppers, ladies and gentlemen, after day 2 of the Pro Series. Congratulations, Team Blind. मतलब ये एक ड्रीम रन रहा है आपके लिए, मतलब जिस तरह से आप लोग कंसिस्टेंसी दिखाते आए हैं. मतलब एक ऐसी टीम है जो, अगर हमारे कास्टर्स भी कह रहे थे कि जब उनका उतना अच्छा दिन नहीं भी होता है तो भी 11 पॉइंट्स लेकर चले जाते हैं. तो इस समय आप बताइए क्या है जो डिफरेंस, आपने अलग क्या किया है लीग स्टेज में और यहाँ पर जो ग्रैंड फिनाले चल रहा है, इसमें अलग क्या चल रहा है आपकी टीम में?
इसका बेस्ट आंसर हमारे आईजीएल साहब भी दे सकते हैं, तो उनको माइक देना चाहूँगा मैं.
बिल्कुल.
क्या आंसर दिया है? मतलब कुछ नहीं है, अपन ने जो भी स्ट्रेटेजी है वही सब फॉलो कर रहे हैं और लाइक मेरिट पे खेल रहे हैं. हर मैच पॉइंट निकालना ही है और वही बेस्ट दे रहे सब अपने इंडिविजुअल लेवल पे. आपके
गेम प्ले के, आपकी टीम की गेम प्ले के बारे में काफ़ी चर्चे हो रहे हैं. कहा जा रहा है कि काफ़ी एग्रेसिव गेम प्ले है, तो ये क्या जानबूझकर ये इसके पीछे एक स्ट्रैटेजी है, इसके पीछे एक सोच है कि एग्रेसिवली खेला जाएगा?
हाँ, मतलब चारों को जब मारना है तो एग्रेसिव ही खेलेंगे ना, गन पावर क्यों वेस्ट करे.
ओके. एंड आगे अब देखिए, अब 2 दिन हो चुके हैं, बाकी टीम्स ने भी देख लिया है. अब ऑफकोर्स घर जाके आपकी जो बाकी टीम्स हैं, बाकी जो ओपोनेंट्स हैं, वो लोग स्ट्रीम देखेंगे कि ब्लाइंड ने ऐसा क्या किया है कि हम लोग चूक गए. तो आपको ऐसा क्या लग रहा है कि जो तीसरे दिन आपके लिए बहुत बेहतरीन काम करने वाला है?
लाइक अब घर जाके हम भी देखेंगे कि बाकी टीम्स ने क्या क्या किया है.
हाँ.
और उसको हम यूज़ करने की ट्राई करके कल जीतेंगे.
ऑलराइट. यहाँ पे बहुत सारे मेहमान आए एंड बहुत सारे गेस्ट्स, इन्फ्लुएंसर्स, स्ट्रीमर्स, गेमर्स, सब लोगों ने भली उनकी फेवरेट टीम कुछ और थी, लेकिन आपको एक तगड़ा कंपटीशन माना है। ऑलमोस्ट ऑल द गेस्ट जो यहाँ पर स्टेज पर आए, मंच पर आए, आप किसको यहाँ पर सबसे तगड़ा कंपटीशन मानते हैं आपका?
हम खुद।
आप खुद? हाँ। इसके बारे में मैं थोड़ा सा और जानना चाहूँगा। इसका क्या मतलब हुआ जब आप बोलते हैं कि हम खुद अपने कंपटीशन है?
लाइक हमारा जंग हमसे होता है, अगर हम नहीं आगेंगे तो कोई नहीं जीत सकता।
ओके, तो आप किस चीज़ से जीतना चाहेंगे कल के दिन?
खुद से।
और उसमें क्या होगा? जो ट्रॉफी और आपके बीच में क्या है जो आपको रोक रहा है?
हम खुद।
तो क्या करना है अभी? हैं? कुछ रिवील नहीं करोगे? आपके कोच ने बोल दिया कि कुछ स्ट्रेटेजीज रिवील नहीं करनी है। यही स्ट्रेटेजी है कि खुद से लड़ना है, खुद से जीतना है और खुद ही सबसे बड़े कंपटीशन है।
Yes.
आप किसी को, जो बाकी जो इतने 15 टीम्स हैं जो इतना ग्राइंड करके आए, किसी को कंपटीशन नहीं मान रहे, बल्कि खुद को ही अपना सबसे बड़ा कंपटीशन मान रहे हैं।
Yes.
ये तो बड़े लोगों की सोच होती है। एंड इस समय जो चैंपियन सोच है, आपने शायद इस समय दर्शा दिया है कि चैंपियंस ऐसी सोचते हैं जो अपने आप को सबसे बड़ा कंपटीशन मानते हैं। तो आपके हिसाब से आप में वो कौन सी चीज़ है जो आफ्टर डे 2, जो डे 1 में जो आपके लिए काम किया, जो डे 2 में नहीं काम किया, वो कौन सी चीज़ है जिसकी शायद आप भरपाई करना चाहेंगे डे 3 में?
लाइक आज भी हमारा चिकन थ्रो हुआ है और डे 1 में भी थ्रो हुआ है। डे 3 जब भी मौका मिलेगा एक भी थ्रो नहीं होगा, सारे चिकन निकालेंगे जब मौका मिलेगा।
ऑलराइट। एंड अभी वापस होटल जाकर क्या प्लान है? आपकी जो टीम मीटिंग होती है, अच्छा माहौल रहता है या थोड़ा सा मतलब जो कमियां रह गई हैं वो भी डिस्कशंस होती हैं?
होती है, ऑब्वियसली होती है कमियाँ। वही तो खुद से जंग है, अब पता नहीं चलेगा तो कैसे जंग लड़ेंगे।
ऑलराइट। एंड आपके जो सपोर्टर्स जो इतने दिनों में बने हैं, उनको क्या कहना चाहते हैं कल से पहले?
Believe in blind.
Believe in blind. All right. So team blind, the table toppers after day 2. All the best for day 3. And देखिए, literally आप इस समय ट्रॉफी से ज्यादा दूर नहीं है, जैसा कि आप देख सकते हैं, बहुत नजदीक है. So wish you all the best for day 3. Ladies and gentlemen, the table toppers after day 3, day 2, blind here with us. Thank you so much and all the best for day 3. All right. तो day 2 में हार देखने को मिला, जीत देखने को मिला, अपसेट्स देखने को मिला, सरप्राइजेस देखने को मिला, कमबैक्स भी देखने को मिला, लेकिन एवरीथिंग बॉइल्स डाउन टू डे 3, जहां पर हमें यह पता चलेगा कि ये चमचमाती प्रो सीरीज की ट्रॉफी कौन घर ले जाता है। तो जुड़िए हमारे साथ टुमारो फॉर द ग्रैंड फिनालेस डे 3. दिस इज मी रोहित वर्गीस साइनिंग ऑफ एंड वील सी यू वेरी सून. बाय बाय एंड गुड नाइट.